just don't have energy. Wouldn't you like your dog to be living their very best life? PetJoy offers a money-back guarantee on all of its products. If your dog won't eat it or you don't see the results you want, just let us know and we'll make it right. Totally risk-free. What do you have to lose? You can't buy PetJoy multivitamins in a store. The only way you can get them is through this unique radio offer. And if you call right now, learn how to get 2 bottles free with your order. Turn your dog's life around and make him or her a happy camper. Ain't that right, boy? He said call PetJoy right now. 800-846-2153. 800-846-2153. 800-846-2153. That's 800-846-2153.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
That's going to wrap up this hour of Sports Byline. Very interesting hour. I hope you enjoyed it. We had the author David Maraniss with us. He's a New York Times best-selling nonfiction author who has written the book Games of Deception, which is the true story of the first U.S. Olympic basketball team at the 1935 Olympics in Hitler's Germany. And also the author David Ridpath with us. One of the things that I've always been concerned about is college athletics, where it is and where it's going. And I came across a book title that grabbed my attention. And that title says it all, Tainted Glory, Marshall University, the NCAA, and One Man's Fight for Justice. And the book is an eye-opening story about the business of college sports, providing a window into the behind-the-scenes world of intercollegiate athletics. I'm Ron Barr. Thanks for being a part of America's Sports Talk Show.
I'm Jen Rich. This is what we'll have on tonight's Sports Overnight America. My, how the turntables. It wasn't that long ago we were thinking the Red Sox would crush the Astros, but one big inning completely changed the ASCS. More teams make their 2021-22 debut on the hardwood. I'll have your final scores. We're live at 10 Pacific. Sports Overnight America starts next.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed radio network at live.heartlandnewsfeed.com. This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast for October the 20th, 2021. I'm Mike Clifford. Backers say that a new law in Montana was designed to cut down on fraud, but could instead make it more difficult for some folks in the state to vote.
During the 2021 session, lawmakers passed a measure that prohibits the practice of collecting and delivering voters' sealed absentee ballots for monetary.
Have all contributed to increased pressure on young people. Report author Tony Carnevale says support from the Build Back Better Act could help dismantle the silos between education and career, beginning in early childhood.
What we know is that it really starts in preschool. In America, if you're a disadvantaged child, you've got a 30% chance of making it to one of these good jobs by the time you're 32. Build Back Better invests in the K-12 education of disadvantaged students.
Build Back Better includes funding for childcare and universal preschool, along with expanding resources for child nutrition. President Joe Biden has been meeting with Democrats this week in an attempt to save the massive social safety net and climate policy legislation. I'm Emily Scott.
The report says career counseling should begin as young as middle school and continue post-high school to make more solid connections between education and the working world. The New York Times reports Republicans Wednesday blocked action for the third time this year on legislation to bolster voting rights, leaving Democrats few options to advance the bill outside of changing the Senate filibuster rule and passing it over GOP opposition. The Times says that all 50 Democrats and independents supported bringing the Freedom to Vote Act to the floor, but all 50 Republicans voted against. Doing so maintains the stalemate over the proposal. West Virginia has the 7th highest poverty rate in the nation. That's according to the latest census surveys. Advocates for children and families say permanent anti-poverty measures are needed.
More than 60% of Americans have lived paycheck to paycheck during the pandemic, with women and people of color facing additional hardships, from higher unemployment to disproportionate childcare burdens. Ronisha, a mom from Jackson, Mississippi, has been receiving $1,000 a month as part of the Magnolia Mothers Trust. She says the Guaranteed Income Program has helped her stay on top of expenses during pregnancy and her search for a job with a livable wage.
I was struggling bad with my business. I'm learning to manage my money because I'm on a set income. I'm able to cover all of my business. Like whatever I need to handle, I'm able to pay all of it.
The expanded child tax credit is set to expire in December. I'm Lily Bolke reporting.
This story produced with original reporting from Katie Fleischer for Ms. Magazine. This is PNS.
She survived pediatric cancer and grew up to work at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, the place that saved her life. Now she's also the youngest American in space, and her story inspires the patients she works with.
You know, they're saying, I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. They're seeing that they can grow up. Not only can they have a future, but it can be full of accomplished dreams.
Hear more about Haley Arsenault and the Inspiration 4 crew on the series St. Jude Mission of a Lifetime. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Grand Canyon University, a Christian university, is one of the largest and fastest growing universities in the country, offering over 200 engaging programs online. GCU integrates the free market system and its welcoming Christian worldview perspective into its academic programs and throughout our online campus. GCU's online students received over $100 million in scholarships in 2020. Visit gcu.edu/myoffer to see the scholarships you qualify for.
There's Pablo in his natural habitat, opening his internet bill in fear. He just saw his 12-month promotional price ended. Uh-oh, and he just discovered the equipment fees. Back away slowly.
If your internet bill drives you wild, just remember, you're not a bad person. You just need a straightforward price. Get AT&T Fiber. Unlimited internet with no price increase at 12 months. Visit att.com/no fees. Limited availability in select areas.
With Farmers, you could get savings just for becoming a customer. It's a little extra something. So to tell you about it, we're adding a little extra something to this ad. Precious baby giggles. When you switch to Farmers, you could save an average of $437 on your home insurance. And that's a whole lot of something, baby. Aw, get a quote at farmers.com.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Based on average nationwide annual savings survey data July 2020 to 21, underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Get Macy's lowest prices of the season on specials for cooler weather, like cute boots and booties starting at $27.99. And warm new coats for all, 50 to 60% off. And get cafe-style coffee at your fingertips with select Nespresso bundles for only $124.99. Now at Macy's. Plus, get your Macy's order faster when you pick up curbside or in store. Or try same-day delivery powered by DoorDash. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Breaking reactions from Twitter.
It's like, sure, I have 5 channels of unending news updates constantly flooding my screen, but each one of those only has one slow-moving news ticker. Why not 3 or 4 running at triple speed? Honestly, these networks need to understand that I can't just wait around all day for minute-by-minute coverage.
And in this week's science news, a new report finds that lake ice grows safer to venture out on with each beer consumed. In other news, the beauty industry announces a new initiative to make women self-conscious about their palms. A beautiful cinnamon bun is too good for this world, too pure. And a picky eater is 38.
This is the Onion News Network.
Talk Live. You are invited to join us here. The number is 603-283-6160. And, of course, as always, you can take control of the airwaves. That's 603-283-6160. Joining you tonight, it's Ian,
Nikki,
and Aria. And normally, Aria, you are in the driver's seat on a Wednesday night, but tonight you barely were able to make it into the studio. For our listeners that didn't get to tune in last night, it had something to do with what we did in our after show.
Yeah, I'm sort of having flashbacks sitting here. Like I put the headphones on. I was like, oh God, they're still gonna be sweaty from last night. When, for those who didn't watch, I ate a habanero followed by a ghost pepper followed by half of a Carolina Reaper.
Habanero, you had no problem with. You didn't even have to go for the milk.
Right.
Ghost pepper, you probably went through like a tenth of the milk. And then when you got to the Reaper, which you only ate half of, you definitely downed like another third of that jug of milk.
Yeah, I downed close to half of a gallon of milk last night. And
yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really help unless you're actively drinking it. So it's not a pleasant experience. And of course, then I was up this morning vomiting, even though it was long since.
My God.
Out of my stomach, but
now, did you vomit
pleasant.
the last time you did the Reaper challenge?
I did not, and I think the difference this time was just the quantity of peppers that I ate.
But last time you did 2 Reapers, didn't you? Didn't you eat 2 whole Reapers?
That's true.
This time you only ate a half plus a ghost pepper and a habanero.
But this one was fresh, right?
That's true.
So I think that makes
a difference.
I think it does.
It wasn't any hotter than the dehydrated one.
Last time you did this was you were at home. You did your own video stream, I think, of it.
Yeah.
Did you find that this was more disruptive during the overnight, meaning you were staying up in pain more this time than you were last time?
Oh, yes. Okay. I slept fine last time.
Oh, really?
I mean, it hurt the next day.
Yeah.
But I slept through it just fine, and that was not the case last night. For those who want to watch us suffer, you can find it at video.freetalklive.com.
That's right.
You mostly watch Conan suffer because
it's really hard.
Yeah, that was really intense. I was not expecting that reaction from him.
And you're a nurse, Nikki,
yeah.
and I'm glad you were on hand last night. I mean, we didn't plan for you to be here. You just kind of came over.
Yeah.
Conan, no one has seen this reaction. People were looking online to see if there was any other reaction like this. He was unable to open his hands. So he was like clenching his hands to some extent, although it wasn't a true clench because he could like touch his fingers with his like arm and move them.
He just had no control over his fingers.
Yeah, it was a weird nervous system reaction that I've never seen before. I mean, he could barely speak. At one point, I was like, "Is this guy having a stroke?" Like we literally did like a stroke test on him.
Like it.
Yeah,
he sounded like Conan.
I had a friend who isn't in the medical field suggest that he went into shock to protect the rest of his body.
Yeah, that could be actually.
And he also described it as that he was tripping, basically. He was on some sort of a very strange high, which was both painful and then he said later that the pain had subsided completely, but the symptoms that he was having were with him for like a half an hour, it seemed like, afterwards. So the pain went away, and then he was just like crippled for a short period of time.
I tend to think his body just like shut off the pain receptors, however that works, because it was too intense.
It was pretty wild. I'd never seen anything like that. Luckily, he got better. You say you've spoken with him today?
I have.
He's doing okay.
He's doing better than I am.
Better than you. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. So he had more of an immediate reaction, and you had more of a long-term, yeah.
But
I knew that was going to be the case. The last time I did this, I was fine eating them that night, and it was the next day that I was like, no, I'm never doing that again. And that's because you feel it going through your GI tract, and it's horrifyingly painful every step of the way.
Where it is.
Yeah.
The whole time.
And having experienced that again today, I'm like, yeah, this time's for sure. I'm never eating another Carolina Reaper.
But that's what you said last time.
Yeah, I know.
Well, anyway, if you want to see it for yourself, head on over to video.freetalklive.com. It's the most recent show, unless you're listening to this later, and then it will be the one prior to this one. So check that out. There's all kinds of interesting stuff in the news. One of the stories we didn't get to last night about the Southwest Airlines pilots that have been successful in getting Southwest to change its policy about vaccination mandates. Plus, In-N-Out Burger refusing to enforce San Francisco's vaccine mandate as well, and they're speaking out about this, which is really cool.
Their statement is awesome.
Yeah, we'll share what they had to say here. Plus, the metaverse. What is it? Well, Facebook is pimping it, so it's probably bad news. But then on the other hand, Facebook is also being threatened by the government over their crypto, quote-unquote cryptocurrency, which I'm still not sure if it's actually a cryptocurrency or not. But we can talk about all of those things. Your calls and thoughts are certainly welcome. The number is 603-283-6160. But, of course, I think the news that all three of us wanted to mention here tonight, and, I don't know if there's a whole lot to say about it, but Bitcoin, once again, has hit a new all-time high.
Yep, since last year, April 14th. No, this year, April 14th. Yep, and that was 64,000 something.
It was 64,900, if according
like
to
that.
The research that I did, and today it almost hit 67, I think.
Yep, yeah, it was close up there.
Yeah, so 66, I think, is where it's floating at around right now.
I'm still expecting to see 100,000 by the end of the year. I would be shocked if we don't see it.
That's doable.
Yeah,
that is
especially at this rate. It's up something like 10% in the last week or the last month or something. I don't remember, because I can't just pull these up and monitor them. I have to go off secondhand information, but it's up significantly.
Yeah, I can give it to you here. Actually up 60% in the last month.
Yeah.
60. Wow, okay.
Yeah, a month ago, it was down in the 40,000 range.
Yeah.
Low 40s.
I think at one point, it was about there, and then I didn't check it for like a few weeks, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, it went up $15,000 since the last time I checked.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, it just jumps.
Stocks are also at an all-time high.
Stocks are?
Yes.
Okay.
Which I think is more evidence that Bitcoin isn't really going up right now.
It's
as
the
much
weakening
as,
dollar.
Yeah. The dollar is getting weaker.
Some would say the dollar is at an all-time low.
Yeah.
That certainly seems to be the case.
Yeah, and I feel sorry for people that are holding up. Something else I saw today, Aria, it was Charlie Shrem, old school Bitcoiner. He posted on Twitter. Remember back in April, May of 2020 when you were on the air suggesting that people take their stimulus, $1,200 quote-unquote stimulus payment and put that into cryptocurrency?
Yeah.
Do you know what that $1,200 is now worth? If you did it, if you put it all,
guess.
If you put it all into Bitcoin BTC, go ahead, take a guess.
$8,000.
$12,000.
Oh, wow. Well, hopefully
10X.
Someone out there took that advice.
Yeah, 10X.
I did.
In 1 year, like a year and 5 months. Pretty
impressive.
Yep. Pretty amazing.
I mean, there's no other asset or class of things on the planet that matches Bitcoin in its value returns.
Yeah, and, Bitcoin, will it be on top forever? Probably not. At some point, I think there's going to be a Bitcoin killer. I don't know what it's going to be. We have no idea. It could be something that hasn't been invented yet, or it could be something that's sort of sitting down in the, way down the ranks of cryptocurrencies in the 200, 300, 500 range that all of a sudden just blows up. I mean, I'm not saying this is it, but a good example of this is this isn't even really a cryptocurrency, but one of those things. It's a good example of a thing just blowing up. The Shiba Inu. I mean, have you heard about this?
Dogecoin?
No.
No, there's a new one, right?
Somebody came out with a weak-ass copycat of Doge a year ago, called it Shiba Inu.
Okay.
But it's just a token. So Dogecoin is its own cryptocurrency.
So this is like an ERC-20 token?
This is just another token.
Okay.
But they labeled it Shiba Inu, and they put a little Doge icon on it, and then 1 year later, the thing is going crazy. It's a top 13, it broke into the top 10 last week.
Crazy.
Yeah, and it's just just another useless token. But because it's the meme, right?
Yeah.
Once again, I'm just terrible at doing any kind of Bitcoin investing. I should have, when that thing came out, been like, oh, internet loves this thing, should just buy some. Somebody said if you put $1,000 into Shiba Inu a year ago, you'd have like $200 million.
Wow.
Right now.
Wow, that is incredible.
Yeah, just nuts.
I mean, it's also true about Dogecoin. If you had put $1,000 into it 4 or 5 years ago, it would be worth millions.
But the crazy thing is, it's now competing neck and neck with Dogecoin.
How's Doge doing these days? Last I heard, it was 22 cents or something
like that. It's just floating around there. But this thing has risen up to like challenge Dogecoin at this point. And it's not even a real cryptocurrency. It's just a token. Somebody went to a token generator and said, blast me out, 500 trillion of these things, because there's a ton of them. We're coming up here. You can join us, 603-283-6160. We'll talk about those companies pushing back against the mandate on the way.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
Breaking weather news. Belize is sunny and around 82 degrees every day this week.
What's the forecast for your life? If current politics and economic prospects are cramping your freedom, escape to the tropics. ECI Development has affordable second homes for you to own or rent in Belize and other tropical countries. Places with stable governments and growing economies. Secure your freedom now. To find out more, send an email to ftl@ecidevelopment.com.
When a lunar observatory detects a radio broadcast originating from Proxima Centauri, the nations of Earth discover their first contact with an alien race may also be their last. With the Proximans facing an extinction-level disaster, Earth must choose between sending a ship on a multi-year journey or allowing nature to take its course. Saving Proxima, a hard science fiction thriller by Travis S. Taylor and Les Johnson from BaneBooks.com.
Negotiation isn't just something union leaders and sports agents do. Your entire day is a series of negotiations. If you have young children, you know that. In fact, your kids can teach you a lot about negotiating with grown-ups. According to the world's greatest negotiator, Herb Cohen, author of You Can Negotiate Anything. Herb says that kids understand the process of decision-making within an organization. When one parent says no, they'll ask the other. And Cohen says children persist and persevere. And like smart negotiators of all ages, kids know that no is an opening bargaining position. With money and attention so scarce now, effective communication skills have never been more important, especially if you're a job seeker. For more tips, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
You can stick it to the man and big tech. Join our FTL social mastodon at social.freetalklive.com.
It is Free Talk Live. And as always, you're invited if you want to join us here. The number is 603-283-6160. That's 603-283-6160. And with you in the studio tonight. It's Ian,
Nikki,
and Aria.
Hey, you don't want to forget about Bitcoin.com. If you are seeing this craziness about Bitcoin right now with the price up to $66,000 as we speak, a record high reached today, close to around 67. So it is for everyone who purchased some amount of Bitcoin prior to today and held on to it, you're up.
Yep,
that's just a fact at this point. So if you didn't panic sell during one of the many drops, because Bitcoin goes up and Bitcoin goes down, if you didn't panic sell, you're ahead.
Better to panic buy.
Congratulations on being ahead if you did that. So, but go to Bitcoin.com. If you're brand new, if you're listening to this and you're saying, all right, I put this off long enough, I need to learn about Bitcoin, get over to Bitcoin.com, click Get Started at the top of the page, and that will take you to some videos. You can watch the first one there. I think it's going to be 3 minutes of your time. That'll give you the basics about what is it that makes this different? What is it that makes Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, because they focus on those two, because there's thousands of cryptocurrencies out there, and it can be super overwhelming. But keep it simple. Just what are the basics of this technology? What do you need to know that makes it different from everything that has come before? And that is what you will learn when you go to Bitcoin.com and click Get Started at the top of the page. Plus, if you're not brand new to crypto, anyway, get the latest news headlines and information about the world of cryptocurrency, go to news.bitcoin.com. That's news.bitcoin.com. So we're discussing just sort of generally the amazing success of Bitcoin, and right now, in fact, let's see what the current, because there's some interesting statistics out there, and one of them is the market cap, the market cap of Bitcoin. So what that means is there's currently, I think, like 19 million Bitcoin in existence. There's going to be a maximum of 21 million down the line. Right now, 18.8 and change million Bitcoin. You take that number and you multiply it by the current price, and you get the market cap, the total value of all of the Bitcoin in circulation, allegedly in circulation. Some of it's lost forever, but we don't know how much that is. And it's currently over $1.2 trillion.
Wow.
Yeah. It crossed the 1 trillion mark a little while back. I saw somebody post today online that apparently if Bitcoin, or when, I guess, Bitcoin crosses like in the early 70,000 range. I don't remember if it was like 73 or 75,000, but like once Bitcoin gets through $75,000, Bitcoin's market cap will have exceeded the market cap of silver.
Nice.
Wow.
That's pretty big. In fact, Bitcoin's market cap also, I believe, if it's not Bitcoin, it might be all of crypto. But I'll have to double check this. I think it's just Bitcoin. It is, I believe, now the 13th largest money on the planet. Like if you look at all the government monies out there, I think it just like exceeded Sweden as far as the krona or whatever it is that they've got over there, the value, the market cap of that government money. And so when you compare it to the other governments on the planet, it is like ranked at number 13 right now.
So there's more money in Bitcoin than there is in Sweden?
That's correct.
Nice.
I wonder where the USD ranks.
I'm going to guess that's number one, but I'll have to pull up. I'll see if we can find the list. I don't remember who it was that shared that one, but just some fascinating, little tidbits out there about this amazing thing that, honestly, Bitcoin itself, it's not the most useful of cryptocurrencies. It's sort of turned into like a digital gold where people want to get it and hoard it and not really do anything with it because of the crazy fees that you have to pay. Although right now they're not as crazy as they have been, although you're still probably going to pay like $1 or something like that for a Bitcoin transaction, which is, to me,
not bad.
To me, it's $1 too much. I mean, you should be paying like a cent or 2 cents or something like that.
Bitcoin is that, the transaction fee is $1, and I'm like, oh, that's not that bad.
Yeah.
But I've also seen transaction fees of like $20, $30 and stuff like that.
Me too, yeah.
It's been a while, but that will likely come back as the insanity ramps up again as more and more people start to jump on the train. Because as we've seen in the summer, or not the summer, but in the fall and winter of 2013, and then again in 2017, and then again last year, we've seen these run-ups at the very end of the year. So, and we can't predict the future. There's no guarantee that the same thing's going to happen in 2021. But if it's anything like the last few run-ups, that's why you said, Ari, you're thinking 100,000 by the end of the year. If it holds true to what it has done, then that's very realistic, I think.
I hope so.
And then we can get rid of the laser eyes.
Yeah.
From social media.
I know.
So you can bring up what you want here. The number is 603-283-6160. There's always a bunch of stuff in the news about cryptocurrency. In fact, we talked about this plan by Facebook to launch a cryptocurrency. You guys remember a couple of years ago, I think it was like 2019.
Well, they're launching a digital currency. That's about all we know.
Yeah, it's changed form in a few different ways since they first announced it. Originally, it was going to be like this consortium of different corporations that was going to come together to still make it quote-unquote decentralized, but it was still run by a bunch of corporate entities. So, like, whether or not it's actually cryptographically secure and decentralized, I don't really know what the current structure of it is, but regardless, Facebook wants to do this thing, and they made the mistake of coming out and announcing it in advance and saying, look, we're doing this thing. We're going to come out with this thing.
Well, they needed investors. So they didn't need investors, but
really
they wanted investors.
Yeah, and they already had some people that they talked to privately. They didn't have to make a public announcement about it, but they did.
I don't know how it would have gone over if Facebook and PayPal and Visa and all of these other companies were just having secret dark room communications about it, smoking cigars.
It probably would have leaked out at some point, but if they hadn't have announced it, then they could have just released it, and then they wouldn't have had to go through this, horrific governmental process that they have to go through. I mean, look, I don't feel bad about anything Facebook has to do. But at the same time, I also don't like the idea of government standing in the way of anybody doing whatever it is that they want to do. And
it's easier to ask forgiveness than it is to ask for permission.
I tend to agree with that.
That's true.
And now, according to various different websites, CoinDesk and Cointelegraph, among them, a group of senators say that Facebook cannot be trusted to launch a digital currency. In a Tuesday letter, U.S. Senators blah, 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 and Elizabeth Warren and some others ordered Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg to, quote, immediately discontinue the company's pilot of Novi, which is intended to be its name for the wallet that they're coming up with, and end its work on the Diem stablecoin project. The lawmakers said Facebook cannot be trusted to protect user data or manage a payments network in an open letter Tuesday, just hours after Facebook announced that it was launching a pilot program for its Novi wallet subsidiary in the U.S. and Guatemala. Under the pilot project, Facebook will let users purchase Paxos dollars and custody the funds with Coinbase. Quote, we urge you to immediately discontinue your Novi pilot and commit that you will not bring Diem to market, the lawmakers wrote on Tuesday. And I've actually got the copy of the letter itself here, just to give you an idea of these people and who they think. They just think they can tell anybody what to do. As though...
Well, they're power-hungry psychopaths.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. So we'll talk a little bit more about this, and then get to some of the good companies out there that are refusing to obey the government, which I really love to see that happen. More coming up. It's Free Talk Live.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntarist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Carl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Hong Kong democracy activists are welcoming the expansion of a U.S. scheme to make it easier for Hong Kongers living there to settle and find work. The so-called Safe Haven program was launched in response to Beijing's introduction of a controversial national security law in Hong Kong. Richard Kimber reports.
The U.S. Safe Haven scheme was first announced in August, granting Hong Kong residents in the U.S. the right to overstay their visas if they feared political persecution upon their return to the city. They'll now be allowed to settle and work in the U.S. and can also leave and re-enter the country as long as their destination for travel is not Hong Kong or China. The scheme is being expanded following an appeal from US-based Hong Kong democracy activists. US lawmakers are still debating additional bills that would give Hong Kongers outside America priority refugee and visa status to immigrate. The Hong Kong government has accused the White House of smearing the city's national security law for political purposes. Hong Kong's chief executive Carrie Lam says the law has brought stability to the city and that Western media have misrepresented the legislation as a crackdown on public freedoms. Richard Kimber in Hong Kong.
The UK has agreed a trade deal with New Zealand following 16 months of negotiations. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says it'll benefit businesses and consumers across the country, cutting costs for exporters and opening up access for British workers. Benji Hire reports from London.
Under the deal, tariffs as high as 10% will be removed on a huge range of British goods, and there'll be fresh opportunities for tech and services companies. It should make it easier for UK professionals to live and work in New Zealand too. Trade between the two nations was worth $3.1 billion last year, although that's about 0.5% of the value of UK imports alone from the EU the year prior. The deal with New Zealand follows free trade agreements already struck with Australia and Japan. It could also help pave the way for the UK to join the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a free trade area of 11 Pacific nations with a GDP in 2020 of $11.5 billion. Benji Hire, London.
The United States has announced a new rule aimed at preventing foreign hackers from gaining technology. It bars the sale and export of software and equipment to countries like Russia and China. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Commerce Department wants to enable cybersecurity collaboration with other countries while also preventing hackers in those countries getting their hands on technology that make hack attacks easier to carry out. The new regulation covers such software as the Israeli spyware Pegasus, which has been used to spy on dissidents and journalists. Companies in China and Russia would now need a special license to obtain the tech. The new rule takes effect in 90 days. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Don't miss a moment of Free Talk Live. Get our archives daily via our podcast at feeds.freetalklive.com.
Talk Live. You dial in here if you want to join us. The number 603-283-6160. That's 603-283-6160. In the studio with you tonight, you've got Ian,
Nikki,
and Arya.
And of course, you can bring up anything that's on your mind. We've been talking a little bit about cryptocurrency, and that led into a discussion about the latest on the Facebook quote-unquote cryptocurrency that they are going to be offering to people called Diem. And they've changed the name. It was going to be Libra, I think, and then it was Diem, and now they've got a wallet that's called Novi. And apparently they're moving ahead. And that has really upset some of these government goons in the U.S. Senate. And they sent a letter to Mark Zuckerberg. And I've got the actual text of that letter here just to give you some idea of, just how pushy these people are, how much they think they own you and your companies, and that they can just boss you around even without any law. Because this is just 5 senators writing a letter. This isn't like...
Yeah, and they have no authority to enforce anything they've said in their letter.
Have you read this thing?
No.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter what they said.
Yeah.
The senators don't have the authority to do what they're... whatever it is they're threatening.
And legally, Facebook can do this, right? Like, Facebook isn't breaking any laws by creating this wallet and this digital currency or cryptocurrency or whatever it is.
From what I can tell, they're not. I mean, Facebook's got a ton of lawyers.
Yeah, of course.
And so, those lawyers have been doing all of the necessary research to make sure, all right, can we take this step? Okay, can we take this next step? All right, let's do it. Yeah. And they're doing it, and that's why these senators are it says it's an order, but it's not an order. It's just begging. It's just, please don't do this, and trying to sound tough about it. So we'll share that with you coming up here. But, of course, your calls and thoughts go first. Let's go to Dave in New Hampshire. You're on Free Talk Live. Dave from RidleyReport.com.
Hey, guys. I called yesterday, to update you on the executive council fiasco where they arrested all those people in New Hampshire.
You mean the completely like peaceful people who weren't even really protesting in any meaningful way? They went up and arrested 2 people who were sitting down during this public executive council meeting where they were going to potentially approve $27 million from the federal government in COVID stimulus money or whatever that was going to be used if they accepted it to pimp the vaccine here in New Hampshire. And 2 people were just 2 of the, quote, ringleaders of the activists were just sitting there in the audience, and cops came up and arrested them and then subsequently arrested 7 more people who might have spoken out after that. But that's what you're referring to. That happened last week. And then the good news was the executive council actually voted 4-1 to reject the $27 million from the federal government, making New Hampshire the only state of all 50 states to have rejected any federal COVID money, which is amazing.
So this notice that I just got from reopening.com, which is run by a Free Stater, I believe. Or
that's right.
He's very close to the top. He founded it. I should back up a little bit. The news yesterday, of course, was that they were going to try – this governor was going to try an end run, and the bureaucracies were going to try to go through a fiscal committee, the fiscal committee, instead of the executive council initially, and then the fiscal committee would take it back to the executive council to try to get another vote. I think that's my understanding of what the new threat was, of them taking this money.
But it would still have to go through the same executive council, who I presume would realize that they're being asked to take on the same $27 million, and hopefully they would do the same thing, because I don't think these activists are going to let up. I don't think if they hear that there's going to be another try on this $27 million, another few hundred activists are going to show up to that next meeting and remind these executive counselors that they're not going away. So I don't think this would get through a second time. But what did you hear?
So that was the threat yesterday. Reopen asked people to flood the committee with emails. They did. I even sent emails to the whole committee. I got a response too. But apparently they've already backed down. The bureaucracy that was going to push it through has already withdrawn the request for the committee. And so they have another victory. I was shocked they were able to achieve that so fast.
That's awesome.
They've got a good organization there at Reopen NH, and it's all been created within the last year or so. So kudos to them.
The important thing, I should probably read this. They said that this money would have funded 13 new agents dedicated to promoting the vaccine to people who don't want it. So you just imagine these 13 agents wandering the streets of New Hampshire, stopping people or going to people's doors or. And there are other problems with this money, but really, ultimately, no money should be accepted by any state from the federal government because it's all stolen property.
No doubt about it. Dave, anything else you want to share?
No federal money, I guess I should say. Yeah.
Anything else,
Dave?
All. Thanks, man. Appreciate the call tonight. That's Dave Ridley from RidleyReport.com. Let's go to Major Payne, calling from Michigan. You're on Free Talk Live. Major Payne.
Hey, peace, people.
Hey.
Yeah, you've intrigued me with your edicts tonight. I'm
My what?
kind of thinking about. Well, I'm thinking about the crypto cat busting the silver wall.
Yeah.
And but I want to give kudos first off to New Hampshire for not taking any government money. I have never sucked on the 18, 16 teats that the government pig seems to throw in your face. But that's a whole other story for another day. The whole thing, I think that most realists disagree with on the cryptocurrency is silver has antibacterial properties. It is, I can make a belt buckle, I can make an arrowhead, I can make anything. I can make the most conductive solder out of silver.
Right, sure.
But crypto is fairy dust, and it's hard to wrap your head around it.
Can you send silver in an instant to somebody halfway across the world?
No, I can't, but I have very little faith in the inner tube. I mean, people get hacked all the time.
It's not for everybody, bro. I mean, I'm not here to convince you to do something you don't want to do. I'm not here to try to sell you on some sort of idea that you can't see any value in. If you don't see the value in being able to transfer value in an instant to somebody somewhere across the world, you don't trust it, well, then probably nothing I say is going to help you with that. Like, if you think the entire internet is not trustworthy, then okay, don't do it. But if you
Plus with silver, I mean, you have to worry about it getting intercepted or stolen or untrustworthy carriers.
Some customs guy's going to jack your silver if you try to send it across the world. You could probably send it across the country fairly safely, because they need a warrant theoretically to open up your mail here in the United States. But on the other hand, if you were to understand that Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are what they call open source, which means that the source code, the programming, can be read and audited by anybody who knows programming, and I don't. I could have gone that direction in my life, but I chose not to. I wanted to do radio instead of, be a programmer. Aria, do you do any programming at all?
Not in a level that would let me understand the Bitcoin source code, no.
Yeah. Nikki, I presume...
Yeah, definitely not.
But we know people who are that level of geek, and they are, more than willing to look into these things. Bitcoin is probably, as far as open source code is concerned, probably some of the most, if not the most, looked at code on the planet. And the reason why is because there's money behind it, right? There's a lot of money. $1.2 trillion worth of value is behind Bitcoin. So you better believe that there are a lot of people out there that want to make sure that there's not some CIA backdoor in this code, or that there's not something other janky going on with this code. They want to make sure it's rock solid and that it is trustworthy.
And as far as we can tell, that's what they've determined.
Yeah. And the proof of it is it hasn't been hacked.
I've already been violated on the Internet. I just got done dealing with the Social Security Administration. Many years ago, I was shanghaied by the feds out west, and I never got my wallet back from the property room.
Mm-hmm.
So about a year later, I got a letter from the state saying that during the year I was incarcerated, that somebody had made a whole lot of money and I owed $2,000 worth of taxes to the state of Michigan. They put a lien on my property.
Oof.
Okay, so I work under the table most of the time.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that. Well, in that case, you might want to look into something called Monero, which is what they call a privacy coin, which is untraceable internet money. But Major Payne, thanks for the call tonight. I appreciate it. If you don't have the time to look into it, you want to stay the way you are, then stay the way you are. More coming up. It's Free Talk Live.
Free Talk Live.
The heavy-handed language that you're speaking out against the government is, I never heard anything like this on the radio.
When the founding fathers decided that the government of England was no longer servicing their needs, they stopped paying their taxes first.
Don't you drive on the roads? Aren't you glad you're defended from the foreigners?
Sir, they stole this man's property.
The foreigners are coming to get me.
Yeah, they stole these. These aren't foreigners I need to be defended from. It's these people down the street calling themselves government that are willing to steal my property from me and burn my house to the ground, which is what they did to this man.
It's not yours. The government owns it.
Really? Are you telling me, sir, that every one of us are actually serfs? We're actually subjects and slaves to the state? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, if it sounds good to you...
No, that doesn't sound good. I don't accept it. I'm a free man.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com. The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way. You can't do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me.
Well, I'm comfortable here, actually.
Whoa.
Hey.
Who do you think you are?
Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today.
You ain't going to make it.
Wait a minute.
Hey! Oh my
God! Unbelievable! Why are you running from me? Because you're scared me. What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this?
Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
We're still not sure why you'd want to watch, but our video feed is streaming nightly for free at cam.freetalklive.com.
This is Free Talk Live. You're invited if you want to join us here. You can take control of the airwaves. The number is 603-283-6160. That's 603-283-6160. And want to let you know about Intercoin as well. I've told you about Intercoin before. It can help you if you've got a business or an organization, launch your own currency or raise money using your own token. And now Intercoin.org has launched worldwide. If there's a token you want to launch or an app you want to build, you can go to Intercoin.org and enter your email there, and the team will get in touch and learn about your needs. And while you're there, if you want, you can get some of the Intercoin investor tokens for yourself over at intercoin.org. All right, so we're going to continue with the news about this Facebook coin thing that they've been developing for a while, which originally they had said it was going to be a basket of currencies, sort of averaged
Well, they said
together.
it was going to be backed by a basket of currencies.
Right.
I'm really confused what they're doing here because they said they're using the Pax
They canceled
dollar.
that idea.
Yeah, but they're using the Pax
thing,
dollar, right?
That's what they're doing now. But so they threw out the basket of currencies.
What role is Facebook playing in this then?
They're the promoter
of Paxos coin?
Basically, is what it sounds like at this point. So,
and they're being held with Coinbase rather than Paxos.
Apparently. Yep. So for listeners that don't know, Paxos is one of the myriad of different stablecoin issuers out there. So a stablecoin is what?
It's a coin that's value doesn't change or isn't supposed to change.
It's backed by a thing, right? So in the case of Paxos dollars, presumably the company Paxos has a bunch of actual dollars in a vault or a bank account somewhere. And they could have something that's sort of the equivalent of dollars as well, like U.S. Treasuries or something like that. So some of them try to kind of do investments with the money and still have quote-unquote dollars. But basically just
like fractional reserve banking, basically.
Well,
they don't really have the money anymore, but on the books, they say they do.
I mean, it's the U.S. Treasury. What are the chances that could ever fail?
Looking pretty good with that $1 trillion coin they're still talking about.
So the idea is, Facebook is apparently they've completely gone out of their original design, which was going to be their own thing, and it was going to have all these companies on board like MasterCard and PayPal, and it seems like that's just all been thrown out at this point, and now you can just get Paxos dollars under this pilot project. So maybe it's going to change in the future, but it's just a stablecoin wallet. Facebook's going to give you a stablecoin wallet. That's what they're going to do.
Okay, not as awful as it could be.
No, and they should be able to do this. And to have these senators freaking out over this, let me just read to you the actual letter from these various senators, including the one from Massachusetts. What's her name?
Elizabeth Warren.
Warren, yeah. Dear Mr. Zuckerberg, policymakers are once again facing a scandal involving reports about Facebook's relentless pursuit of profits at the expense of its users. The most recent...
That's what they exist to do, though, is to make money.
Yes, but they're hurting their users, you see, and so therefore they're bad.
Their users are welcome to stop using Facebook if they feel like they're being hurt.
Yeah, unlike the people being ruled over by these senators.
Yeah, I would love to hit the stop button on the senators and have them never, and all their goons, never talk to me again.
That would be wonderful.
They say the most recent allegations detail Facebook's knowing use of algorithms that harm adolescents and teens, particularly girls. Facebook has repeatedly shown itself indifferent to the harms its products cause. Given the scope of the scandals surrounding your company, let alone the scandals surrounding these senators or the government or, killing innocent people, let's just put all that aside. I love it when these people act like there's some sort of moral authority towards anyone.
Well, they believe that they are.
Yeah.
Because they are the legal authority.
Because they're mentally ill.
They're psychos.
And might is right.
We write to voice our strongest opposition to Facebook's revived effort to launch a cryptocurrency and digital wallet, now branded as Diem and Novi, respectively. In October of 2019...
So wait, they are still launching Diem?
Whatever that's going to mean.
It's very unclear.
Yeah. In October 2019, Senators Schatz, great name for a senator, and Brown wrote to members of the Diem Association's predecessor, the Libra Association, and expressed deep concerns about the risks the project posed to consumers and the financial system. See, they really believe that Facebook is going to destroy the financial system.
I understand their concern. I mean, Facebook is, honestly,
it's big,
more powerful than the American government if it really came down to it.
Certainly more people interact with Facebook's product on a daily basis than they do any kind of government service, right?
Or with the USD. I mean, Facebook is worldwide. Something like a little over half the people on the planet have a Facebook account.
Mm-hmm.
So they're huge.
Facebook subsequently shelved Libra amid regulatory scrutiny, but you did not address our concerns before resuming this endeavor. On multiple occasions, Facebook has committed not to launch a digital currency absent federal financial regulators' approval. In prepared remarks before the House Financial Services Committee in October of 2019, you said that Facebook would, quote, not be a part of launching the Libra payment system anywhere in the world unless all U.S. regulators approve it, unquote.
All?
Allegedly, that's a quote from Zuckerberg. They're writing to Zuckerberg here. More recently, David Marcus, the executive overseeing Facebook's digital currency efforts, said, quote, we are definitely not going to launch without the proper regulatory framework, unquote. Despite these assurances, Facebook is once again pursuing digital currency plans on an aggressive timeline and has already launched a pilot for Payments Infrastructure Network, even though these plans are incompatible with the actual financial regulatory landscape, not only for Diem specifically, but also for stablecoins in general. The agencies that oversee the U.S. financial system are studying the risks that stablecoins pose to financial stability. They're saying, whoa, Facebook, you're going way too fast here. You can't just be coming out with a stablecoin. It could destroy all of the other stablecoins and the financial industry.
Facebook has done less evil things than destroying the American financial system.
If Facebook could destroy the American financial system, I'd go out and buy some Diem. Like if I thought that it would actually, do something like this.
I'm with you, man. I can't now, but I was initially planning on buying some because why the hell not?
Good point. It's probably a cryptocurrency, so my bail conditions would prohibit me from doing that. But if it's not a cryptocurrency and they still think it would destroy the financial system, I don't like Facebook. I don't have an account on Facebook.
I like Facebook more than I like the American government.
Yeah, although that said, I'm not willing to create a new Facebook account or reactivate my other Facebook account to do this. So I'm just saying.
If it was going to bring down the American financial system,
but it's not going to, and that's the thing. These people believe that it could, and I find that particularly amusing because all Facebook is proposing is to just have another stablecoin. They're just proposing to do it. The whole basket of currency thing is off the table. They said they wouldn't do that. Now, maybe they'll change their minds and decide they're going to do it again. But as of the last I've heard, Diem is just supposed to be Facebook's stablecoin. based on the dollar. So how is this going to hurt the financial system? I just don't understand. Why do they think?
Well, because people would trade in Diem via Facebook and Facebook Messenger, which, more than half the planet uses, rather than trading in USD or PayPal or Cash App or any of these others, because imagine how simple it would be to just open Facebook Messenger, to click your friend's name, and immediately send them money.
Right, without having to put in a bank card or something like that.
It would be extraordinarily easy, and it would be a game changer. As evil as Facebook is, that level of technology would crush the competition.
I don't know if it would crush
level
the
of
competition,
access.
but yeah, I mean, it would definitely be a new competitor, and it would make it easy for Facebook users. Because I remember they were coming out with the Facebook payments thing.
They still have
that. Right around the time.
That,
it was right around the time I was leaving, I think, Facebook in 2018 or whatever. So I've seen people sign up for it. I've seen the process, and you have to have a card, right? Like a debit card from a bank, and you got to go through those, jump through some hoops, and so this would change that. But is it going to kill the banking industry? Is it going to kill the Federal Reserve?
I doubt it.
No, it's going to be a competitor, and they're acting like this thing is the end of the world for them, and it's frankly ridiculous.
See, I think that it could be if Facebook used their own platform to promote their little payment system that they're creating that uses Paxos or whatever, or Diem. I don't know that the U.S. government or any government could counter the propaganda. Be like, no, you should continue using USD.
But they are going to be using USD. It's a USD-backed stablecoin. This doesn't take away power from the USD. All it does is it makes it so the banks don't get money out of this.
Right.
The bankers aren't involved in the transactions.
Yeah, but that would bring down the American financial system if the banks just stopped making money.
Well, the banks have a lot of problems to deal with anyway.
True.
But and this is going to be a burden, but I don't think it's going to be as big as they think it is. But I want to go on because they've got some specific complaints against Facebook. It's actually a relatively short letter considering it's from politicians, so they're relatively short-winded in this particular case. We'll share some of their other complaints here, what they think is going to happen with this Facebook currency. And if you want to weigh in, you're welcome to join us here. 603-283-6160. It's Free Talk Live. Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you're helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
I'm a little obsessed with My Magic Mud. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, the founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I didn't even know my teeth were coffee stained. A week's worth of use convinced me, and now I use it every 3 or 4 days. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, and I think it cleans better, too. My Magic Mud's available at most local health food stores, Sprouts, Natural Grocers, CVS, Walmart's Natural Beauty Aisle, but I can get it for you for 20% off with coupon code FTL20 at mymagicmud.com. FTL20, mymagicmud.com.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
The latest episode of Free Talk Live continues with Hour
2. You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, October the 21st, 2021. I'm Mike Clifford. The pathway to a career has become more difficult for some in recent years, with many young people not landing the right job until they are in their 30s.
The report from the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce says higher education costs, the collapse of the youth labor market, and racial and class inequality have all contributed to increased pressure on young people. Report author Tony Carnevale says support from the Build Back Better Act could help dismantle the silos between education and career, beginning in early childhood.
What we know is that it really starts in preschool. In America, if you're a disadvantaged child, you've got a 30% chance of making it to one of these good jobs by the time you're 32. Build Back Better invests in the K-12 education of disadvantaged students.
Build Back Better includes funding for childcare and universal preschool, along with expanding resources for child nutrition. President Joe Biden has been meeting with Democrats this week in an attempt to save the massive social safety net and climate policy legislation. I'm Emily Scott.
The report says career counseling should begin as young as middle school and continue post-high school to make more solid connections between education and the working world. The New York Times reports Republicans Wednesday blocked action for the third time this year on legislation to bolster voting rights, leaving Democrats few options to advance the bill outside of changing the Senate filibuster rule and passing it over GOP opposition. The Times says that all 50 Democrats and independents supported bringing the Freedom to Vote Act to the floor, but all 50 Republicans voted against. Doing so maintains the stalemate over the proposal. West Virginia has the 7th highest poverty rate in the nation. That's according to the latest census surveys. Advocates for children and families say permanent anti-poverty measures are needed.
More than 60% of Americans have lived paycheck to paycheck during the pandemic, with women and people of color facing additional hardships, from higher unemployment to disproportionate childcare burdens. Ronisha, a mom from Jackson, Mississippi, has been receiving $1,000 a month as part of the Magnolia Mothers Trust. She says the Guaranteed Income Program has helped her stay on top of expenses during pregnancy and her search for a job with a livable wage.
I was struggling bad with my business. I'm learning to manage my money because I'm on a set income. I'm able to cover all of my business. Like whatever I need to handle, I'm able to pay all of it.
The expanded child tax credit is set to expire in December. I'm Lily Volke reporting.
This story produced with original reporting from Katie Fleischer for Ms. Magazine. This is PNS.
Your struggle. North Dakota was made for road trips. A place where you can hit the trail, follow your curiosity, and find that any day holds the possibility to be legendary. Plan your visit at NorthDakotaLegendary.com.
Right now, you can buy 5, save $5 instantly on over 1,000 items in the store. Like Pepsi or 7-Up 12-packs for $3.99 when you buy 5, plus deposit where applicable. And Breyer's ice cream for just $2.99 when you buy 5. Plus, save $10 on your next in-store purchase when you buy $30 or more of skincare products. Whether it's a sweet treat or a luxurious product for some me time, it's all at your neighborhood Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Ugh. Hi, Angel.
Hi, Devil. Uh-oh, is she shopping again? Calm down. She's just browsing electric toothbrushes.
It's easy to be unsafe online.
It's asking for her passport info to buy a toothbrush? Sounds legit to me.
Now it's easy to help protect yourself. Norton 360 with LifeLock gives you device security, a VPN for online privacy, and identity theft protection, all in one. Opt in to cyber safety. Save 25% or more off your first year at norton.com/news.
Wow, I've got a whole 5 minutes before my next call. What should I do? Grab a snack? Nah. Text with Mom? That's more than a 5-minute proposition. I have been looking at getting a new bank account. Is that even possible?
Can't believe you have extra time? You won't believe what you can do with it. Open a Regions checking account online in as little as 5 minutes. Then enjoy award-winning service and banking tools and tech that help you live in the moment. Learn more at Regions.com/live in the moment. Regions Bank, member FDIC.
pinpoint how someone irreparably ruined their life. For example, it might highlight your friend's spring break trip in 2003 when she took her first shot, or your cousin's engagement to a guy named Scott spelled with a K.
So, Facebook must have a lot of depressing information to work with.
Well, we look for sadness indicators, positive versus negative adjectives and status updates, whether you've liked a corporate entity such as Walmart or Arby's.
One of LifePoint's most buzzed about features is the Life Compare function, which lets you see how your mistakes stack up to others.
Here, I'm overlaying my graph with a graph of a childhood friend. You can see his life ended up much worse than mine, which is great.
Anything with a profile has a life point, so you can look forward to finding out when your favorite bands, TV shows, and companies started going downhill.
This is the Onion News Network. Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live. You're welcome to join us here. The number is 603-283-6160. That's 603-283-6160. We're talking about the Facebook coin thing that's now called DM, but it was previously known as Libra. And actually, we haven't talked about this probably in like most of a year. I feel like it's been a while.
There hasn't been a lot to say about it.
No, I didn't even know there was any emotion on it at all. Until all of a sudden it splashed back into the news because some U.S. senators have co-written a letter, a scathing, shaming letter to Mark Zuckerberg. Now, look, I want to make it clear, I'm no fan of Facebook. I quit Facebook I think it was New Year's Eve of 2018, so ending 2017. Going into 2018, I shut down my account there on Facebook as much as they would let you. They don't even let you delete the account, or at least back then they didn't. You have to deactivate the account because they want you to come back. But and I walked away from it. I'm glad I did. You know, I immediately had more free time to do more productive things. I'm not a huge fan of the product that they have, and I want to encourage people to get away from Facebook, but if they can actually contribute to the destruction of the U.S. financial system through creating a dollar-based stable coin, which there's already billions of dollars worth of stable coins in existence today. If I were to go to, Coin Market Cap and just look at the top coins out there, Tether, which is the number one U.S. dollar-based, quote, U.S. dollar-based stable coin. Some people don't believe Tether has the reserves to actually back there.
Really?
That's a big thing with Tether, yeah. 69 billion Tethers exist, supposedly backed by 69 billion U.S. dollars. And you go down the list a little bit to USDC coin or USD coin, which is Coinbase's dollar-based stable coin. There's 32 billion of those. And you can just keep going down the list. You add to Binance dollars to it, which is the number one exchange in the world, 13 billion Binance dollars. So there's now, I believe, over $100 billion worth of stable coins in existence.
Oh, at least.
Now, I don't know how many, Facebook is planning on minting into existence.
Depends on how much money they have.
Yeah, that's true. So, but that's what they're talking about here. These senators have written a scathing, shaming letter to Mark Zuckerberg to basically try to convince him to stop at this point.
They haven't really provided any reason yet, any law that he's breaking.
No.
They just said, we don't want you to do this.
Yeah, and the weird thing is the media in both Cointelegraph and CoinDesk, which are two of the major cryptocurrency media sources, they're both reporting on this as though they've been ordered to stop. And this isn't an order. This is just a letter.
The Senate doesn't have the authority to tell people they can't do something. They can pass a law that says they can't.
Which they have not done.
But individual senators can't just say, no, you can't do that.
So let me go on here with what they're saying. So, Arya, they're saying here that it is a threat to the financial landscape. They say that they're considering how to address these risks to the U.S. financial system and the risks that stablecoins pose to financial stability. And they want to clarify regulation and supervision of these products. As Federal Reserve Chair Powell said of stablecoins at a July 2021 Senate banking hearing, quote, they're like money funds, they're like bank deposits, and they're growing incredibly fast, but without appropriate regulation, he said. Acting comptroller of the currency...
Because of the lack of regulation is why they're growing so quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And the good news is regulation comes real slow.
It does.
And government moves real slow. And they by the time the government has figured out how to regulate stablecoins, there will be decentralized stablecoins that will not be subject to the regulation. In fact, these already exist. One of them is called DAI, spelled D-A-I, and another one is called UST on the Terra system, which they're both very interesting. I can't begin to explain to you how they work. It's one of those things where you got to like watch an introductory video, and it'll kind of give you a basic overview of how these things work. But there is no central store of dollars with either of those two.
So there's nothing the government can do about it.
That's right. There's no bank account they can go raid. And there's, where the corporation's located, I suspect if they're smart, they didn't put it in the United States. So they're going to have a real problem dealing with sort of decentralized finance versions of stablecoins, which are the next step. Which one of them will end up being – and I think there's more than those two. I just don't know
offhand.
There are. What they are. There's different approaches to doing this out there. But anyway, so she goes on, or they go on. They say the acting comptroller of the currency, Hisu, I guess that's the person's last name, recently likened stablecoins to the wholesale funding markets whose collapse precipitated the 2008 financial crisis. Quote, in terms of known knowns, a run on a large stablecoin could be highly destabilizing. Huh?
Not if they have the money to back their stable coin.
It's just so clear that they have no clue how these things work.
Well, I think Aria is onto something. If they are lying, if the stablecoin maker is BSing and saying that they have $60 billion, dollars in a vault, but they've only got $20 billion, and then somebody calls in an order on 30 billion of them and says, I want my dollars, and then they can't provide it.
That's the only way a run on these things could happen.
That would be a problem. But it would only be a problem for that one guy or whoever the people are that are, trying to make the claim on those coins and the corporation. The rest of us will not be affected by that. If you don't have those stable coins, if you're not holding those stable coins.
I think it would destroy the value of your stable coin.
It would destroy that stable coin.
Yeah.
But if you don't hold that stable coin, you will not be affected by this.
Correct.
So, going on, Mr. Marcus has cited Facebook's success in securing, quote, licenses or approvals for Novi, which is their wallet, in nearly every state, and concluded that Novi is ready to come to market. To be clear, your ability to secure state-issued money transmitter licenses is not equivalent to obtaining the blessing of all U.S. regulators, as you said in your testimony 2 years ago. In addition to the risks...
So, Facebook got a license to do this in all 50 states.
Most of them.
Okay. And the U.S. government, the senators are like, we don't care that these states have authorized you to do this. We're more powerful. We're more important, us 5 people.
That's actually what they believe, yeah. They believe the U.S. government is more important than all of the states and that the federal law
But
overrides.
not just the U.S. government, them personally. These 5 individuals think that despite these some number of states saying, okay, yeah, that's fine, that these 5 individuals, these 5 normal people have the authority to say, no, you can't do that.
That's what they want Zuckerberg to believe, at least. Whether he will actually take this seriously, I hope he doesn't. But 2 more paragraphs. In addition to the risks, products like DM pose to financial stability, you have not offered a satisfactory explanation for how DM will prevent illicit financial flows and other criminal activity.
Neither have they with the USD.
Oh, that's absolutely true. I mean, cash is completely untraceable.
And it's used in plenty of illicit activity.
Sure.
Why does Facebook have to solve a problem that they can't?
Well, but remember, this is all about how they're perfect and Facebook is the problem. So you have to ignore all of the bad things that the federal government does.
I have a hard time doing that.
And pretend like these people are angels. And that's the way they are acting. And it's ridiculous. But here's the thing. We had pointed out that the DM, or whatever they're going to call it, the Facebook coin, is going to bypass the banks. And that's ultimately, I think one of you were saying it off the air, that's what they're doing here. Like, the banks wrote this letter,
yeah.
Right? Was that you that was saying that? So the banks are the ones who are threatened by this.
Sure.
Because right now, when you send somebody money over the little Facebook money symbol thing on their Facebook Messenger service, you're going through the banking system because you have to put in a credit or a debit card number, and that means that every transaction that you make is actually an ACH transfer, which stands for Automated Clearinghouse, and that is run by
the banks,
the Federal Reserve. The bankers are the members of the Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve is the ACH and wire transfer system. So whenever you send a wire transfer to somebody, or whenever you send a Facebook money or some other form of money transfer between bank accounts, that's going through the Federal Reserve. That's why it doesn't work on the weekends. That's why it doesn't work on overnights. You have to wait. That's why ACH takes 2 to 3 days, business days, to fully clear into your account. Yeah, it may show the transaction as, oh, look,
pending.
So-and-so sending you this money, but it ain't actually there yet because you're counting on the centralized government. Facebook will bypass that with this new system, and that's one of the things they're really mad about. This is Free Talk Live.
Breaking weather news. Belize is sunny and around 82 degrees every day this week.
What's the forecast for your life? If current politics and economic prospects are cramping your freedom, escape to the tropics. ECI Development has affordable second homes for you to own or rent in Belize and other tropical countries. Places with stable governments and growing economies. Secure your freedom now. To find out more, send an email to ftl@ecidevelopment.com.
Brute force, intransigent defiance, adamantine will. These are the hallmarks of the AI tank. These gigantic machines have the firepower of an army, but they also have their own sense of honor and duty. When the world breakers arrive, battle will be joined, planets will shake, and war and peace will never be the same again. World Breakers. Stories from David Weber, Larry Correia, and more. Available August 3rd from BaneBooks.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
You can help more people hear the message of liberty by joining Free Talk Live's AMPS program on Patreon for as little as $5 a month. And you'll get access to special perks. Visit amps.freetalklive.com, amps.freetalklive.com. What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
Yep, we still do email. Drop your email address in the entry box at freetalklive.com, and you'll be kept in the loop with Free Talk Live.
Talk Live. You can join us here. The number is 603-283-6160 if you want to weigh in on this Facebook coin, or the DM, as they're calling it. Although it sounds like they're just sort of like in an introductory testing phase. Right now, apparently the plan is that they're going to allow users, and I don't know if they're going to just open this up to all their users at once, or if it'll just be, a select group of users. I don't know what their plan is exactly, but they're apparently close to starting this thing to get what's called the Paxos dollar. And this is one of the various different stable coins out there on the market. In fact, I thought I heard Paxos was renaming it. Did you hear anything about that?
I'm not very up to date on what's happening in crypto circles.
Yeah, I think they might have renamed it already, because I'm just looking here at the list of cryptos, and it's not searching for Pax doesn't bring it up. But anyway, they're going to let people get the stable coin and then presumably send it to one another.
Oh, and the horror.
Yeah. And the senators are acting as though this is a huge threat to the financial system, and that we got to be concerned about illicit financial flows and other criminal activity. They say you haven't offered a satisfactory explanation. This is a letter from 5 senators written to Mark Zuckerberg. As though Facebook isn't working with law enforcement on a daily basis and turning over all kinds of data to government law enforcement whenever they ask for it. I mean, that's ridiculous. Of course they are. Their WhatsApp or whatever, their little messaging system, they have all the logs to the Facebook Messenger.
Absolutely.
If law enforcement wants to ask Facebook to get all your entire messaging history, they can do that, and Facebook, is going to turn it over. So what makes them think Facebook wouldn't cooperate with handing over your financial history as well? That's all going to be public.
There's also the reality that if someone is using one of these, if they're using Paxos coin, whatever it's called now, to engage in some sort of illicit activity, they're not going to use the Facebook wallet for Paxos in order to do that. That would be stupid. And, I mean, there are a lot of stupid criminals out there, but you would almost have to go out of your way to use the Facebook wallet in those cases.
Okay, they rebranded it to USDP. So it used to be called Pax, P-A-X. Now it's USDP. So that explains why I couldn't find it with Paxos here. But let me go back to the last bit of their message to Mr. Zuckerberg. The Intergovernmental Financial Action Task Force warned in a report to the G20 finance ministers that stablecoins, quote, propensity for mass adoption, meaning they think people are going to be interested in stablecoins, makes them more vulnerable to be used by criminals and terrorists to launder their proceeds of crime and finance their terrorist activities, unquote.
Isn't that the entire reason the current banking system exists, so that the United States government can launder money and fund terrorist activities? And isn't that like the one thing they are actually surprisingly good at? They shouldn't be doing it, but they're good at it.
And people who've studied the, like criminal people out there and what they are using find that they're using cash. They're not using Bitcoin or stable coins or whatever. And
because they're all traceable, and most stable coin transactions are actually reversible as well.
That's a great point. So, yeah, if they're using, and as you say, most of them, I think some of the decentralized are not reversible, but USDT certainly is. USDC certainly is. I guarantee you Paxos is as well, which means that when law enforcement goes to Facebook and says, we're going to need to see the records of Mr. X here, and you're going to show us what all transactions he or she did, and then they say, well, we believe this transaction was a money money laundering, and we're going to need you to reverse that transaction, they'll be able to do it.
Yep. No serious person engaging in illicit activity is going to use this. Certainly not the terrorists that the U.S. government has spent the last several decades creating.
Absolutely not. And it's just clear that this whole letter is just them grasping at straws and trying to find excuses to put a stop to this project. And they really have no ground to be even demanding any of this from Facebook or Mark Zuckerberg.
Which is why they don't have any grounds, right? Like that's the whole point of the letter is we have no legal basis to stop you from doing this, but we want you to stop. Because don't you want us to be your friends? Don't you want us to like you, Mark?
Aren't they like trying to force them to change the Facebook algorithm or something like that?
There's been talk about that. There's not like, I don't know how.
I don't see any reason why Facebook should cooperate with these people at this point.
Well, that is true. Facebook did beg to be regulated. You're right about that. That was another story we talked about recently where Facebook, there was like this Facebook leaker, this quote whistleblower who came out and said, Facebook's so bad with their algorithm, and the algorithm should, not promote certain controversial things, and it should only be, showing you the posts from your friends and not the most active ones or whatever, right? Like they had recommendations, and Facebook said, well, we don't agree with this whistleblower on all the things she says, but we do agree that it's time for regulation. So Facebook wants to write the regulations,
of course,
for the internet. So look, I don't want to make it sound like Facebook's a good company or anything like that, but in this case, the government's worse. So going on here. So they're talking about, again, the terrorism. They always trot this stuff out when it comes to crypto and stable coins. It's terrorism,
even though the Department of Justice has routinely said, hey, that's not the case. Most of the cryptocurrency transactions are actually completely above the board.
The president's working group on financial markets said in December 2020 that stablecoins, quote, are likely to attract illicit actors and, without appropriate mitigation measures, allow evasion of key public policy objectives, unquote.
But that's fundamentally not true. It's not going to attract illicit, whatever the terminology, actors, because the transactions, again, can be reversed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they say finally, and Facebook's decision to pursue a digital currency and payments network is just one more example of the company moving fast and breaking things, and in too many cases misleading Congress in order to do so. Time and again, Facebook has made conscious business decisions to continue with actions that have harmed its users and the broader society. Facebook cannot be trusted to manage a payment system or digital currency when its existing ability to manage risks and keep consumers safe has proven wholly insufficient. We urge you to immediately discontinue your Novi pilot and to commit that you will not bring DM to market. Signed by 5 different senators.
I mean, all of those allegations they throw at Facebook are equally applicable to the government.
I actually trust Facebook more to keep whoever financially safe that wants to use this than I would trust the government or banks.
But you see, Nikki, they're not a bank. So therefore, they can't be trusted like a bank. The banks have gone through so much regulation.
I have never seen any reason in my entire life to trust banks.
The banks are regulated. Don't you see there's the Bank Secrecy Act?
They're regulated by a government that I've also never seen any reason to trust.
There's the Patriot Act. These things are helping keep people safe and stop terrorism. If it weren't for the
Bitcoin
Bank
is doing more to
Secrecy
stop
Act.
terrorism than anything the U.S. government has done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bitcoin, not bombs.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. I just thought that was an interesting letter from these senators. Just these people are so full of themselves. They really do believe that what they say goes, even though there's no laws that Facebook is breaking here.
No, and they're not going to get any law passed to prevent Facebook from doing this because
not before they get it done. Yeah, that's for sure. So they're literally begging. This isn't an order. This is begging. They're begging Mark Zuckerberg to not bring this product to market.
Bring it forward anyway, dude.
I hope he does. I really hope he does.
Because they think it could destroy the U.S. financial system. And you know what? I wish him the best.
I don't think it's likely, but I will say that I could see its possibility.
603-283-6160. Let's talk about some corporations shockingly going against the government. Southwest Airlines and In-N-Out Burger. We got the details coming up.
And now, time for something totally different. Intercoin is a project that's working to make crypto mainstream. We use the power of smart contracts to help any community in the world launch their own cryptocurrency. Ever wanted to release your own coin or build your own app to grow your business? Intercoin's team builds apps that have reached 9 million people around the world. And now it's time to help make a real social impact in your local community. Go to intercoin.org and join the movement. That's intercoin.org.
You know, when we first started Intercoin about 3 years ago, we had a big vision to help every community in the world have access to the same tools that large states and federations do, to hold local elections on the blockchain, to have their own local currency, shop local, hire local, and help fight the forces of globalization that have decimated some of these communities.
Go to intercoin.org and join the movement.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Hong Kong democracy activists are welcoming the expansion of a U.S. scheme to make it easier for Hong Kongers living there to settle and find work. The so-called Safe Haven program was launched in response to Beijing's introduction of a controversial national security law in Hong Kong. Richard Kimber reports.
The US Safe Haven scheme was first announced in August, granting Hong Kong residents in the US the right to overstay their visas if they feared political persecution upon their return to the city. They'll now be allowed to settle and work in the US and can also leave and re-enter the country as long as their destination for travel is not Hong Kong or China. The scheme is being expanded following an appeal from US-based Hong Kong democracy activists. US lawmakers are still debating additional bills that would give Hong Kongers outside America priority refugee and visa status to immigrate. The Hong Kong government has accused the White House of smearing the city's national security law for political purposes. Hong Kong's chief executive Carrie Lam says the law has brought stability to the city and that Western media have misrepresented the legislation as a crackdown on public freedoms. Richard Kimber in Hong Kong.
The UK has agreed a trade deal with New Zealand following 16 months of negotiations. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says it'll benefit businesses and consumers across the country, cutting costs for exporters and opening up access for British workers. Benji Hire reports from London.
Under the deal, tariffs as high as 10% will be removed on a huge range of British goods, and there'll be fresh opportunities for tech and services companies. It should make it easier for UK professionals to live and work in New Zealand too. Trade between the two nations was worth $3.1 billion last year, although that's about 0.5% of the value of UK imports alone from the EU the year prior. The deal with New Zealand follows free trade agreements already struck with Australia and Japan. It could also help pave the way for the UK to join the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a free trade area of 11 Pacific nations with a GDP in 2020 of $11.5 billion. Benji Hire, London.
The United States has announced a new rule aimed at preventing foreign hackers from gaining technology. It bars the sale and export of software and equipment to countries like Russia and China. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Commerce Department wants to enable cybersecurity collaboration with other countries while also preventing hackers in those countries getting their hands on technology that make hack attacks easier to carry out. The new regulation covers such software as the Israeli spyware Pegasus, which has been used to spy on dissidents and journalists. Companies in China and Russia would now need a special license to obtain the tech. The new rule takes effect in 90 days. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Got Telegram? You can follow our channel there and discuss show prep with other listeners at telegram.freetalklive.com.
This is Free Talk Live, and you can bring up anything you want here. We got a little bit of good news coming up with walkouts happening at hospitals. Ari is going to share that story with us. Plus, the walkouts at Southwest Airlines appear to have been successful. In-N-Out Burger going up against the San Francisco government and their vaccine mandate. There's a lot of interesting news to share here tonight. Of course, your thoughts and calls are welcome. The number is 603-283-6160.
I'm not sure to what extent Southwest, I'm really interested in this story because the last I heard about it, they weren't like canceling the mandate or any of that. They were just delaying the deadline at which they were going to put workers on unpaid leave.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well.
So I don't think they really backed down on anything. They just said, we're going to delay this for a little bit.
All right. Well, a delay is better than, nothing. It's definitely
That's true.
It's definitely a step in the right direction. I've got the story here from CNBC. Of course, your calls and thoughts. You're also welcome to join us here. The number is 603-283-6160. Story here is that Southwest Airlines has scrapped a plan to put unvaccinated employees who've applied for but haven't received a religious or medical exemption on unpaid leave as of a federal deadline in December. Southwest Airlines and American Airlines are among carriers that are federal contractors and subject to a Biden administration requirement that their employees are vaccinated against COVID-19 by December 8th, unless they are exempt for medical or religious reasons.
Yeah, but aren't there union agreements in place that prevent airlines from just changing the terms of the employment?
There are, and that is one of the things that I think we pointed out on a recent episode, that at the pilots union, the Southwest Airlines pilots union, they're making the stand on this thing and saying, hey, you can't just change our contract like this.
Yeah, that's one of the strong points of being in a union.
Yeah, there's a certain time where the contract comes up for negotiation, and if you want to try to renegotiate the terms at that time, then you could try that, and then maybe we'll agree to it, and maybe we won't.
So what can the union do if Southwest strike? They can't sue or anything like that.
But remember, the thing that happened here, presumably they can sue as well. I mean, if there's a violation of a contract, then yeah, that would be a tort, right?
Yeah.
But what they were saying the other week was the union, when the Southwest was canceling like 25% of its flights last week, the official statement from the union was, well, there's no strike going on. This isn't a union thing. Hey, we're not doing anything here. It's not our thing. So what was happening there supposedly was the Southwest Airlines pilots, some of them, who had sick time, were using their sick time together. So
I would use my sick time as well if I thought my employer was about to fire me.
Yeah, it's the smart thing to do.
So that was sort of what supposedly was actually going on, and then Southwest was trying to cover for it by saying it was weather-related. And now we have this move by Southwest where they're backing off a little bit. Now, apparently the rules for federal contractors are stricter than those expected from the Biden administration for large companies, which I think, Aria, you said, and we reported on recently, wasn't even a real order from Biden. It was just a press release, apparently.
I have a story about the mandate, but it still hasn't been finalized yet.
Right,
there is no mandate.
On it. Yeah, they're still working on it. So it was just an announcement of a thing that they're planning on doing. But yet these companies are just hopping to, and they're like, all right, let's fire everybody who's not unvaccinated.
Even though we already have a staff shortage.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. It's just bringing the economy to a halt.
It seems like that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
I think I asked yesterday, if they were trying to bring the economy down, what would they be doing differently?
Yeah.
Great question. If you want to answer it, 603-283-6160. Executives at both American and Southwest have in recent days tried to reassure employees about job security under the mandate, urging them to apply for exemptions if they can't get vaccinated for a medical reason or for a sincerely held religious belief. The airline, although we've heard from people
who gets to determine whether or not a religious belief is sincere?
That's a great question, because we've heard from people who've called this show saying they got fired after they tried this stuff. They tried to go for a religious exemption or whatever, and they were just like, nope, you're fired.
Yeah, but it's the religious person who says this is a sincerely held religious belief, and you don't get to say, I don't believe you. I mean, you can choose not to believe them, but it's screwed up to say, no, I don't believe you, you're fired.
And it's hard to write up these exemption forms. I mean,
have you tried?
In some cases, I've seen one of the ones that my coworker wrote, and I'm like, she actually had her uncle, who was a lawyer, write it up.
Wow.
So it's
like really complex is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's either that or you risk them not accepting it. I mean, it has to
You
go.
still risk them not accepting it.
Exactly.
Even with an attorney. Do you know if she's been approved or rejected?
Not
or
yet, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, let us know.
I have medical and religious exemptions.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
And they accepted it?
I'm not getting the vaccine.
And they haven't fired you?
There's no one who can make me do it. They're not going to fire me.
Yeah.
So that's just one of the benefits of being in one of these places with no staff.
Yeah, I heard I think you said off the air or whatever, or maybe it was on the air, that your boss will just basically ignore it and pretend like you are.
Yeah.
The airlines are expected to face more questions about the mandate when they report quarterly results Thursday morning. Pilots' labor unions have sought to block the mandates or sought alternatives such as regular testing, which I'm not okay with that either. Like, I don't want to have one of those things shoved up my nose every week just to keep a damn job. Not interested in that.
I've never had a COVID test, and I don't want one.
Hell
That's
no.
not pleasant.
It doesn't seem like it would be. I mean, and if the virus is really that, contagious, why do they have to do all of that to see whether or not you have it?
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Wouldn't like a mouth swab be sufficient?
That's a great point.
Otherwise, me talking to people without a mask won't transmit COVID-19, right? I see no reason that a simple cotton swab on your cheek wouldn't be enough to detect the virus if it actually exists in your mouth. And if it doesn't, why are we wearing masks?
Yeah, then how would it be so contagious? And I think, I forget if I covered it on this show, but there's weird chemicals that the Q-tips that they use to do the COVID swabs are sterilized with.
Mm-hmm.
And it,
EO, right?
Yeah, and it's like
what's it stand
carcinogenic and all something oxide.
I'll look it up.
But
at some point.
yeah, it's not something you want being stuck up your nose repeatedly every 3 days.
It's ethylene oxide sterilization, and it is, if I recall correctly, it's particularly carcinogenic if it is like taken in through
inhaled,
your nostrils, which is exactly where they stick it.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant.
So if you just wipe it on your skin,
I don't trust the medical industry because they do stuff like that.
And then I looked more into it, and I don't know if it was like the CDC or one of those organizations. They were like, yeah, it says all this stuff, but don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally safe.
Fine.
It might give you
Fact-checkers.
cancer, but like totally don't worry about it.
No. The official line is, no, it won't give you cancer because the fact checkers have looked into this, and they say that the companies that are sterilizing with EO, they make sure it's all gone by the time it goes up your nose. I mean, it is the one place that you can actually get the carcinogenic effect from, but, you should trust these medical manufacturers.
And another thing that was a little suspicious, so a nasopharyngeal swab isn't an uncommon thing to use to test for certain diseases, except for some reason we were getting shipped in special COVID ones. So they're allegedly the same exact ones, but we were supposed to use these special COVID nasopharyngeal swabs instead of just the regular ones. I have no clue.
They go into a machine, I presume, right? To test?
Yeah, but the packaging appeared to be the same, but this is when I worked at the nursing home. They sent in like us a whole new package of them, and that was what we were supposed to use instead of the regular ones.
That seems really fishy.
It was weird.
Everything
very
about
weird.
the last 18 months has seemed kind of fishy.
Yeah.
To be fair.
And it's like the stuff like nobody questions it. Everyone's like, nope, we just got to use the COVID swabs instead of the regular ones. Like, are you going to ask why, though?
Probably
I
not.
seemed to be the only person that was like, this doesn't seem right. Everyone else was like, well,
that's what
whatever.
they said. We'll do it. The boss said we got to do this.
It would be interesting if someone just used the regular ones anyway to compare their COVID positive rates to someone who used the special COVID ones. But, of course, that's not going to happen.
Well, the Southwest Airlines folks say that if employees' requests for exemption haven't been approved by December 8th, they are allowed to continue to work while following mask and distancing guidelines. So, yeah, I guess you guys are right. This isn't a full-on retraction by Southwest. It's simply them saying, hey, we can't process y'all fast enough, all of you who've asked for the exemption, so you can keep working until we get to your application. That's basically it.
That's what it seems like.
We'll see what happens. We'll see if the union steps in because, again, so far, officially, the union hasn't taken any action on this yet, as I understand it. More coming up. It's Free Talk Live. The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in Liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agristhosting.com.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
Do you appreciate what we do? Help us advertise, market, and promote for just $5 a month at amp.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live. Open phones if you want to join us here. You can talk about some of the good news from some of these companies, and the In-N-Out Burger story is way better than the Southwest thing.
It is significantly better,
We'll talk about that. Plus, walkouts are happening at hospitals. Aria, you've got that story coming up here. With you in the studio tonight, it's Ian,
Nikki,
and Aria.
And don't forget, you can join us online. Just head over to freetalklive.com. We've got a lot of features on our website, including the ability to watch the show on our Odyssey channel. You can go to video.freetalklive.com. That'll take you right to our channel, and that is where you can see the brutal challenge from last night that we did as a exclusive internet-only show. It was Freer Talk Live, as we like to call it, which we haven't done in months. And so it was a special occasion where Aria, you, and Conan, our usual Tuesday night co-hosts, decided to torture yourselves by eating Carolina Reaper peppers.
Yes, it was. I'm still feeling the effects today. I am not 100%. It probably also has to do with the fact that I haven't eaten today, but it's hard to eat when you ate a Carolina Reaper like 24 hours ago.
It ripped you up. And Conan got I use the term brutal to describe what happened to Conan because it was pretty hard watching that.
It was, but it's also funny.
It's also funny.
Yeah, it's like you feel it's like funny, but you like feel really bad laughing
because he did it to himself.
I feel bad because I knew it was coming from me, but I did still feel bad for laughing. Yeah.
Check it out over at video.freetalklive.com, and we've got a bunch of archives of all of our shows that go back for I don't know how many years there, but it's all free. So video.freetalklive.com, and you can watch us streaming live on Odyssey as well. So if you're listening, you're available between 7 and 10 o'clock at night Eastern Time. you can just tune us in over at video.freetalklive.com on Odyssey, which is, by the way, backed by the Library Protocol. LBRY.com is their website, and it's an amazing protocol that is uncensorable. If you want to not be stopped as far as the video content and other content, you can put up MP3s on there too. It's just sort of content agnostic, actually. It's just a media sharing protocol that is decentralized, blockchain-based, and uncensorable. So check that out. It's called Library, LBRY.com. And again, you can subscribe to our Odyssey channel, which is essentially on the Library Protocol, over at video.freetalklive.com. So here's the good news from In-N-Out Burger in San Francisco. San Francisco, as you guys probably have heard, is one of the most vaccinated, mandated cities on the planet.
I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised to hear it.
You can't even go in a restaurant. It's like New York City. You cannot go into a restaurant if you don't provide proof of vaccination.
And ID.
Yeah. Wow.
Every single time.
Every single time, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
That's stupid.
I'm surprised if it doesn't go further. I don't know the specifics, but I knew it was restaurants, but it's probably like the gym, the doctor's office, the grocery store probably.
I don't know if they're requiring it at grocery stores, but San Francisco is, I believe, one of the most restrictive as far as places that must accept these things. So it's there's a handful of cities out there. New York City, Los Angeles, San Francisco are the first three, basically, to go down this road. And San Francisco, during the initial lockdowns, was one of the most locked down, if not the most locked down city in all of the United States. They basically have never given up. Like, the lockdown essentially hasn't ended in San Francisco to some extent. I mean, now you can go out, quote unquote, as long as you've got your vaccine and show your papers. So it's crazy in San Francisco. But In-N-Out Burger is making a stand. According to thehighwire.com, their chief legal and business officer, Arnie Wensinger, is set to release a statement after the San Francisco Department of Health closed one of the top California burger restaurants' locations. Quote, "Today, the San Francisco Department of Health closed our restaurant," he wrote. According to his statement, employees were allegedly, quote, "not preventing the entry of customers who are not carrying proper vaccination documentation," unquote. Beyond the famous California institution's location, properly and clearly posting signage.
You don't pay your average fast food worker enough to be a law enforcement agent.
And that's the point he is about to make here in this statement. So they posted signage to communicate local vaccination requirements. The SFDH, which is the San Francisco Department of Health, has attempted to require In-N-Out Burger employees to act as health police and enforcement personnel for the city. The chief legal officer for In-N-Out explains, quote, "After closing our restaurant, local regulators informed us that our restaurant associates must actively intervene by demanding proof of vaccination and photo identification from every customer, barring entry for any customers without proper documentation."
Like security guards.
That's right.
And not only do these people not get paid enough to act as security guards, but now In-N-Out Burger has to hire extra staff, which I'm sure they're short-staffed like every single other place in the U.S. right now. So they probably don't even have enough employees to enforce this.
Right. Remember last year when some people were getting into fights at like the Walmart front doors?
Yeah, the last thing any company wants is their employees intervening in something.
And then, having some angry customer push them out of the way or attack them or something like that. Like you said, you're not a trained security guard. You're a burger flipper. Yeah. You're running a cash register. You're mixing, Slurpees or whatever, right? Like this isn't a high skill profession. You didn't get the job because you know how to check IDs and verify whether or not the ID is legit, or you know what to look at vaccination paperwork, or you want to in the first place. It's ridiculous.
Confronting people is dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's why
especially hungry people.
I know, right?
Walmart employees are told stuff like, "Look, if you see someone stealing, don't stop them." Just I don't know what they're told to do instead, but they're told specifically not to intervene.
You can call the loss control department. Usually, there's a particular department at a grocery or at a department store like that deals with that, and then they'll call the cops.
And that's because intervening in that sort of thing is dangerous.
Yeah. But some 16-year-old kid from San Francisco that works at In-N-Out Burger needs to demand vaccination papers from people.
Right. And, when you get into the convenience store business, so we've got some friends that work in the convenience store business. There's the Mighty Moose Mart, which is near where you live, Aria. They got into the business knowing they were going to have to ask for ID if they wanted to sell tobacco and alcohol, which, of course, if you're running a convenience store, you better, because that's why a lot of people are coming in there. But that means that you're going to be dealing with sting operations. You're going to be dealing with government agents who are trying to send underage people in there. They recruit at the high schools here. They actually go into the high schools. That's disgusting. Yeah, it is absolutely sick. And they try to get these high schoolers to work with the cops to go in and try to make buys at places like this.
What did the students get out of it?
They get paid.
Okay.
Yeah. I suspect it's not that much, but they get paid.
Yeah, but for a high schooler, like $50 is a lot of money.
That's probably what they get. So, when you get into that business, all right, you got to take a class. You got to go and learn about what to look for on the ID. And, you got to have the little chart next to you that says what day is the person 21. There's a lot of things that people do, to prepare for that. If you're just running a fast food restaurant with no alcohol, which most of them don't have alcohol, this wasn't part of your business plan, was to have a whole staff of people trained on how to ID people and how to, do this vaccination stuff. So
you should never have to present your identification in order to get a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take that position.
It's really sad that needed to be said.
Yeah, that's actually what's happening here. And to this guy's credit, the In-N-Out guy, he says, we refuse to become the vaccination police for any government. It is unreasonable, invasive, and unsafe to force our restaurant associates to segregate customers, he said. I mean, you want to talk about nailing it in one sentence right there? Kudos to this guy. If there was an In-N-Out burger, I would be going and shopping there because of this. But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure it's a West Coast only thing, right?
I think so,
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. In late August, San Francisco became one of the first major U.S. cities to require full proof of full COVID-19 vaccination to enter indoor restaurants.
What does that mean
bars,
in San Francisco? Is that 2 shots or 3 shots?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's probably 2.
If it's not 3 yet, it will be.
Yeah, eventually it will be. I don't think that's actually been rolled out yet.
It'll be whenever the federal government says booster shots are now a thing, that's when it'll become a requirement.
Okay, so when Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson told the government, hey, look, we're not making much money anymore.
They're telling them that.
They are?
Oh, yeah, they're all pushing for it. Even Johnson & Johnson, which was originally marketed as the one shot, now Johnson & Johnson's like, hey, we want to get on in this booster thing too. Like, we didn't really mean that. Yeah, we didn't really mean that whole one-shot thing. Hey, the boosters will help. So it's ridiculous.
I mean, and it's ridiculous how people aren't seeing this. Like, I have people I work with who are like, they were talking about cancer treatments and COVID treatments, and this guy said, well, you can't make money off of COVID, but you can make money off of cancer treatments. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah. Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson, they're making record profits.
Yeah. Billions upon billions. Hundreds of billions probably at this point. So here you go, Nikki. You were wondering where you're prohibited to go if you're not vaccinated in San Francisco. Restaurants, bars, gyms, theaters, and other entertainment venues. So basically anything you want to go out and do.
So just don't live in San Francisco or New York City, honestly.
Plan. Yeah, there's more coming up here. You can join us. Hour number 3 is on the way. We'll talk about some of the walkouts, the hospitals. That's coming up.
Breaking weather news. Belize is sunny and around 82 degrees every day this week.
What's the forecast for your life? If current politics and economic prospects are cramping your freedom, escape to the tropics. ECI Development has affordable second homes for you to own or rent in Belize and other tropical countries. Places with stable governments and growing economies. Secure your freedom now. To find out more, send an email to ftl@ecidevelopment.com.
When Monster Hunter International discovers one of Isaac Newton's wardstones being auctioned off, they decide to steal it and use it to destroy the Chaos God once and for all. But a mysterious thief upends their plan, and it soon becomes a race against time as something much older and infinitely more evil awakens in the jungles of South America. Monster Hunter Bloodlines by New York Times bestselling author Larry Correia and Baen Books. Visit monsterhunternation.com for more.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
The latest episode of...
You're listening to Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, October the 21st, 2021. I'm Mike Clifford. The pathway to a career has become more difficult for some in recent years, with many young people not landing the right job until they are in their 30s.
The report from the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce says higher education costs, the collapse of the youth labor market, and racial and class inequality have all contributed to increased pressure on young people. Report author Tony Carnevale says support from the Build Back Better Act could help dismantle the silos between education and career, beginning in early childhood.
What we know is that it really starts in preschool. In America, if you're a disadvantaged child, you've got a 30% chance of making it to one of these good jobs by the time you're 32. Build Back Better invests in the K-12 education of disadvantaged students.
Build Back Better includes funding for childcare and universal preschool, along with expanding resources for child nutrition. President Joe Biden has been meeting with Democrats this week in an attempt to save the massive social safety net and climate policy legislation. I'm Emily Scott.
The report says career counseling should begin as young as middle school and continue post-high school to make more solid connections between education and the working world. The New York Times reports Republicans Wednesday blocked action for the third time this year on legislation to bolster voting rights, leaving Democrats few options to advance the bill outside of changing the Senate filibuster rule and passing it over GOP opposition. The Times says that all 50 Democrats and independents supported bringing the Freedom to Vote Act to the floor, but all 50 Republicans voted against. Doing so maintains the stalemate over the proposal. West Virginia has the 7th highest poverty rate in the nation. That's according to the latest census surveys. Advocates for children and families say permanent anti-poverty measures are needed.
More than 60% of Americans have lived paycheck to paycheck during the pandemic, with women and people of color facing additional hardships, from higher unemployment to disproportionate childcare burdens. Ronisha, a mom from Jackson, Mississippi, has been receiving $1,000 a month as part of the Magnolia Mothers Trust. She says the Guaranteed Income Program has helped her stay on top of expenses during pregnancy and her search for a job with a livable wage.
I was struggling bad with my business. I'm learning to manage my money because I'm on a set income. I'm able to cover all of my business. Like whatever I need to handle, I'm able to pay all of it.
The expanded child tax credit is set to expire in December. I'm Lily Wolke reporting.
This story produced with original reporting from Katie Fleischer for Ms. Magazine. This is PNS.
North Dakota was made for road trips. A place where you can hit the trail, follow your curiosity, and find that any day holds the possibility to be legendary. Plan your visit at NorthDakotaLegendary.com.
Right now, you can buy 5, save $5 instantly on over 1,000 items in the store. Like Pepsi or 7-Up 12-packs for $3.99 when you buy 5, plus deposit where applicable. And Breyer's ice cream for just $2.99 when you buy 5. Plus, save $10 on your next in-store purchase when you buy $30 or more of skincare products. Whether it's a sweet treat or a luxurious product for some me time, it's all at your neighborhood Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Nurses rose to the challenge of care during the COVID-19 pandemic. The need for exceptional leaders in healthcare will continue to increase. Imagine yourself among this next generation of leaders. Envision learning advanced skills from national leading partners in world-class facilities. A BSN, MSN, DNP or PhD from Goldfarb prepares you for the next generation of healthcare and your career. You're made for this. Visit barnesjewishcollege.edu.
If you're looking for a better night's sleep, remember to check out the great offers and items Casper has for you. With the new cooling collection, you'll be able to rest in the most comfortable way possible. With mattresses, bedding, and more products designed to keep you cool while you sleep. Casper's Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress offers 12 hours or more of refreshing sleep as it pulls heat away from your body and regulates its temperature automatically, offering a comfortable feeling throughout the night. All this and more so you can go to sleep cool and wake up rejuvenated, ready to start your day. For a limited time only, if you buy a Casper mattress, you'll get free products. Up to 2 original Casper pillows and a percale sheet set. A $339 value for free. Casper offers free shipping and returns as well. Visit Casper.com or go to a Casper shop near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com for more details.
Fleetingly revitalized by the flame-engulfed Zeppelin and the shrill screams of burning passengers leaping to their heartwarming deaths.
Oh my, it's burst into flames! The burning embers and charred flesh are cascading splendidly onto the mooring mast. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrific thing I've ever seen. Oh, the luminosity, the gaiety!
And on May 7th, 2000, Vladimir Putin became president of Russia after promising citizens he could bend anything they gave him with just his bare hands. And that was what happened this week in history. In the words of the Italian philosopher Niccolo Machiavelli, whoever wants to foresee the future must first look at the past and then imagine all that old stuff looking more future-y and space-like.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live. You can bring up whatever you want here. The number is 603-283-6160. That's 603-283-6160. Joining you tonight, you've got Ian,
Nikki,
and Aria.
And we're going to go back to your phone calls and thoughts. We were talking about the In-N-Out Burger, which they are taking a stand against the San Francisco vaccination mandate. One of their restaurants was closed by San Francisco enforcers recently, and rather than begging and pleading and crying to the masters in government, In-N-Out Burger's just making a stand, and they're saying, hey, quote, we refuse to become the vaccination police for any government. It's unreasonable, invasive, and unsafe to force our restaurant associates to segregate customers. And finally, he says,
there used to be a thing called HIPAA, I think was what it was called.
It's still there.
They're just ignoring it?
Yeah, I guess. The clear governmental overreach is intrusive, improper, and offensive. And I want to get back to the story, but let's go to Dale. He's been waiting patiently on the line in Georgia. Dale, what's on your mind tonight? Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. I'm really curious about Bitcoin.
Yes, sir.
I've done some research, and everything I've read, like on the Google or whatever, is I come away just like it's Moon Man talk. And I just got to, hey, I'm not a critic. I'm just interested. Like when you're mining for Bitcoin, all right, am I wrong in this analogy that it's kind of like playing Keno with the lottery where you're matching numbers, or is that completely wrong?
It's not complete. It's more like trying to hack a really complicated safe.
Okay.
And you don't actually do anything. So, like, all of the mining is if you get a special piece of equipment, it's a special, like, computer that is targeted to do one task. At least that's with Bitcoin. There's different types of miners for different types of coins. If we're just talking about the main number one coin, which is Bitcoin, you've got to get a very special kind of piece of hardware. It has to be set up.
Very expensive.
Yep. It has to be set up in a certain way, and then it just runs. And what it does is it's trying to what they call mine a block or find the block or something. And that involves solving a very complex cryptographic equation, and the odds are you're not going to do it. But every now and then,
crypto coin. The general term is crypto coin, it's not Bitcoin.
The cryptocurrency, yeah, cryptocurrency is the general. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting it. And so,
go ahead.
How is value applied to it is it just people acknowledge, accept, and honor the value like you do gold or money or anything, cash?
It's primarily just demand of people wanting Bitcoin that gives it value.
It's the trading that goes on constantly. So the same rate. It's the same way that gold and silver gets its price. Is there are markets where people are constantly trading dollars for gold and gold for dollars and silver for gold and silver for dollars or silver for yen and yen for silver, and right. So there's these marketplaces all around the planet where people trade government monies usually for these other things. And so the same thing's happening with Bitcoin, where right now, as we speak, there are thousands of online exchanges that are in business, and I'll get you the exact number here, at least according to CoinMarketCap. Oh, CoinMarketCap says there's only 411 exchanges. I think they're leaving some of them out, but anyway, there's hundreds of exchanges that are in business out there.
Can I just get like a couple of $100 of Bitcoin? Because I'm poor.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can.
And just use it on the internet generally, right?
You really can't use Bitcoin in any meaningful sense off the internet, although there are things called paper wallets and physical Bitcoins, which are more kind of gimmicky than anything else. I mean, paper wallets have their use, but for the most part, Bitcoin's an online experience. So yes, you can buy a fraction.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, and you can buy a fraction of a Bitcoin. So yeah, if you got a couple $100 or $50 or $100 or whatever, you can buy that amount of Bitcoin and hold on to it, and you can use it if you want, or you can hold on to it and wait and see if the price goes up.
It's hard for me to hold on to. Yeah. Now, so my nephew, he's got a really super gaming computer.
Yeah.
It won't be enough for Bitcoin.
Really?
It might be able to do one of the alternative coins out there, of which there are thousands of these things. CoinGecko reports over 9,800 cryptocurrencies are out there right now. So some of them can be used with a gaming graphics card.
Yeah, like Ravencoin or Vertcoin or any of the X16R tokens.
But it'll basically knock out the entire computer's usability. So if you're mining on a computer that normally you would do a word process or play a game or something like that, or browse the web on, as soon
running
as
it like overnight.
Yeah.
Day after day, would that kind of get you a few dollars?
It gets you something. Yeah, I think
but it will destroy that graphics card.
Really?
Far quicker. It's running at 100% capacity overnight.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to make sure it's got good cooling, and it's at some point that fan's going to burn out.
Yeah, it's going to reduce the lifespan severely.
That's awesome. Okay, I get it. I kind of get it. Like I kind of get string theory.
If you can I just want to caution you on mining though. If you have power that's cheap, it might be worth doing as something that's like worthwhile. Otherwise, it's just a hobby. Otherwise, it's just like a thing that you're learning to do and you're experimenting with and you're having fun with.
I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I did mine a bunch of Ravencoin back in the day and got up to several thousand of them, I think. And Ravencoin was like a tenth of a penny or something like that. And of course, I don't know what it's at now, but it hit like 7 cents at some point or something like that. So if you hold on to it long enough, it's possible that it could prove to have been, profitable.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
Is it just people globally saying, I accept this as legal tender, which is
they're
what
accepting
we do
it
with
as
the dollar.
They're accepting it as payment.
Let's clarify something, Dale.
So interesting.
Hold on, Dale.
I find that so interesting.
Yeah, I want to clarify though what you said, because the term legal tender is a legal term. That is something that a term that governments use.
Sure.
Legal tender is something that only a government can anoint, right? So when the government says the dollar is legal tender, what that means is dollars must be accepted under the penalty of violence, meaning the government will throw you in a jail cell. Dollars must be accepted for payments of debt public or private. That's what it means to be legal tender here in the United States. So cryptocurrency isn't, quote, legal tender in the United States, but it's not illegal either to use it as payment. So it's still in the same way that I could give you an ounce of gold and buy a car from you, I could also give you some Bitcoin and buy, something from you as well. So it's not illegal, as I understand it, to use these things, but it's not legal tender.
Man, you've really helped me out. Y'all have really. I think I've got a clearer picture of it. It's okay by me. It's just I'll just have to look into it more.
Now, I'm curious. You said you have a son that's got this gaming machine.
No, my nephew.
Nephew. Okay. Does he have any crypto yet? Have you talked to him about this?
No, we haven't. What you have to get a piece of software. He has the hardware that might kind of do it, but.
Well, I'm willing to bet if he's got a gaming PC, he's pretty tech savvy, presumably.
Probably.
And he probably knows a fair bit about cryptocurrency. And I'm willing to bet he's probably got some.
He may already have this stuff, which is kind of one of the cool things because, you don't have to wait till you're 18 years old to get into cryptocurrency. There's not some banker.
He's all grown up. He's in your Georgia National Guard, and I don't get to see him that much. Yeah, he's a smart cookie.
Okay.
And
go talk to him and see if he can help you out with this because there's also sometimes like local groups as well, like local cryptocurrency meetups and things like that. So see if you can find one of those in your area. That's always a good way to get some questions answered. And of course, we're always happy to help here. It's always good to get newbie questions. Thank you, Dale, for the call tonight. These are important questions. A lot of people have these questions, and we're happy to talk about it. So thanks for the call tonight.
The biggest misconception is that people think they have to buy an entire Bitcoin.
Yep. He brought that one up.
Yep.
So 603-283-6160. You can join us here, whether you want to talk about cryptocurrency, In-N-Out Burger. By the way, San Francisco Chronicle, within the last few hours, published a hit piece against In-N-Out Burger as a company. There's more coming up here in moments. This is Free Talk Live.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it.
Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
Breaking weather news. Belize is sunny and around 82 degrees every day this week.
What's the forecast for your life? If current politics and economic prospects are cramping your freedom, escape to the tropics. ECI Development has affordable second homes for you to own or rent in Belize and other tropical countries. Places with stable governments and growing economies. Secure your freedom now. To find out more, send an email to ftl@ecidevelopment.com.
After a devastating war, the alien visitors were driven back, and their willing human collaborators were left behind to face the music. When Emma Jean Anderson's ex-lover springs her from prison, Nathan Foster and his 14-year-old nephew Ben are tasked with bringing the pair to justice. An easy enough job until they discover something is inside Emma Jean, and the fate of the planet hangs in the balance. The Family Business by Mike Coopery from BaneBooks.com.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
Should you be able to earn an honest living free from senseless government interference? The Institute for Justice thinks so. That's why we've spent years defending hard-working men and women from pointless government regulations. Nationwide, IJ has created opportunity by reducing government power. But there is still more work to be done. Visit our website today at ij.org. Let IJ take care of the government so you can take care of your business.
Our Matrix server is about as free as internet chat can be. Join the existing rooms or create your own at chat.freetalklive.com.
This is Free Talk Live. You can join us here. The number is 603-283-6160. That's 603-283-6160. You're just reading through the hit piece that was released just hours ago by the restaurant critic of the San Francisco Chronicle, just attacking as bad as, dirty as she can against In-N-Out Burger. And just because
a fast food chain.
Yeah, just
right.
Because they stood up for themselves. Because they dared to say, we don't think our employees should be checking IDs of customers that just want to come get a damn French fry and a hamburger.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with that entirely. The idea that society is accepting it as normal anywhere in the United States, that you have to give your ID if you wanted a Big Mac or whatever, is disturbing.
And it's happening, of course, it's San Francisco, where the restaurant critic, I'm just going to read you her bio. Salil Ho's tenure as the Chronicle's restaurant critic began in 2019. It's not much of a tenure. She was previously a freelance food and pop culture writer, a podcast maker, and a restaurant chef. She also hosts the Chronicle's food podcast, Extra Spicy, with columnist Justin Phillips. Her seminal work, The Racist Sandwich Podcast, covered the myriad ways in which food intersects with race, class, and gender.
The Racist Sandwich Podcast.
Yeah, that's who this person is.
I have a hard time understanding how food can do any of that.
The people making food, maybe.
Yeah.
But how is oh, here's a slice of cheesecake. Oh, you're being sexist.
And
the
racist.
history of cheesecake is that blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah, it was used by Italians
cheese.
to oppress the North Africans, certainly.
Right. Just give me the damn food. I'm hungry, okay? And by the way,
before you eat this cheeseburger, you have to learn the full history of how it was used to mistreat Native Americans in American history.
A lot of the restaurants in places like San Francisco have closed indoors because they don't want to have to deal. They want to stay open, but they don't want to have to, have their employees enforcing this stuff on customers. Yeah. So they just figured the best way to do this is to lock the doors and to go drive-through only. Because why bother? You can't afford to hire anybody else. The place is at a skeleton crew to begin with, and so it keeps it simple. We've seen restaurants doing this around here.
Yeah.
Just because they don't have enough crew.
Yeah, it's not because they have to enforce anything. It's just because McDonald's here in Keene closes, from what I can tell, at least twice a week. Just doesn't open.
During the day.
At all. Yeah.
Wow.
From what I can tell.
Just because of staffing issues. So, it's not like there's a mandate in place here. There's no crazy vaccine mandate here. and it's just there's just not enough people to work. So they're just said, you know what, we're going drive-through only, and that's it. In-N-Out Burger, I guess they figured they would just keep it going and see what happened, and now they got shut down, sadly. But at least they're standing up for themselves and speaking out, so kudos.
I mean, it sounds like In-N-Out Burger was treating their staff at least decently, not requiring them to enforce stupid mandates and probably paying them fairly decently. So maybe their staffing issues weren't as bad as they were everywhere else.
No, they were putting everybody at risk.
Well, the woman at the restaurant critic says that they don't care. She says In-N-Out leadership doesn't care about their workers. They don't care about you. She says
they care about their workers enough to say, hey, look, intervening and stopping a customer is a really bad idea.
Yeah.
Then there's viral videos all over the internet showing people exactly how bad it can go. Not to mention, people have died from doing this stuff.
And honestly, lunatic. I don't need In-N-Out Burger to care about me.
No, I can care about
burger.
Me. I mean,
don't spit in my food.
If they cared about you, they probably wouldn't be serving you fast food. Let's just be honest. They serve fast food. I think it's a given. They don't care about you.
Yeah. So I'll post this link when I post the In-N-Out story. I'll also post the hit piece by the San Francisco Chronicle. It's interesting that they chose to do this. They felt like they needed to go and strike out against this company.
To take the time. This person took the time out of their day to write this.
At a restaurant that is closed in the city that this newspaper is printed in. She's almost literally beating a dead horse.
It's like grave dancing, basically.
I'm glad she did it, though, because it was pretty entertaining.
Nothing. I can't imagine any aspect of the Racist Sandwich podcast is going to be interesting.
Awful.
But, man, just by that name, I'm tempted to
check it out.
I want to know how bad it really is.
Solil Ho is her name. Last name,
of course it is. She's also probably trans and an owlkin or something.
Probably. So let's talk about some other good news, Aria. You had a story apparently about some protests, some walkouts happening at hospitals in various different places, I presume?
Yeah, so it doesn't lead off saying where it happened, but hospitals taxed by the pandemic over the last 20 months now have a new problem. Labor strife and a wave of resignations have people waiting longer for care. Exactly like we said would happen when they introduced these mandates. Months of marathon shifts and onslaught of verbal and even physical abuse from patients and the public. And you've talked about this, Nikki.
Yep.
And perennial complaints over low pay and staffing shortages are stirring unrest at a particularly critical moment in the pandemic.
Who do you think has it worse, nurses or fast food workers, as far as like bad customer, behavior?
I don't know. We get like crazy people.
I would say nurses probably have it worse because we're not trying to save people's lives or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get like legitimate, like mentally ill people.
That's true. Is it worse
now? So do
now?
fast food workers.
Because the people that work in hospitality say customers are worse in the last 2 years since COVID because they're, for whatever reason, they're all uppity.
So what's really happening is people are doing more drugs, basically, to cope with the fact that they were put in lockdown and that all this crazy stuff's happening in COVID clown world. So we actually had a lot of people relapsing, people who were clean that started using again because they couldn't go to their AA meetings anymore or they didn't have any of the resources that they were previously
forced to stay at home. They're depressed.
Yeah, so they're depressed. They're isolated
losing
from everybody.
their job.
So we're seeing a lot of alcoholics coming in, a lot of drug overdoses, and those people tend to be, especially like people withdrawing from alcohol, they tend to, they're angry, they're confused, they're agitated. So most of the time they don't know what they're doing. But when you get a giant man swinging at you, it's not pleasant.
No fun. Yeah, and we predicted that would happen with the relapses here early on. It's like, you're going to lock people up, you're going to force them to stay home. They are going to do things to pass the time, and they're going to fall off the wagon.
We had so many more patients fitting that description rather than COVID patients in my hospital.
I believe it.
I'm not going to lie, we had a good amount of COVID patients. Yep. I think at our max we had probably like 40, which I don't work at a big hospital, so. But the
overdoses are probably still coming in.
Yeah, they've been coming in, and they don't stop.
And it's only going to get worse as this proceeds, but there have been at least 30 strikes of healthcare workers so far this year. More than 500,000 healthcare workers quit in August, the last month for which data is available. That's the most in a single month in more than 20 years. Because that's what you want in a pandemic going into winter. You want more than 500,000 healthcare workers to quit.
I wonder if they're quitting because they know the mandates are coming, or they're quitting just because they're sick of it.
I imagine it's a combination of all of it.
Yeah, I think it's mainly burnout. I mean, this has been tough these past couple of years.
And now walkouts are happening over the mandates specifically? Is that what...
it gets into some of the reasons why, but it says because of burnout.
Yeah, we'll talk about it coming up here. If you want, you can join us. Maybe you work in the industry and you want to weigh in. The number 603-283-6160. Coming up, Nikki, you've got an update on this infrastructure bill that is going to be trillions of dollars. We'll tell you about that coming up as well. It is Free Talk Live. Free Talk Live's video archives have been on Library for years. Library is an uncensorable, decentralized, blockchain-based media sharing protocol, and we're big fans of it here on Free Talk Live. In 2020, Library launched Odyssey, a video sharing website to compete with YouTube, and it's really taking off. Now with over 1 million channels, many of whom are disaffected YouTube creators. During YouTube's crackdown for not towing the government line on COVID, the Free Talk Live YouTube channel started receiving strikes and could be completely taken down at any moment. Thankfully, Odyssey started offering live streaming, so we're now streaming live every night and posting our video archives permanently to Odyssey. You can watch live or anytime on our Odyssey channel by visiting video.freetalklive.com. If you want to go all in, download the desktop app at lbry.com, and then every video archive you watch, you'll help seed and keep it online forever. At minimum, we ask you visit video.freetalklive.com and follow us on Odyssey today. video.freetalklive.com.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Hong Kong democracy activists are welcoming the expansion of a U.S. scheme to make it easier for Hong Kongers living there to settle and find work. The so-called Safe Haven program was launched in response to Beijing's introduction of a controversial national security law in Hong Kong. Richard Kimber reports.
The U.S. Safe Haven scheme was first announced in August, granting Hong Kong residents in the U.S. the right to overstay their visas if they feared political persecution upon their return to the city. They'll now be allowed to settle and work in the U.S. and can also leave and re-enter the country as long as their destination for travel is not Hong Kong or China. The scheme is being expanded following an appeal from US-based Hong Kong democracy activists. US lawmakers are still debating additional bills that would give Hong Kongers outside America priority refugee and visa status to immigrate. The Hong Kong government has accused the White House of smearing the city's national security law for political purposes. Hong Kong's chief executive Carrie Lam says the law has brought stability to the city and that Western media have misrepresented the legislation as a crackdown on public freedoms. Richard Kimber in Hong Kong.
The UK has agreed a trade deal with New Zealand following 16 months of negotiations. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says it'll benefit businesses and consumers across the country, cutting costs for exporters and opening up access for British workers. Benji Hire reports from London.
Under the deal, tariffs as high as 10% will be removed on a huge range of British goods, and there'll be fresh opportunities for tech and services companies. It should make it easier for UK professionals to live and work in New Zealand too. Trade between the two nations was worth $3.1 billion last year, although that's about 0.5% of the value of UK imports alone from the EU the year prior. The deal with New Zealand follows free trade agreements already struck with Australia and Japan. It could also help pave the way for the UK to join the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a free trade area of 11 Pacific nations with a GDP in 2020 of $11.5 billion. Benji Hire, London.
The United States has announced a new rule aimed at preventing foreign hackers from gaining technology. It bars the sale and export of software and equipment to countries like Russia and China. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Commerce Department wants to enable cybersecurity collaboration with other countries while also preventing hackers in those countries getting their hands on technology that make hack attacks easier to carry out. The new regulation covers such software as the Israeli spyware Pegasus, which has been used to spy on dissidents and journalists. Companies in China and Russia would now need a special license to obtain the tech. The new rule takes effect in 90 days. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
You can stick it to the man and big tech. Join our FTL social mastodon at social.freetalklive.com.
It is Free Talk Live, and you're invited if you want to join us here. The number is 603-283-6160. That's 603-283-6160. You can weigh in on whatever is on your mind. Here tonight, it's Ian,
Nikki,
and Aria.
We're talking about some of the walkouts, protests that are going on with healthcare workers at hospitals and such. Aria, what's going on?
Well, it doesn't ever actually say that anyone is quitting over the mandates, right? Or the vaccine mandates.
Okay.
It mostly lists burnout as the reason, not getting paid enough, long hours, marathon shifts, angry patients. The resignations and strikes hit as hospitals are dealing with the Delta variant. An influx of chronically ill patients who postponed care last year. A poor decision. And in many states...
Well, hold on. A lot of people didn't postpone care. They weren't allowed to get care, remember? Because
that's
it was,
true.
You need to have this thing fixed? Well, we're not doing that right now. Due to COVID, you'll just have to come back later and have your liver transplant done or whatever.
Yeah, the elective surgeries. But elective surgeries could mean, like, anything, you know?
Imagine how many people are going to die early because they weren't allowed to do cancer screenings or whatever last year.
Yeah.
How about the people that are going to die because they can't get a kidney transplant because they're not allowed to if they don't have a vaccine? That's a thing now.
Yeah,
that's happened. Nikki, you were saying, I think it was off the air, that was a hospital you know about?
No, I met this man in person, and he was telling me that he needs both of his kidneys replaced, and that he was told that unless he gets vaccinated, that he can't get his kidney replacement. He'll stay on the list, and he'll slowly work his way up. But once he gets to the top of the list, if he's not vaccinated, they'll skip him and go to the next person.
Because there was a story. I don't know if this is I would guess this isn't the same guy. There was a guy who got a letter, or gal, I don't know who it was because they blanked out the name on the letter. But somebody posted a letter from like the Department of Colorado something. It was like a Colorado college hospital or something. And they said exactly the same thing to this person was, okay, we'll still keep you on the list, but unless you get vaccinated, you're never going to get the kidney you want.
Yeah.
Need.
Yeah, right. You need. Yeah. Sorry, your life just isn't that important compared to these people.
Despicable.
So it's happened to more than one person, unless that's the same guy, and I doubt that it.
No, it's not the same guy because this was Massachusetts. Right.
So these labor issues also come amid a broader staffing crunch that has forced health systems in regions hit hard by the Delta variant.
Oh, but do no harm.
Yeah, right. That's what they say.
That's what they say. It's like the doctor's creed or whatever, right?
So now they have to rely on expensive traveling nurses, the National Guard, or state officials loosening licensing requirements to expand the pool of possible staff.
Well, how are they going to rely on the National Guard when now there's talk, at least, that now they want the National Guard to go to the ports? Because remember,
that's a good point. Yeah.
The ports are also not moving product fast enough.
Yeah.
Of course, there's not enough trucks to put them on, so that's another problem.
Yeah, see, this is what happens when government gets involved. I had an article about this yesterday, and we just never got into it. Now they're just dumping these cargo containers in front of people's driveways and stuff.
What?
Because they got them off the ships now because Biden was like, keep the port open 24/7.
Yeah.
But they have nowhere to put them. That was what caused them to have to stay out there in the first place. So they're just dumping them in front of people's houses.
Oh, my gosh.
We'll move this when we can. That's the government's solution to this problem is relocating the problem to your front lawn.
Wow, that's nuts.
And that's actually happening on the West Coast.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's completely stupid.
And I don't even think they'll have enough National Guard people to do all these jobs.
No.
Because they want them in the hospitals, they want them at the ports, and they want them to drive school buses. So it's like they're just having them do it. They're probably going to have them start working at the local McDonald's because they don't have enough staff. It's like ridiculous.
I just want to suggest to parents, if you go to put your kid on the school bus one day and you see some military dude there, just let your kid stay home that day.
Just don't put them on there ever.
Find a new school.
Homeschool your kids.
Yeah, you should be doing that before the military shows up. Like, just don't send your kids to government school, period.
Absolutely. So this frustration is translating into organized walkouts across the country. Thousands of workers are striking in some of the nation's largest health systems, none of which have I ever heard of. On Monday, 250 nurses in Chicago's Community First Medical Center voted to go on strike. Multiple employees contacted by Politico said healthcare workers feel like they've gone from, quote, heroes to zeros in the eyes of the public, making it harder to tolerate the underlying stresses of the job. And it never actually says that this is because of the mandate.
You're right.
But
They're keeping that out.
But that line right there, that's one of the ones that people who have been protesting the mandates have been saying. So,
I've heard Nikki say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were heroes last year. This year, you're a zero.
Yeah. This year, you're being thrown away, literally, like a tissue.
Yeah.
Yep.
Used up, thrown away.
It got to the point where seeing signs outside the hospitals, heroes work here, appeared a little hollow. It's almost like it's been forgotten. Healthcare workers.
It was hollow back then.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It always was.
And it was gross.
But now we don't even get the pizza parties. At least during like the beginning, we were getting like monthly pizza parties.
No.
Now we don't even get that.
Healthcare workers who spoke with Politicos said they had hoped to capitalize on the public goodwill they banked at the outset of the health crisis and seize this moment while demand for their services has never been higher. While they acknowledge they may incur public scorn for walking off the job in the middle of the pandemic, they say they have no choice but to exert whatever leverage they have. Doesn't really say what they're trying to achieve, but the fact that they're not mentioning that suggests that they're trying to do something about the vaccine mandate. That's just what I'm feeling from this.
So, Nikki, have you heard about any kind of organizing where you work? Is there anything?
Not really where I work, but in St. Vincent's, that's a hospital in Worcester. They've been, even, I think this still was during COVID, but they've been striking for like almost a year. I think it was because
who's working? Scabs?
It was, basically. It was because of staffing conditions, and actually one of our new hires actually came from that hospital because she was like, well, I need to start working and I'm not going to work there, but I can't promise her that this hospital will be any better. I think all of the...
You're about ready to be fired yourself.
Yeah, I guess this is next week's going to be my last week working there, so...
Or at least we'll see how long before they give you the pink slip, right? Because you're just going to wait and see.
I guess so,
right?
yeah.
I mean, even if these nurses aren't protesting and striking because of the mandates, whether they know it or not, they're still striking and protesting because of the mandates. Because they're already overworked, understaffed, and underpaid, and they're going to lose something like 20% of their coworkers, which is just going to make them more understaffed and more overworked.
It's really just a snowball effect, because I know where I work, we've been getting a lot of people quitting and going to better hospitals. I mean, people are literally commuting to Boston, and that's like an hour drive from where I'm at. So people are just looking for better working conditions, and the more people that quit, then nurses are getting mandated to stay for extra shifts. We don't have enough staff.
How long is a typical shift? 12 hours?
8 hours where I work. So instead of working 8 hours, now you're working 16 hours unless you can find somebody to come in early for you. But then in that case, you're still working a 12 to 13-hour shift. So you're working 4 to 8 hours longer than you were expecting to work.
16-hour shifts. I mean, you're talking about mistakes are going to start to be made, right?
Yeah,
like
I mean, people's lives are going to be at stake. That this is not safe. So people are quitting because, I mean, that's ridiculous to expect people to work under these conditions. So it's like the more people that quit, the worse the conditions get. Then, it's a vicious cycle. So I honestly don't see how hospitals are going to stay open for much longer that are running like that.
I imagine a fair bit of them are going to close.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to start seeing those closures and how soon.
And I predicted that if they enforced the vaccine mandate where I work, that the hospital was going to close. Because that's like 20% of our staff. But then, I'm being told that some people are actually caving because they're scared. I mean, they have kids, they have houses.
They got bills.
They're scared of losing their jobs. And as much as I want to say, no, stand up for what you believe in. Like, this is an important cause. Like, don't back down. I don't have kids. I have a support network that I can fall back on. Not everybody has that.
And they know it.
And
they know it, these people.
Yeah, and it's disgusting that they're putting people in this position. It's disgusting.
Yeah, but they don't care.
Nope.
They don't care.
I mean, if they cared, the hospitals would have never been that understaffed and the nurses that underpaid in the first place.
Yeah.
It's all about obedience. They want people to get this experimental medication, and now, breaking news, as of just a few hours ago, the Food and Drug Administration is now authorizing booster doses of COVID-19 vaccines from Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, and now you can mix and match, according to them. More coming up. Join liberty-minded voluntarists, anarchists, and libertarians from June 27th through July 3rd for the 6th annual Fork Fest at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. Fork Fest is a fork of the Porcupine Freedom Festival, which sold out for the first time in 2021. Fork Fest takes place the week after Pork Fest, but ForkFest is decentralized, which means that there's no ticket cost and no one is in charge. All you have to do to join the fun is reserve your camping site, RV site, or motel room with Rogers Campground for June 27th through July 3rd. There's no better place to celebrate Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire. You can find out more at the unofficial website, forkfest.party. You can also connect with other attendees on the ForkFest Telegram and Matrix chat rooms, as well as the ForkFest Forum. You can find links to those at forkfest.party. We hope to see you there. forkfest.party. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
I'm crazy about My Magic Mud. This is the most important oral care product created this millennium, and I'm not kidding. We all have different opinions on politics and issues, but we all have mouths. And I want yours to be as clean as possible, with teeth as bright as they were meant to be. I will never be without My Magic Mud. It's a little surprising, but man, does it work. If you only listen to one thing I say ever, go to mymagicmud.com and get 20% off with code FTL. mymagicmud.com, code FTL.
Uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. That's what the readers of freedomsphoenix.com get every day. freedomsphoenix.com, constantly providing the information, the real news about government policies, and the real relationship we all have with the coercive government. The real condition of the economy, innovations in technology, breakthroughs in energy, health, and computer science. Learn the truth well before it's admitted to in the lamestream media. The corporate media, nothing more than distributors of government propaganda, but now there's an alternative. freedomsphoenix.com. Constant news updates on the issues that affect your life in the most important ways. With liberty and property under constant attack, freedomsphoenix.com provides the understanding behind the propaganda, and it encourages the participation of its readers. Go to freedomsphoenix.com. That's freedoms with an S, phoenix.com. freedomsphoenix.com. The revolution between the ears has already happened.
What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
Don't miss a moment of Free Talk Live. Get our archives daily via our podcast at feeds.freetalklive.com.
This is Free Talk Live. Moments remain, but enough time for you. If you want to join us, the number is 603-283-6160. Maybe there's something happening where you work, where people are standing up for themselves, because ultimately that's what it's going to take. It's going to take people who are willing to say no to whatever the mandates are, whether they be vaccine passports or vaccine mandates or whatever we're talking about here. If people don't say no, then they're just going to keep on coming up with new mandates, new businesses that are going to be told to shut down or else. And it's never going to stop. New rules, new regulations, they'll just keep shoving them right down your throat until you go out of business or get gobbled up by a larger competitor or whatever. They don't care what happens to you.
None of this stuff is ever going away.
No, I'm sorry, it's not. In fact, there was another something else by, I think it was the FDA, because they're trying to push for kids getting the vaccine, right?
Yep.
Like that's the next step. besides boosters, which
the
is the
least
other news.
at-risk population, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. And I heard, this is just something, I didn't fact check this, but someone told me that Pfizer was telling the FDA, like, we cannot approve this for kids. We are seeing too many adverse reactions.
Even Pfizer is admitting this?
Even Pfizer was saying, like, we can't give this to little kids.
Well, they're working on it, and the FDA lady or whatever, one of them, was recorded saying basically they intend to continue to mandate masks. So if they are going to, even if they vaccinate all these kids, they're still going to have to wear masks after that. So that's not going to get your kids out. If you're an obedient serf who does everything the government tells you, and you think that getting your kids vaccinated is going to get them to be able to not wear masks so they can actually see people like smiles on their face, see their friends, and connect like a human being again, sorry.
This is permanently screwing up so many kids.
All
It's
these kids are going to
horrifying.
have personality disorders.
Yeah, 'cause
they're going
you're-
to be like sociopaths.
Yeah.
This is not right.
You're supposed to see people's faces.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like
It's a developmental thing. Yeah, you need to be able to see if an adult is, going to cause you harm or whatever. If somebody's angry at you or you're doing a good thing, you need to have that reaction to be able to experience those nonverbal forms of communication, and they're so important. And that's just all being wiped away. Oh, some kid might get sick. Well, they'll survive.
Yeah,
But
that's what kids do.
But they might not survive the vaccine.
That's what kids do best. Get sick. That's like the whole point, and that's how they build up their immune systems.
Duh.
I mean, do you remember chickenpox parties?
Yes. They
People
don't do
were
that
having their
anymore, do they?
kids sucking on lollipops, and then you'd mail the lollipop to, someone else. And that's how you build up immunity.
All of that is just gone. It's been thrown out the window.
Yeah.
And it is an insane world right now.
Yeah.
But let's go on. There's other news, Nikki, that you wanted to
Yes.
share tonight. And this isn't specific to the vaccines, but it is about crazy government spending.
Yeah. So why is the infrastructure bill deciding the fate of cryptocurrency? I mean, I would love to know, considering infrastructure has nothing to do with cryptocurrency. Congress should not be able to decide the fate of the entire crypto industry through a last-minute provision slipped into a must-pass bill.
Well, they can't. They can make a law or whatever, but
they can try.
They don't have the power to determine the fate of cryptocurrency.
So this is a $1 billion or $1 trillion bill that they just keep sneaking more and more things into. I think it has something like over 4,000 pages. So
It's only $1 trillion? I thought it was a $3.5 trillion.
It might be.
Okay.
So the bipartisan infrastructure bill has a new deadline of October 31st. But an important question that still looms is, why is a must-pass bill ostensibly focused on America's infrastructure deciding the fate of cryptocurrencies? If you scroll through the infrastructure bill to page 2,419, that alone is just telling you how ridiculous this is. 2,419, and that's not even the end. That's just like the middle.
Oh, God.
You'll find in section, wait for this. You'll find in section 80,603, where two curious provisions managed to turn the cryptocurrency industry upside down. The first amends that the Internal Revenue Code to redefine the term broker so that it includes any person who is responsible for regularly providing any service effectuating transfers of digital assets on behalf of another person.
So this is back, basically. The crypto industry was all in a tizzy about this earlier this summer, this redefining of broker, and they thought they were going to make some headway, and they were going to beg some politicians, and the politicians were going to listen, and nope.
So in short, this requires not just exchanges like Coinbase or Robinhood to report personal information to the government, but also miners and developers, which honestly doesn't even make sense. Why such an overstep is grounds for objection in and of itself, it's made worse by the fact that it is requiring an impossible standard of reporting. Miners may effectuate transfers, but that is not because someone personally contracted them to do so. Rather, they are simply doing their part to validate the blockchain, and the blockchain itself is publicly available. The government is able, just like anyone else, to see the limited information that miners have. At best, this requirement represents a fundamental misunderstanding of the cryptocurrency industry.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Are you telling me that politicians don't understand cryptocurrency? And they're going to write laws about it?
Well, the letter they wrote to Mark Zuckerberg clearly showed they understand cryptocurrency.
You're joking.
Absolutely,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
joking.
Yeah, these people are a bunch of old people who have no clue.
No clue what they're talking about.
The internet's a series of tubes.
That's right.
Right. So at best, this is just showing their fundamental misunderstanding of the cryptocurrency industry. At worst, it sets a de facto ban on mining and other routine activities in the industry. Scroll through another couple pages and you'll see where matters get worse. The bill also seeks to include digital assets, i.e. cryptocurrencies, NFTs, and the like, in Section 60,501 of the IRC. At first glance, that probably does not sound very intimidating. However, if we turn the IRC itself, the magnitude of this amendment becomes clear. The section in question requires any business transaction of $10,000 or more in cash to be reported to the government along with name, address, and social security number of the payer. Failure to do so within 15 days can result in fines and even felony charges. Without even a notice to the public, the infrastructure bill would require the same reporting on digital assets.
Presumably, if you're moving $10,000 worth of cryptocurrency from one point to another, you would have to report it.
Yeah.
Or
Ridiculous.
the miners would? It's unclear.
Yes.
Exactly.
Both, but the miners wouldn't be able to. I don't think, right?
No, because they wouldn't have that information.
Exactly. So it just shows that they have no clue what they're talking about, or I don't know.
It's hard to know how this will be interpreted and what all this is going to mean. But
It sounds unenforceable.
It is unenforceable. I mean,
They can make Coinbase and them enforce it, but they're already doing the bidding of government.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, it'll be mostly unenforceable until they find somebody they want to enforce it on, in which case then they'll enforce the crap out of it.
Yeah.
They'll get all the information that person has from all the centralized exchanges, and they'll just go whole hog on that one individual or that company or whoever they want to pick on.
Yeah.
It would be hard for them to prove, though.
But that's what it seems like they're trying to do. So the article also continues to say that the committee estimated that the new reporting requirements could yield $28 billion over the course of a decade. That $28 billion created a challenge when senators tried to amend the bill to remove the section on cryptocurrencies. If the section was removed, they would have needed to scramble to find a new source of $28 billion.
$28 billion is like chump change for these people.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Why are they even bothering?
And where are they getting this number from? Do they know that this is exactly, if they were to tax cryptocurrency, this is what they would get?
They would have no idea.
And also, it kind of seems like a lowball.
It might be.
But there's
all
literally
about
no way to
obedience.
tell.
It's all about obedience. We want you to fill out more forms. We want you to make cryptocurrency more difficult to use because they don't want people using cryptocurrency.
Right.
That's what this is about. Because if it's about $28 billion, they can just send a notice to the Treasury Department and tell them to get some Federal Reserve notes going and increase the money supply $28 billion. So it's not about that. It's about obedience.
Well, it's $1 trillion infrastructure bill.
Yeah.
And in there, they're trying to raise $28 billion.
Right.
I can already see a problem. I mean, $28 billion, as you pointed out, that's nothing to them. How quickly do they spend money?
Fast.
I think it's a few billion every second or something.
I don't know. There's a website called Debt Clock, U.S. Debt Clock, which it's just cranking away constantly.
It's constantly going faster and faster.
I'm so glad that I don't care. And I'm so glad that I don't care that they're destroying the USD. I want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, they increased the debt ceiling. Remember they had that whole debt ceiling deadline thing like a week ago?
Did they increase it?
They increased it by like $400 and something billion, and it's only going to make it to December 3rd. Then they're going to go through the whole thing again in what's that, 6 weeks? 5?
Something like that?
Yeah, so 6 weeks. You do the math. What does that break down to? $80 million or $80 billion a week or something like that?
Incompetent.
All right, there's more coming up here tomorrow. We'll see you online in the meantime over at freetalklive.com.
Are you tired of governments around the world killing innocent people? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin is money that cannot be inflated or controlled by any state. By continuing to use their money, you're perpetuating the killing. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available to you now. Learn it, use it, spread it.
Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. It's Bitcoin.com. Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com. Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. chat.lrn.fm.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, October the 21st, 2021. I'm Mike Clifford. The pathway to a career has become more difficult for some in recent years, with many young people not landing the right job until they are in their 30s.
The report from the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce says higher education costs, the collapse of the youth labor market, and racial and class inequality have all contributed to increased pressure on young people. Report author Tony Carnevale says support from the Build Back Better Act could help dismantle the silos between education and career, beginning in early childhood.
What we know is that it really starts in preschool. In America, if you're a disadvantaged child, you've got a 30% chance of making it to one of these good jobs by the time you're 32. Build Back Better invests in the K-12 education of disadvantaged students.
Build Back Better includes funding for childcare and universal preschool, along with expanding resources for child nutrition. President Joe Biden has been meeting with Democrats this week in an attempt to save the massive social safety net and climate policy legislation. I'm Emily Scott.
The report says career counseling should begin as young as middle school and continue post-high school to make more solid connections between education and the working world. The New York Times reports Republicans Wednesday blocked action for the third time this year on legislation to bolster voting rights, leaving Democrats few options to advance the bill outside of changing the Senate filibuster rule and passing it over GOP opposition. The Times says that all 50 Democrats and independents supported bringing the Freedom to Vote Act to the floor, but all 50 Republicans voted against. Doing so maintains the stalemate over the proposal. West Virginia has the 7th highest poverty rate in the nation. That's according to the latest census surveys. Advocates for children and families say permanent anti-poverty measures are needed.
More than 60% of Americans have lived paycheck to paycheck during the pandemic, with women and people of color facing additional hardships, from higher unemployment to disproportionate childcare burdens. Ronisha, a mom from Jackson, Mississippi, has been receiving $1,000 a month as part of the Magnolia Mothers Trust. She says the Guaranteed Income Program has helped her stay on top of expenses during pregnancy and her search for a job with a livable wage.
I was struggling bad with my business. I'm learning to manage my money because I'm on a set income. I'm able to cover all of my business. Like whatever I need to handle, I'm able to pay all of it.
The expanded child tax credit is set to expire in December. I'm Lily Bulke reporting.
This story produced with original reporting from Katie Fleischer for Ms. Magazine. This is PNS.
Your struggle. At Chevron, we recognize that energy demand is growing and the world needs lower carbon solutions to keep up. Learn how we're backing energy ideas of the future through things like our venture capital group at chevron.com/lower carbon.
At Zenni, you get the same quality frame and lens options that you'd get from an optician for 1/10 of the price, including blue blockers, progressives, prescription sunglasses, and more. The best part? Try on any frame, anywhere with our 3D virtual try-on. Zenni.com. Eyewear for everyone.
You don't drive just an average truck or do just an average job, so get to Northern Tool. With brands like Milwaukee, Steel, Lincoln, Honda, and more, we bring the power. We're definitely not your average tool store. Visit our store or buy online and pick it up curbside. Northern Tool and Equipment. Quality tools for serious work.
Stop in to Northern Tool and Equipment today for our Geared and Ready sale. Save on Milwaukee and DeWalt power tools, generators, pressure washers, heaters, shop equipment, and more.
Nurses rose to the challenge of care during the COVID-19 pandemic. The need for exceptional leaders in healthcare will continue to increase. Imagine yourself among this next generation of leaders. Envision learning advanced skills from national leading partners in world-class facilities. A BSN, MSN, DNP, or PhD from Goldfarb prepares you for the next generation of healthcare and your career. You're made for this. Visit barnesjewishcollege.edu.
I'm Brenda Connor, identity theft victim.
No, I'm Brenda Connor.
Too bad it's hard to tell which Brenda is real.
That's what you think. I've got LifeLock to monitor my info and alert me to potential identity threats. And if I become a victim, they help fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock can help protect what's mine. How about that, Brenda? Thought so.
Join LifeLock by Norton and save up to 25% off your first year at LifeLock.com with promo code LifeLock.
Page a day, you'll build momentum and your book will become a reality. The hard part is getting it published. That's when you need to call Page Publishing. They've got hundreds and hundreds of thank yous from different new authors, just like you. They make the process of publishing your new book and getting it sold online a simple process. You can learn how simple it is right now by calling for your free Page Publishing new author submission kit. One quick 3-minute phone call, that's all it takes to get free information and learn how you can get your book published. Pick up your phone right now and call us 24 hours a day at this number, 800-603-0885, 800-603-0885, 800-603-0885. That's 800-603-0885.
AgainstTheNumber.com is proud to present the most talked about sports, gambling, and entertainment show to hit the airwaves this year.
Wow, winning.
Heck, more people are talking about this show than they would a new Marvel release.
Don't try to be funny, will you, meathead?
Okay, so that's a stretch.
You're a moron.
Broadcasting worldwide via the Sports Byline USA Network and from the sports and entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas.
Vegas, baby.
It's Against the Number and more with Nick Monsanto.
Good.
Now, let's get this party started. Take it away, Jersey Nick.
Here we go, my friends. Welcome aboard the program today. How are you? Glad that you're here with us. And don't forget, check out my friends at AgainstTheNumber.com, where they have highly skilled, reasonably priced team of sports handicappers focused only on helping you beat the books. I'm looking at things today, and, you know, we're getting to that. We're not getting to. We are in that time of year where we've got everything to talk about from a sports standpoint. We've got baseball playoffs. We've got the NHL. We've got the NBA. We've got the NFL. We've got college football, college basketball, and such not that far away. Right now, my head spins as I try to figure out what to put in the show each and every day for you. But we figure it out, and we hopefully are doing something that you like. Today's program, we will talk in hour number one with one of the AgainstTheNumber.com specialists, Mick Yardley, about some Major League Baseball and the NFL. We'll get into the NBA here as well. And the NBA actually, and in the second hour, I've got a little more that I want to get into with the NBA. I want to get into the Simmons issue is one of the issues I want to touch on in the program today. And later in the show, to close this thing out today, you want to be here because I've got a fantastic comedian coming up in the second hour. His name is Corey Forrester, part of the Well-Read Comedy Tour, and many, many other things. A good friend and an extremely funny man. We will talk with him in the program as well. So we've got it lined up for you. We do. And we're going to try to line it up and knock it down. And when we come back, just some breaking news in regards to the concussion settlement in the NFL that I'm going to touch on. Literally just broke. You're listening to Against the Number and More on the Sports Byline USA Network.
Have you written a book? You can become a published author with Dorrance Publishing, the nation's oldest publishing services company. Countless authors have trusted Dorrance for nearly 100 years to bring their book to the market. Our professional team will edit your text, design your book pages, and create an appealing, eye-catching custom cover. Plus, our authors benefit from a custom book promotion marketing campaign that makes your book available where people buy books, like Amazon and brick-and-mortar bookstores. So make this free call right now to claim your free author's guide to publishing. Don't wait another day. Take one step closer to realizing your dream of becoming a published author and seeing your name in print. You've already written a book, so the next thing to do is make this free call right now to Dorrance Publishing and get your free guide to publishing. Call right now.
800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. That's 800-485-6003.
If you've got a small business, you know there's nothing more valuable than your time. So why waste it at the post office? Stamps.com makes it easy to mail and ship right from your computer. No special equipment required. Whether you're an office sending invoices, a side hustle Etsy shop, or a full-blown warehouse shipping out orders, Stamps.com will make your life easier. You'll even get exclusive discounts on postage and shipping from USPS and UPS. And their new Rate Advisor tool lets you compare shipping rates across carriers so you always find the best option. Save time and money with Stamps.com. There's no risk, and when you go to Stamps.com and use offer code FOCUS, you'll receive a 4-week free trial plus free postage and a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to Stamps.com. Click on the microphone at the top and enter code FOCUS. That's Stamps.com, promo code FOCUS. Stamps.com. Never go to the post office again.
Wouldn't you like the edge when you head to your sports book to play today's game? Wouldn't you like to have the expertise of handicappers who specialize in the sport you are betting on? Well, you can get it at againstthenumber.com. Why should the bookmakers have the advantage? Go to againstthenumber.com. Give yourself the advantage of highly skilled, reasonably priced sports handicappers focused on one thing: helping you beat the books. At againstthenumber.com, you'll find numerous reasonably priced sports-specific specialist packages to help you get the edge on the sports books. So, if you're looking for a highly skilled, reasonably priced team of sports handicappers focused only on beating the books, you need to visit againstthenumber.com. That's againstthenumber.com.
Rolling on from fabulous Las Vegas, you're listening to Against the Number and More with Jersey Nick Bonsanto. Now, back to Nick.
Jackson, his 18th pitch of the inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now the pitch to Bellinger. And a fly ball to right center field. It's well hit, and it is gone. A 3-run home run for Bellinger. We've got a new game. It's tied at 5 on a 1-2 pitch. Bellinger hits it out.
Oh, and there you go. That courtesy of AM 570 as the Dodgers finally got a victory in their series against the Braves yesterday, and we will see what the future holds in that one. But that home run by Bellinger was absolutely the one that got them thinking they could do it, and they got themselves back into that series. Now, I had something else planned for this segment, but I literally just saw a story online that came out of Philadelphia that I wanted to talk about with you here right now. Now, mind you, as we do this, I'm kind of going through this and my thought processes just as I'm talking to you about it. And it's one of those things that we get to do once in a while. So we will sort this out together here on Against the Number and More. Now, we all know that most sports fans know that there was a huge settlement in the NFL, CTE for dementia awards, the concussion settlement, etc., that was put together. It was $1 billion concussion settlement that the NFL agreed to with the Players Association. You remember that, right? It's been a little while ago now, but you remember it. And I just saw this, and frankly, I'm kind of ashamed of myself that I didn't know this was going on. But apparently, earlier on Wednesday, that's today, by the way, after a huge outcry over how test scores were being adjusted, and they call that, by the way, race norming, when they adjust the scores in their testing. And apparently this race norming that is going on is making it harder for retired black players to win dementia awards. Now, these dementia awards are like $500,000 on average. They're up to about $750,000. But apparently the way they are taking the test scores, it is weighed against the black athlete, ex-athlete. And apparently they have come to an agreement on a new testing formula. They did this behind closed doors in a negotiation, according to the reports. They say that will remain secret, the new formula, until a federal judge reviews it. Okay? Now, so far, and I didn't know this, 1,435 NFL retirees had their dementia claims denied. So they have $1 billion there for former players who have issues with dementia caused by, the concussions and such. And over 1,400 have been denied, and a large majority of them black athletes. Now, how the new testing will immediately affect them, this is something I'm going to look into, and we're going to find out. But there are people that are extremely, extremely upset over this race norming that was taking place when they were calculating the test results as to whether or not a former athlete was going to get a part of the settlement for concussion issues due to concussions for dementia. Now, Roxanne Gordon, her husband, graduated from Stanford, former player, now finds himself 40 years old, unable to work. Amon Gordon. He's twice qualified for an advanced dementia award, only to have the decision overturned for reasons she says still have not been made clear to her. Now, the NFL has agreed to halt the use of race norming. And get a load of this, because this one got me. And I'm telling you, I am sorting through my thought process as I'm talking to you, because this story just came out today. But apparently, according to the report that I have in my hands, they had to halt the use of race norming, which, get this, assumed black players start with a lower cognitive function right off the get-go. So when they measure where they are today, all you have to do is have a mind and figure this out. So if they start lower and there is a point at which they consider you to have, your dementia to have harmed you in some way, you have to lose so much of your cognitive ways, and the black players are starting at a lower marker. Thus, in the eyes of the people dishing out the money, the black player is having a harder time getting it because they are saying they have not lost as much of that cognitive ability, if you will, that the white player has. And this is just absurd. I'm looking at this and I'm going, this is nuts. So this binary scoring system automatically starts the black athlete lower than the white athlete. That just seems absurd, absurd, absurd. Like, I think I just watched a doctor show on TV where a woman wasn't getting a kidney. A black woman wasn't getting a kidney on the transplant list because her scores were low enough in their mind, and apparently her race affected those test scores, thus she was being denied a kidney. So I guess in the medical world, this is not anything new. But I'll tell you, this really, I'm sitting here and I'm going, this is nuts. This is nuts. How can they look at the black athlete and say they automatically start at a lower capacity than the white athlete automatically? Thus, it's harder for them to get this award because they don't feel their abilities have been harmed as much. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, people? What the hell's wrong in the world? All right, I really, there's certain things that really push my buttons. This is one of them. Now, critics want to see a breakdown by race of the $821 million paid to date of the $1 billion in settlements. The Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department is opening an inquiry into this. But we will see what happens, but the NFL has proposed a fix to the race norming in the dementia testing in the concussion settlement system. But my word, how could that system have even been in place to start with? Are you kidding me? What happened? What happened in the world to equal? Right? What? Who's forgotten about that? Your skin color and mine don't have to match, and we, I'm sure, can be on the same intellectual level at all times. I believe that's not the difference. Oh, boy. Let me cool off a little bit, get a drink of water, and we'll come back with more on Against the Number and more on the Sports Byline USA Network.
Hey, travelers. Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
855-325-1780. 855-325-1780. That's 855-325-1780.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
800-410-4771. 800-410-4771. 800-410-4771. That's 800-410-4771. Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation. 800-880-7167. 800-880-7167. That's 800-880-7167. Paid for by Airtime Media.
If you plan on wagering on any games this season, make sure you visit with the specialist at AgainstTheNumber.com. Let's send it back to Vegas with Nick Bonsanto.
And welcome back to the program. Happy to have you here with us today. I want to say hello to the men and women listening on the American Forces Network. Thank them for what they do. We do appreciate having you here on the Sports Byline USA Network. And I'm always happy to have my next guest on the show, a regular now, if you will, part of this program. He is one of the fine specialists with AgainstTheNumber.com. Follow him on Twitter at ManTheMick. It's Mick Yardley. Mick, how are you, bud?
Hey, Nick, how are you doing today? Pretty good. Glad to be on again, man. And I guess I am kind of a regular now, huh?
Yeah, you are. You know, you're becoming part of the crew here. I like having you on. The people like you. And that's a good thing, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Want to make the fans happy. Want to get people some good picks, and so we can all make some money.
Yeah, there you go. So, hey, Mick, let's look in the Major League Baseball in the playoffs. We've got League Championship Series going on, and you know, I was looking, and I'll be honest with you, I thought the Dodgers were dead in the water after going down 2-0, and maybe, you know, they caught some life against the Braves. I felt like the Braves were just, you know, kind of boat racing them early on. When you look at the remainder of that series, what are you seeing there that you like or don't like in that series?
Well, yeah, I could say yesterday was a crazy game. The Dodgers were down 2-0 in the series, like you said, and then got down pretty big, like early in the game yesterday. But, hey, the Dodgers came back. They found some late-game magic, got it done. Moving forward, I expect them to win tonight. I think the Dodgers will win tonight. Arias is pretty good, and, you know, for being such a young pitcher, too, he has a ton of postseason experience. So, and they're a pretty big favorite tonight, too. Dodgers, you know, if I had to bet, I'd probably bet the Dodgers there. But I do have a play I want to give out on air for that. I'm actually leaning towards the under 8.5 in that game. I think we're looking at a pitcher's duel because Chavez actually has some pretty good numbers against that Dodgers lineup in his career.
Oh,
so
okay,
I expect low runs in that one.
All right, there you got. See, you gave the listener a free play. Can't do any better than that, right?
Free play under 8.5, or maybe even under 4.5 first 5 if you really want to top the Spartans. But that Dodgers bullpen, I think they'll get it done tonight, and I think it'll be an under game for me.
Yeah. And then, if this thing gets 2-2, am I reading between the lines? Do you think the Dodgers can still win this thing?
I do, especially if they win tonight. Then they got another home game tomorrow, which they play it much better at home. So if they can really win, if they can win tonight, I think they got a good shot. And then maybe possibly get up 3-2 at home, and then they just have to go to Atlanta and split. So I do think there's definitely hope in L.A. But tonight's big. They got to get it done tonight.
Yeah. And we're talking with Mick Yardley on the program from AgainstTheNumber.com. When you look at the American League Series between the Red Sox and the Astros, that one's back and forth, 2-2 at the moment. How are you seeing that series playing out?
Yeah, this one's really back and forth. It's like Houston, Boston, Boston, Houston. So, yeah, I expect this series to go 7 games fully. I think if I had to make a prediction, I think that one will be decided in the 7th game, and that 7th game would be in Houston. I can definitely see that series being 3-3 going into Game 7. Yeah, I actually have a play for that game today too. I'm actually on the Astros, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay, let's see how that plays out for you, Mick. Hey, when you look at that series, I know as a professional handicapper and someone who plays the games, when you look at the teams, I don't think you look at emotion, but when I look at it from an emotional standpoint, I have this sense of the Red Sox being like a team of destiny. I know a gambler doesn't like to necessarily hear that, but when I look at them, I just feel like fate's on their side. Do you ever look at the emotional side of it when you handicap something?
Now, typically in a regular season, no, not at all. But hey, I gotta agree with you. When you get in the postseason, it all changes. In the way you handicap games changes too. And I definitely think there is some truth to that. The Red Sox do seem like a team of destiny. Now, I'm not going to say they're just going to win this series, but I fully expect it to go 7, and anything can happen in a Game 7. But just to get where they've gotten to this point, I think definitely fate's been on their side, and it's almost like destiny, and it's good for baseball because people love the Red Sox. They got a great fan base there in Boston, and a lot of things have been going their way. A lot of good hitting, and when you got a lineup like that, anything can happen. So this team definitely has a chance to win the whole thing.
Yeah, and Mick, you mentioned a team like Boston in a World Series is good for it. I've always been on the side of whether you love them or hate them. You need the teams. You need Boston. You need the Yankees. You need the Dodgers. You need teams like that involved because it just brings the masses to the table, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's great for baseball. Whether you love or hate, a team like the Red Sox or the Yankees, people are still going to watch them. And, even if it's to root against them, kind of like in football, with Tom Brady. Everyone loves to hate Tom Brady, but, they still watch him.
You got that right. Hey, we're talking with Mick Yardley of AgainstTheNumber.com. And Mick, you mentioned football. You've been on football a lot lately too in the NFL, right? And you haven't been doing too bad either. This week, are there games that really pop out to you that you really like? We did just hear the Browns are going to be without their quarterback. Mayfield's going to be out. Keenum will go. What are you seeing that you like?
Yeah, we'll have to touch on that game tomorrow night. Yeah, so Baker Mayfield's out. You can see by the line. I think it opened at Cleveland -5 or 4.5. Now it's down to 2. And the total dropped down to about 41. That's an important game for both of these teams tomorrow night because you got the Broncos sitting at 3-3. You have the Browns sitting at 3-3. So I think this is a game that the Browns can actually win even without Mayfield. And this is a game that the Browns are going to need to win. If Mayfield's hurt, I don't know specifically how long he's going to be out for, But, this is, in my eyes, kind of a must-win for Cleveland. So I think Cleveland will get it done tomorrow. I would lay the 2 points, -2 at home. Even without Mayfield, I think they'll find a way to get it done. So if I had to pick, I'd pick the Browns there. Moving on to Sunday, a game that really stands out to me is AFC North. You got Cincinnati, Baltimore. That should be a good matchup. You got Cincinnati at 4-2, and Baltimore 5-1. You got 6.5-point spread there for Baltimore. Total of 47. Now I kind of like the under in this game because it really Cincinnati's defense has been playing well. It hasn't really been their offense that's gotten. I mean, now granted they scored some points, but their defense has really surprised a lot of people. And I think Baltimore's D will step up. You got a total of 47 there. If I had to bet there, I would be going under on that one. I'm going to be on the under. And then probably the last game that I'm really looking at closely is you got Kansas City at Tennessee on Sunday. Now talk about a team that just gets no respect though. It's Tennessee. They just beat Buffalo, and that was a great game on Monday. I got to say, I was actually on the Titans +6 on Monday night, so they covered that. But yeah, Kansas City's a 5.5-point favorite at Tennessee, and Kansas City's been kind of mediocre this year. So just looking at that, no respect for Tennessee. But my play actually for this week on that is actually going to be on the total side. You got a very high total of 57.5. Now we all know about that Kansas City defense. They're pretty bad, that D.
Yeah.
And I think Derrick Henry's going to run all over them. And you know that, Tannehill can sling it too. And then combine that with that Chiefs offense, they put up a ton of points.
Right.
So I'm leaning the over there, 57. Sitting at 57 right now, 57.5, depending on what book. So I'm going to be jumping on the over this weekend for that game.
Well, Mick, those are good insights. I think I'm in line with you on most of that. I want to remind folks that if you go to againstthenumber.com and you'll see Mick there as one of the specialists in baseball. He's there in football. You can purchase his picks for the year, for the month, for a season, whatever it is. You can do that. And Mick, you look forward to getting those picks together for your folks, right?
Absolutely. Love to do it. I love handicapping. I love sports. And, if we can make some people some money in the process, hey, I love it. It's living the dream, Nick. Living the dream.
Amen. That's exactly what it is. And don't forget, you can follow Mick on Twitter @ManTheMick. And you used to be under what? What was your old one?
My old Twitter was @TotalsPro.
Okay.
And so I wasn't on Against the Number as Totals Pro for a little bit because I tend to do more totals, but I wasn't doing specifically totals.
There we go.
So I figured a name change was in order.
There you go. Mick, I got to run, my friend, but thank you for being part of the show. We'll talk to you again next week. Mick Yardley with us, my friends. We'll be back with more on Against the Number and more on the Sports Byline USA Network.
With just one spray of Microban 24, your hard surfaces are sanitized for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch after touch.
So 6 hours from now?
Still sanitized.
12 hours?
Yep.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-399-3691. 800-399-3691. That's 800-399-3691.
Wouldn't you like the edge when you head to your sports book to play today's game? Wouldn't you like to have the expertise of handicappers who specialize in the sport you are betting on? Well, you can get it at AgainstTheNumber.com. Why should the bookmakers have the advantage? Go to AgainstTheNumber.com. Give yourself the advantage of highly skilled, reasonably priced sports handicappers focused on one thing: helping you beat the books. At AgainstTheNumber.com, you'll find numerous reasonably priced sports-specific specialist packages to help you get the edge on the sports books. So, if you're looking for a highly skilled, reasonably priced team of sports handicappers focused only on beating the books, you need to visit AgainstTheNumber.com. That's AgainstTheNumber.com.
Okay, my shipments have to get to customers on time and looking good.
It's possible with Staples Connect. Staples Connect has small business shipping covered with premium shipping supplies and UPS shipping services. And now, buy two, get one free on select shipping supplies like bubble roll and premium shipping boxes. Plus, get 20% off UPS Express shipping services. Explore what's new at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com. Staples Connect, the working and learning store. Ends 10/30. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Now, back to our Las Vegas studios for Against the Number and more. Wait, what? Is that Jersey Nick crying in front of the sports book? I told you to listen to the ATN specialist. Come on, Nick. Pull yourself together. You got a show to do.
I got it together, I promise. I do. I have it together. Thank you to Mick Yardley in the last segment. We appreciate having him on. You know, I've been talking about this, and yesterday things really boiled over with the Philadelphia 76ers. I would easily say the biggest two stories of the NBA offseason revolved around, one, players wanting or not wanting the vaccine, and Kyrie Irving being the big name that we've talked about over the last month. And the second big story would be that of the Sixers' inability to trade Ben Simmons, and then his hurt feelings and saying he will not play for Philadelphia. Then he comes into camp just last week and gets thrown out yesterday, thrown out of practice and told he would not play in the team's opener against the Pelicans. Okay? And it's boiling over. Players have had enough. Coaches have had enough. Things have to change. And the star of the team is Joel Embiid. There's no doubt about that. He basically had enough, and he says, I don't care about Ben.
At this point, I don't care about that man, honestly. He does whatever he wants. That's not my job. That's those guys' jobs. I'm only focused on trying to make the team better, win some games, play hard every night, try to lead, the guys that we have here. And I'm sure they feel the same way because, our chemistry has been excellent. Despite, everything that's been happening in the last few months. Like I said, I don't really care.
And, it is tough. It has got to be draining for the Sixers and their players, and especially, Joel Embiid, because it is Embiid's team. It was Embiid and Simmons' team for several years. They thought it was going to work, the process, etc. And it's turned out Joel's the guy. They have a good cast around Joel. It would have been nice if Simmons could play nice, but it doesn't appear that he is. And Embiid went on and said, I'm not babysitting.
You guys talked to him? I'm too honest, so I answer that question no.
Do you think you'll be able to get to a point where you'll be able to have a conversation with him?
I don't mind. I mean, I'm trying to win. And to win, you got to have, that relationship with your teammates. I do have that relationship with, all my teammates. But at the end of the day, our job is not to babysit somebody. We get paid to put just on the court, go out, play hard, win some games. That's all we get paid for. We don't get paid to come out here and, try to babysit somebody. And so that's not our job. And I'm sure my teammates feel that way. So we really focus on just, winning and, playing as a team. The main thing for us is to have fun, and I think we're going to have that a lot this year.
And one of the things I thought was interesting in Embiid, if in that one cut alone, he didn't say he isn't going to babysit once. He said it twice. So he's had enough. The team is still very capable of winning, but it is just out of control, and they've got to find a way, obviously, to get Simmons out of town. They just have to. He's got to go. He's bad for the team. But there is a little bit of mystery, if you will, surrounding what exactly happened with Simmons. And Doc Rivers won't tell you what happened.
What was he doing that was making him a distraction?
That's none of your business. That's why practice is closed. And that's, honestly. So not being a jerk, but there's things you need to know, and then there's things you don't.
Do you feel he wants to be here now? You have a
well, today, not, obviously. We told him to go home. But hopefully at some point, yeah, I do.
So there you go. It's a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know what exactly happened. That's why our practice is closed. Doc Rivers, you could tell his temperature is boiling a little bit, but he was also asked after that, it was a follow-up question with Doc Rivers, and said, hey, are you still willing to give Ben a chance?
I'm going to give, every day, every single moment, I'm going to give Ben a chance to join the team and be part of the team. He's under contract to be part of the team, and so that's not going to change. Sometimes it happens quick and guys join back in. Sometimes it doesn't. I've been in both situations, and I'm fine with that. But at the end of the day, as a coach, I have to protect the team. The team first, and then we get to the other part. And so today, I just thought it was more important to focus on the team.
And, Doc is right. I mean, you have to make the attempts, I guess, with him. But I'm at a point, if I am the guy calling the shots, Daryl Morey is, if I'm the guy, though, calling the shots, he's gone. All right? I don't care if I send him out for a bag of basketballs. I don't care. I don't care if we swap popcorn vendors at the arena with you. Get them out. Okay? I don't care if we swap athletic supporters. Get them out. Just get them out. He is cancer that must be cut out of this team for them to survive. They cannot face it day in and day out, okay? Can't do it. And I will tell you, one very outspoken former Sixer, and, he's got a big platform, does Charles Barkley. He said this Simmons issue, a lot of people are in the blame for this one.
It's a joke. It's stupid and it's silly. Ben, first of all, it's everybody's fault. Ben Simmons deserves, number one, the blame, because when people ask you to be a better basketball player and they're paying you $35, $40 million, that's a very fair thing. The Sixers deserve some blame because they already let this guy not improve and get one coach fired, so they deserve some blame for that. They threw Brett Brown under the bus. And the third thing is Doc Rivers. Last year, we had him on there. You guys want me to take Ben Simmons out the game? Yeah, we do. If he just going to stand around and not shoot the basketball, yes, we do. So there's plenty of blame to go around. But the number one blame goes with Ben Simmons. Kenny, Shaq, your coach, your mom and dad, you should want to be a better basketball player because that's your profession. That's your job. Your coach is important. Your mom and dad's important. But I wanted to be a great basketball player for myself first and foremost.
See, and he makes a good point. Chuck just makes a good point. I mean, listen, you should, if you're a professional athlete, you can't stop, in my estimation, if you're to be a star. And Ben Simmons was paid like a star. He is paid top dollar in the NBA. He is not, the eighth man on the team. He's paid as a top 1 or 2 player on an NBA team. He's paid as a star, a number 1 pick. Not wanting to be better is an issue. The greats all want to be better every day. He hasn't done a darn thing in his career to become a better shooter and a better teammate. Good defender, but he's had issues with the team. And Barkley went on and he said he's happy. Joel Embiid spoke up.
Joel Embiid, I'm glad he's finally stepping up. Joel Embiid needs to say, listen, man, I'm the best player here. This is my team. I ain't got time for this BS that this dude got going on. Yeah. Doc, Elton Brand, Daryl Morey, let's keep it moving, man, because he's the best player. Yeah. This guy was going to be MVP last year if he played enough games. But they ain't going to win. And the bad thing about it, Ernie, even if Ben Simmons come back and they get in the playoffs and he won't shoot the ball, they're going to be in the exact same situation.
And by the way, these Barkley cuts come courtesy of TNT, where Barkley is on the show, of course. But, he's right. It is time. Embiid's just got to take it over. He's the man, all right? And he's got players there. The Sixers roster has quality players on it, all right? Embiid, as he just said, Barkley just said, is absolutely a team with the ability to win. Embiid could be an MVP. You look at things, Seth Curry, he's got a big role on this team. Andre Drummond they just brought in. Danny Green. Tobias Harris is a star on this club. Tyrese Maxey is a young guard that is ready to step up and out. There are just, Matisse Thybulle, another good quality player on this team. So there are players there. They can survive without Simmons, but to really give up a number 1 pick in the draft, a guy you're paying that much money to and get nothing, it is difficult. It is. But I'm telling you, if you get the right bag of basketballs, it could be all worth it. You get like some gold basketballs or something in return, but that guy's got to go. He's got to go. That you've heard, there is a addition from subtraction, right? Sometimes you have to get rid of something, cut the cancer out, start over, and try to win some basketball games. But what's going on in Philadelphia is just downright out of control, needs to stop. He suspended Simmons for the first game. Let's see if he even comes back to practice to worry about playing later in the season. I don't think he will. I think he's going to be adversarial with the hope that they just keep sending him home, because he really didn't want to be there. He thought by showing up that he would end up getting traded if he showed up. He didn't. It hasn't happened yet. People still are waiting to see what happens, and he did not want to wear a Sixers uniform, and I think he will do everything in his power to not wear it in a game this year for Philadelphia. That happens to be my opinion. Hey, a couple of quick NFL notes I saw. I mentioned when Mick Yardley was on that Baker Mayfield his shoulder is a problem. So the Thursday night game for the Browns, they will start Case Keenum versus the Broncos. Here we go again with quarterbacks that I go, who are they? And Cam still doesn't have a job. I'm just going back and forth on this and wondering why. Also, recently released Whitney Marcellus has signed with the Packers, pass rusher that will help the Packers. That happened today as well. So I thought that we would bring that one up to you in the show here. Also, want to remind you, please check out our friends at againstthenumber.com. They make this show possible, and they make it possible for you to beat the books. They've got highly skilled, reasonably priced experts, specialists, I should say, okay, of handicappers focused only on helping you beat the books at their own game. Also, check out SportsBet IQ. That's free, and it identifies your strengths and weaknesses as a sports bettor. Now, we'll come back with what Jersey Nick is coming up, I think. Yeah, he is. Against the Number and more rolls on the Sports Byline USA Network.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-449-1759. 800-449-1759. 800-449-1759. Again, that's 800-449-1759.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who've helped people that have been injured or wronged. If you've had a revision or removal surgery of a hernia mesh implant after 2008, pay close attention to this message. Hernia mesh manufacturers have recalled some of the mesh material that may have been used in your surgery due to high failure rate. The FDA has even blamed the recalled mesh material for some of the worst of the health issues reported by doctors and patients. If you've had 2 or more hernia surgeries for the same issue and you're having severe complications, call the legal helpline now. You could receive a free cash award and have your medical expenses covered. And there's no upfront cost to you. They only get paid if you win. So please call now.
800-817-2968. 800-817-2968. 800-817-2968. That's 800-817-2968.
Here's a COVID-19 update pertaining to cruise travel. Everyone wants to get away and go on a vacation. But let's face it, there's a COVID fear factor out there. But here's some good news. Taking a cruise is probably the safest place you can be right now. All cruise lines have initiated very thorough testing requirements for all passengers and employees. They've also enhanced their air filtration systems, continual cleaning of the cruise ships, and have much stricter occupancy limitations. What that means for you is you can have peace of mind knowing you can have a wonderful vacation on a cruise ship without putting yourself in a severe risk of getting sick. Make your cruise vacation plans now. Call and let one of Viva Voyage's cruise experts help you find the safest cruise package at the lowest rates of the year.
800-585-4760. 800-585-4760. 800-585-4760. That's 800-585-4760.
You're listening to Against the Number and More, brought to you by AgainstTheNumber.com. Now, let's send it back to Vegas and your host, Jersey Nick Bonsanto. It's time for Jersey Nicks. You may think twice about taking this to the sports book pick of the day. You listening?
Well, Jersey Nick nailed another yesterday, and we're now hitting our weekday picks at 66%. Yeah, I'm manning up these days. It's a man, baby. So today, let's head back to the NHL and Philadelphia, where the Flyers host the Bruins. Now, I don't like a side in this one, but I have a feeling on the over. So let's take the over at 5.5 between these two. I'm hoping both these goalies get beaten like rented mules.
Shot, shoots, and he scores! Assist from David Booth. I think he tipped it right in front, and I just ate his liver.
This has been Jersey Nicks. You may think twice about taking this to the sports book pick of the day. Forget about it.
Yeah, we're trying to roll on with the Jersey Nicks picks. Hey, just something, off topic here as we finish up the hour. Have you watched Hulu's Only Murders in the Building? Have you watched that one yet? Only Murders in the Building, Hulu. Steve Martin, Martin Short, Selena Gomez. I just finished it yesterday, actually. I watched the last episode of season 1. I am not going to tell you what happened. I won't be that guy that spoils it. But I can tell you, if you have watched them all, the last episode nailed it. And I can't wait for a season 2. Let me tell you, Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez, you wouldn't think that would work. But you knew Steve Martin and Martin Short together would work. Throw in Selena Gomez. They are just really good. I guess they're like a new version of Steve Martin's old, remember, Three Amigos? Well, maybe they're the new Three Amigos in Only Murders in the Building. I'm giving that a Nick B thumbs up for you to check out on Hulu. I like that one. Not sure if you've seen it, but it's worth your time. Trust me. Trust me, we've got another hour coming up. It's worth you hanging around for. This is Against the Number and More, right here on the Sports Byline USA Network.
You're listening to Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, October the 21st, 2021. I'm Mike Clifford. The pathway to a career has become more difficult for some in recent years, with many young people not landing the right job until they're in their 30s.
The report from the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce says higher education costs, the collapse of the youth labor market, and racial and class inequality have all contributed to increased pressure on young people. Report author Tony Carnevale says support from the Build Back Better Act could help dismantle the silos between education and career, beginning in early childhood.
What we know is that it really starts in preschool. In America, if you're a disadvantaged child, you've got a 30% chance of making it to one of these good jobs by the time you're 32. Build Back Better invests in the K-12 education of disadvantaged students.
Build Back Better includes funding for childcare and universal preschool, along with expanding resources for child nutrition. President Joe Biden has been meeting with Democrats this week in an attempt to save the massive social safety net and climate policy legislation. I'm Emily Scott.
The report says career counseling should begin as young as middle school and continue post-high school to make more solid connections between education and the working world. The New York Times reports Republicans Wednesday blocked action for the third time this year on legislation to bolster voting rights, leaving Democrats few options to advance the bill outside of changing the Senate filibuster rule and passing it over GOP opposition. The Times says that all 50 Democrats and independents supported bringing the Freedom to Vote Act to the floor, but all 50 Republicans voted against. Doing so maintains the stalemate over the proposal. West Virginia has the 7th highest poverty rate in the nation. That's according to the latest census surveys. Advocates for children and families say permanent anti-poverty measures are needed.
More than 60% of Americans have lived paycheck to paycheck during the pandemic, with women and people of color facing additional hardships, from higher unemployment to disproportionate childcare burdens. Ronisha, a mom from Jackson, Mississippi, has been receiving $1,000 a month as part of the Magnolia Mothers Trust. She says the Guaranteed Income Program has helped her stay on top of expenses during pregnancy and her search for a job with a livable wage.
I was struggling bad with my business. I'm learning to manage my money because I'm on a set income. I'm able to cover all of my business. Like whatever I need to handle, I'm able to pay all of it.
The expanded child tax credit is set to expire in December. I'm Lily Bolke reporting.
This story produced with original reporting from Katie Fleischer for Ms. Magazine. This is PNS.
Nurses rose to the challenge of care during the COVID-19 pandemic. The need for exceptional leaders in healthcare will continue to increase. Imagine yourself among this next generation of leaders. Envision learning advanced skills from national leading partners in world-class facilities. A BSN, MSN, DNP, or PhD from Goldfarb prepares you for the next generation of healthcare and your career. You're made for this. Visit barnesjewishcollege.edu.
Ugh. Hi, Angel.
Hi, Devil. Uh-oh, is she shopping again? Calm down. She's just browsing electric toothbrushes.
It's easy to be unsafe online.
It's asking for her passport info to buy a toothbrush? Sounds legit to me.
Now it's easy to help protect yourself. Norton 360 with LifeLock gives you device security, a VPN for online privacy, and identity theft protection, all in one. Opt in to cyber safety. Save 25% or more off your first year at norton.com/news.
This is the story of a home, of family game nights, and living room dance recitals.
Wow, that was some storm.
It's also the story of an insurance company that offered information and advice to help prepare that home for the worst. If it matters to you, Travelers Insurance will help protect it. Travelers, it's better under the umbrella. Speak to an independent agent today.
The holidays may be the most wonderful time of the year, but at the Home Depot, we like to think getting ready for the holidays is a close second. Because the holidays may have 2 turtle doves, but we have a Milwaukee 2-tool combo kit for just $129. And the holidays may have Yule logs and cozy fires, but we have a Wise thermostat for $79.98. So stop by the Home Depot and save on everything you need to get your home holiday ready and enjoy the pre-holiday season almost as much as you enjoy the holidays themselves. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Rolling on from fabulous Las Vegas, you're listening to Against the Number and More with Jersey Nick Bonsanto. Now, back to Nick.
Oh, welcome back. Hour 2 of the program. And we've got a lot lined up for you in this hour of the show. I'm going to do something different. I don't know what I'm going to call it yet. Today I'm calling it Nick's Notes. A lot of odd stories you may have missed that we'll get into. And please be here. A very, very funny man, a comedian, part of the Well-Read Comedy Tour. My good friend Corey Forrester will join us in this hour of the program. You won't want to miss that. Love when I get a chance to chat with Corey. Hey, I was talking about television shows. I brought up Only Murders in the Building. And this morning, I don't know, did you see this? I saw, and I actually posted it on my Facebook and Twitter. I saw a little bit of a teaser reel, if you will, for an upcoming Amazon Prime movie, Being the Ricardos. Have you seen that? Now this is interesting to me. Aaron Sorkin is taking care of this, and it's kind of the life of Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz, kind of behind the I Love Lucy stuff, a little bit behind it, and how they got ready for shows, etc. And Nicole Kidman is going to play Lucille Ball. Javier Bardem will be playing Desi Arnaz. I'm looking forward to that. I put that up. I heard a lot of people, how could she play Lucille Ball? I could see it. I also like Nicole Kidman. Why am I on the TV thing? I like Nicole Kidman. I was talking about Hulu before. Did you see her in Nine Perfect Strangers, I think is the right title. Did you see her in that one? That one was good too. I enjoyed it. Odd, but good. Very odd, but good. I enjoyed that one. I think I'm just going to get rid of the sports and we're going to talk TV all day. What do you think? I think that's a good idea. I'm going to talk to the network if they'll allow that to be done. This is Against the Number and More right here on the Sports Byline USA Network.
Airlines have just reduced their prices even more. Book 30 days in advance and save big.
Want the absolute lowest prices on your airline tickets? Then call the Low Cost Airlines Travel Hotline right now for prices so low we can't publish them anywhere. The only way to access our low rates and save up to 70% is to call. Save hundreds on your vacation tickets by calling right now. You can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-754-4531. 800-754-4531. 800-754-4531. That's 800-754-4531.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. That's 800-215-6812.
Wouldn't you like the edge when you head to your sports book to play today's game? Wouldn't you like to have the expertise of handicappers who specialize in the sport you are betting on? Well, you can get it at AgainstTheNumber.com. Why should the bookmakers have the advantage? Go to AgainstTheNumber.com. Give yourself the advantage of highly skilled, reasonably priced sports handicappers focused on one thing: helping you beat the books. At AgainstTheNumber.com, you'll find numerous reasonably priced sports-specific specialist packages to help you get the edge on the sports books. So, if you're looking for a highly skilled, reasonably priced team of sports handicappers focused only on beating the books, you need to visit AgainstTheNumber.com. That's AgainstTheNumber.com.
Follow us on Twitter at Against the Number. Follow Nick on Twitter and Facebook at Nick B Radio. Now, back to Against the Number and more with Nick Bonsanto.
It's time for Nick Bonsanto, Stud and Dud.
You suck.
again. Jackass.
Of the day.
All right, my stud of the day was Cody Bellinger, Dodgers first baseman, 1 for 3. But the big homer to tie it in the eighth, 6-5 Dodgers win. My dud, Nathan Eovaldi, Red Sox pitcher, only 2/3 of an inning, 4 runs, 2 walks, in a 9-2 loss to Houston. That's your stud and dud of the day. Yeah, that's how it went down. My stud and dud of the day. What I should call it the stud and dud of yesterday. That's what I should call it, because we are kind of looking at what happened yesterday when we do it. But speaking of yesterday, the NBA season tipped off yesterday, and a lot of people were very anxious to see exactly, how things would tip off and, where things would go. And there were a couple of games that got the NBA season started, and the first was the Nets at the Bucks, and Giannis got it started like this.
Harden wants it. Can't hit the three. Rebound, Connaughton. Oh, a touchdown pass! Middleton to Antetokounmpo. Aaron Rodgers-esque.
There you go, and the Milwaukee Bucks put on a show on the night they got their rings, 127-104 against the Kyrie Irving-less Nets. That's how that one went. And, people, I mentioned this on the show the other day, and I said, I feel like people are overlooking the Bucks. They're only the champ, right? They're the champions. But people seem to be overlooking them. But when you talk to the Greek freak himself, he says he thinks they have the makings of a dynasty.
I'm happy. And I'm not happy because I'm happy. I'm happy because people around me are happy. I don't feel like people are stressed out no more. I feel like people have been taken care of, and we're going to do this for a long time. Because we've seen a lot of times in our organization that when you're not able to, go over that hump, they break up, and that did not happen to us. And I'm happy that we're able to, with great guys, great coach, great front office, great training staff, be able to do it for the next 4, 5, 10 years, whatever the case might be. Because I feel like if you want to build something special, that's how you have to do it. You have to do it for playing high level for a long time. So I'm happy because people around me are happy.
And that's accurate. And the Bucks had very little turnover. They kept their core together after winning a championship, and that's key. And I think a lot of people do overlook that. They overlook the Bucks because they are, quote unquote, a small market team in Milwaukee. But I think that they have the makings, and I would not write the Bucks off as the potential NBA champion in the 2021-22 season. I wouldn't at all. And a team that I know wants to get back to being NBA champion and had a good start to it with the Golden State Warriors. And you listen here, they were hitting threes.
He leads to the pump fake. Outside, Wiggins, three, bullseye!
It's the passing. This is what separated Golden State tonight. The ball movement, the man movement, the sharing of the basketball.
They have 30 assists on 41 made baskets. A triple right there, their 14th tonight.
And TNT with the call, but it's true. I mean, they were raining threes from everywhere, and on a night that Curry was not really as hot as you'd like. Now, I say that, and he had a triple-double. He had 21 points, 10 boards, 10 assists, but he really was not shooting well last night. But the Warriors beat the Lakers on the opening night in L.A., 121-114. And when LeBron spoke, he said those threes killed him.
We started giving up the three ball, and we had neutralized that through 3 quarters. And they did a good job with their second lineup of coming in and getting the 3-ball going. I mean, they have 55 points off the bench, and that's challenging in its own self. So that team challenged you. It's a few teams that challenge you more than any other team in the league, and they're up there with them as far as challenging your defense throughout 48 minutes.
Yeah, and Golden State went 14 of 39 from 3, almost 36% from three-point land, and it was nice to see, a lot of the Warriors back together. It was nice to see everything's not right yet, but that's a good start for the Golden State Warriors in the NBA season, and I think it's going to be an interesting season, to say the least. I do. I think it'll be an entertaining year. We're getting to the point already where, you're wondering. I mean, you've got guys. Listen, LeBron, talk about getting long in the tooth. LeBron can't have too many more left. Steph can't have too many more left. Can they? I mean, we've got a lot of quality players. I mean, I can't believe that Carmelo was on the Lakers. I mean, isn't he 112 by now? These guys are really getting up there. I even think, with the Nets, Durant, Harden, they're not young kids. So we're going to see the changing of the guard, and I think that's part of why I like the Bucks as much as I do. I think there's a little more youth there that is now playoff tested and have won a championship. So I think it has the makings of, a good team. And you know what? Depending on how things break, the Sixers are still in the equation as well. When you look at where things go in the NBA, what do we got on tap here later? I mean, you'll have games today. Sixers, as we talked about, are playing the Pelicans and Magic and Spurs, Thunder and Jazz, Nuggets, Suns, Kings, Trailblazers. So the NBA is in full tilt now, ready to go. They've tipped it off, and we will see exactly what happens for them coming up. I'm sitting here, and as I sit here, did you ever sit and lose paper that you had something that you wanted to talk about, and then your mind says, guess what? I don't remember it. That's me right now. I had it. I lost it. I will tell you this. I have the in studio. I have my dog in studio. Keep him in studio with me. Paco was here with me. And he was hanging out. And he came in. He wanted a snack. And I was nibbling on. I have these little, they're not apple turnovers. These are like little raspberry squares. They're kind of like a turnover. They sell them in the grocery store, the bakery. I got them in the Albertsons. And he wanted one. So I had to share one with him during the break. And he might have run off with my paper. That's what I'm thinking. He ran off with the paper. I'm going to have to talk to Paco because he left the studio. I think he left with the food. My dogs eat everything. How about yours? I can't have a meal without the dog right next to me. I have two of them. I have Paco and Bello, by the way. Brother and sister. Paco's the male. He's 15 pounds. His sister is 7.5. Okay? They're Chihuahuas, by the way. Hey, I want to remind you to check out my friends at AgainstTheNumber.com. AgainstTheNumber.com, a group of highly skilled, reasonably priced sports handicappers, and they are focused just to help you beat the books. Now, you can go to AgainstTheNumber.com. They have daily, weekly, yearly packages that are available just for you want to get one handicapper, one particular specialist. They have specialists. Their guys don't do everything. They give you what they specialize in because it's hard. A handicapper, it's hard to do the NHL, the NBA, MLB, NCAA basketball and football, NFL. It's hard to do that. So they have specialized people. Like earlier, we had Mick Yardley on. He's a baseball specialist as well as NFL. That's what he does. So make sure you check him out, AgainstTheNumber.com. We are moving on. I'm going to chase the dog to see if he took that paper. That's what I'm going to find out. It's Against the Number and more on the Sports Byline USA Network.
Hey, travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
855-325-1780. 855-325-1780. That's 855-325-1780.
Come on, you watch the news. Be prepared to pay more taxes. Then if you owe back taxes or haven't filed in a few years, get ready. The IRS, the largest collection agency in the world, will be coming after you with the power to collect taxes by any means they want to. Hey, they can freeze your bank account, your passport, even padlock your business. Oh, good times. Look, if the IRS claims you owe them $5,000 or more in back taxes and they're coming after you, don't panic. Call my friends at Get a Tax Lawyer first. Their job is to negotiate with the IRS and save you money. They're experts at it. That's all they do, and you can trust them. In some cases, they have reduced a $50,000 tax bill to less than $1,000. If you owe the IRS $5,000 or more in back taxes, call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-732-9635. 800-732-9635. 800-732-9635. That's 800-732-9635.
When you want to protect your IRA or 401k, don't trust it to just anyone's hands. It's your money. You earned it, and you deserve the best protection available. That's where Augusta Precious Metals comes in. We've provided gold and silver IRAs to thousands of Americans, including Joe Montana himself, the Hall of Fame quarterback. Augusta is trusted by all these people because we have a simple process requiring little more than a phone call to book an appointment for a one-on-one web conference on the benefits of buying gold inside your IRA. Our objective, to educate you on the economy and on the way Americans are using gold as an important part of their wealth protection plans. So do what Joe Montana did. Protect your IRA with gold and silver. Call Augusta Precious Metals right now.
800-251-0427. 800-251-0427. 800-251-0427. That's 800-251-0427.
Now, back to our Las Vegas studios for Against the Number and more. Wait, what? Is that Jersey Nick crying in front of the sports book? I told you to listen to the ATN specialist. Come on, Nick. Pull yourself together. You got a show to do.
Oh, I got it all pulled together for the show today. I'm telling you, I feel good. Life is good. All right? I feel really good about things. I do. And, you know, I was thinking about this. I always have all of these little stories that maybe aren't major stories that I sometimes don't get to in the course of the program. I have that happen. You always notice I throw in some of these stories throughout the show, and I've decided I think I'm going to start to give some of these stories a segment. Now, I don't know what I'm going to call it yet. I don't know. Maybe stories you missed. Is it Nick's Notes? I don't know what it is. I'm going to talk to folks and see what we should call it. But I want to talk about a few things that we haven't talked about. And there'll be some oddball things, not all in the sports world, that we will get into in this segment. Sports-wise, something I didn't touch on today that is a bit on the newsworthy side that I want to start with is former Washington State head coach. You know, he lost his job, Nick Rolovich, for not getting his vaccination. He got fired because it was the state of Washington's mandate. Well, of course, he's suing for illegal termination because he said of discriminatory and vindictive behavior by the athletic director. Now, last I checked, the athletic director did not make the statewide mandate. But I'm not saying, I'm just saying. But the governor set the deadline. They just enforced it. That's how I see it. He's saying he had a religious reason for not doing it. He's Catholic and couldn't have it. I could tell you here in Las Vegas, the Catholic Church told everyone, you are not getting a waiver from us. So I don't know what he's thinking. So Nick Rolovich suing because he was fired because he was too stupid to take a shot. Did I say that? I did talk about this. 6 schools have officially applied for the American Athletic Conference. We will work on this, efforting when this becomes official. But 6 schools have applied. Florida Atlantic, Charlotte, North Texas, UTSA, Rice, and UAB have officially filed their documents to join the American Athletic Conference. So you want to check. Now, let's get into some of these things that'll have you scratching your head, right? Because there are a few of them. Here's one. We come through the pandemic. Former NFL wide receiver Kenbrell Tompkins. He pled guilty Monday in Miami courts, federal court, to a count of unauthorized access device fraud. I'm sorry, the way they wrote that was terrible. A count of unauthorized access device fraud and 1 count of aggravated identity theft, according to the court records. Now, he faces up to 12 years in prison. Here's what he did. He fraudulently obtained coronavirus-related unemployment insurance benefits in California using stolen identities from people in Florida. Kenbrell Tompkins. I hope you've got a good quarterback in prison. I don't know, like I'm thinking, longest yard kind of thing. That's terrible. Terrible. Come on, what makes somebody do that? Can somebody explain that to me? You got to be like, you got to be in a bad way. How about a plane crash and everyone survived? How about this one? There were 21 baseball fans headed for the Red Sox-Astros game in Boston the other day. They were in a plane crash Tuesday. Somehow all survived. It was an MD-87 plane carrying those 21 people. It attempted to take off in Waller County, Texas, crashed before it could ever get off the ground, burst into flames. Everyone, though, survived. Living a plane crash. 21 people managed to survive a plane crash. That doesn't happen every day. Then we'll go on. How about the Bengals players? Did you see they destroyed a fan's phone during a viral TD celebration? They're going to hook them up and buy them a new cell phone. That's the least they could do. I don't know if you saw that one or not. Now, the Browns, Myles Garrett, he claims he will not wear sleeveless jerseys again after he's been drug tested twice wearing sleeveless jerseys. That's what he said. Now Garrett's had an amazing start to the season, hasn't he? You look at Garrett, he's got, 8 sacks already, leads the league. But apparently, he's had 2 random drug tests he believes that were ordered because he was in sleeveless shirts and they saw it, bringing more attention to him. Okay? That's what he said. And he wrote in a tweet, the NFL requested a random drug test from him after the Browns lost to the Cardinals Sunday. The only other time the NFL asked for a Garrett drug test this season came after the Week 4 victory over the Vikings. Garrett usually wears mid to full-length sleeves. Those 2 games, he was sleeveless and was drug tested. I don't know. So you won't see him in sleeveless anymore, Myles Garrett. Now, here's one from the can you believe this thing? Like, you've seen people on these electric skateboards and things running around your town, right? You've seen those, haven't you? Well, get a load of this. I can't believe this one, actually. A man was arrested after police allegedly caught him traveling on his electric skateboard, mind you, at 48 miles per hour on an electric skateboard, and they pulled him over. Going so fast on the skateboard, they had to catch him. This happened in Exeter, Devon. And they stopped. He was stopped by police, thought he was endangering pedestrians as he was going 48 miles an hour on his electric skateboard. Then they found him in possession of a Class A and B drug, and he was arrested. Moral of the story, find a skateboard that goes faster at 48 miles an hour, because you can't outrun the police at 48 miles an hour on a skateboard. Just saying. That seems one that's too hard to do. Now, you're starting to see a lot of robots in the world, aren't you? Starting to see robots? Did you see this one? All of a sudden now, the Army unveiled this week in D.C. a robot dog that would be armed with sniper rifles. Did you see that one? That was at the, they had a meeting for the Association of the U.S. Army. Robot that was developed carries what they call a sword defense system. Special purpose unmanned rifle, SPUR. Could you imagine a robot dog coming up to you and it shoots you? Has a gun? I guess it would be a good military weapon. Here, Rover? Nope, not now. Boom. I mean, really? A robot dog with a rifle. That's what may be next for the Army. How about an inmate, a 66-year-old inmate, starts crying. He was given another 6 months in jail. He was due to get out 6 months for slapping one of the guard's rear ends. Yes, it was a female guard, slapped her on the rear end, and he got 6 more months instead of getting out. 66-year-old man. And he didn't even have Viagra in there. What's he doing? Slapping the guard's rear end. So these are some of the stories that you would not normally hear on the program that I don't get time to do, and I thought I would share them with you. I hope you found a couple of those that were a little bit on the interesting side. I actually think I have a couple more, but I didn't quite get to them. Okay, I didn't quite get to them. I mean, some of the headlines that I have seen that I did not get to. I won't talk about the penis ring. I just won't do that. I saw a story on that. I won't get into that. Okay, I can't do that one. All right. A 28-year-old employee of a hot air balloon company died after falling from the basket of one of the hot air balloons onto a moving car. I don't know how that happens. Okay? People not getting vaccines. Jersey Hospital had to fire 118 employees for not getting their COVID vaccine. People are complaining. Pete Buttigieg is on paternity leave, had the new baby. He said he doesn't want to hear it. Okay? It's interesting. And A-Rod is upset. He's trolling J-Lo and Affleck. And I'm not talking about Affleck the bird. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, those are some of those offbeat stories we do not get into on a normal basis here on the program. I thought that we would mention them to you on the show today. Now, I will tell you, coming up in the next segment, you will want to be here. I have one of the funniest men around, part of the Well-Read Comedy Tour. Corey Forrester is going to join us in the next segment of the program. You will not want to miss it. Stick with me. It's Against the Number and More on the Sports Byline USA Network.
If you owe the IRS IRS back taxes, don't worry, there's a bright side. The experts at brightsidetaxrelief.com will protect you from having your wages garnished, money deducted from your bank account, and your home or business seized. BrightSideTaxRelief.com will fight the IRS and negotiate to reduce or eliminate the amount you owe. Visit BrightSideTaxRelief.com or call 800-730-4313. That's 800-730-4313. The consultation is free. Go to BrightSideTaxRelief.com now.
Attention to anyone that's written a book or wants to write a book. The process is not that complicated. Take a first step. Even if you write a page a day, you'll build momentum and your book will become a reality. The hard part is getting it published. That's when you need to call Page Publishing. They've got hundreds and hundreds of thank yous from different new authors, just like you. They make the process of publishing your new book and getting it sold online a simple process. You can learn how simple it is right now by calling for your free Page Publishing New Author Submission Kit. One quick 3-minute phone call, that's all it takes to get free information and learn how you can get your book published. Pick up your phone right now and call us 24 hours a day at this number, 800-603-0885, 800-603-0885, 800-603-0885. That's 800-603-0885.
Wouldn't you like the edge when you head to your sports book to play today's game? Wouldn't you like to have the expertise of handicappers who specialize in the sport you are betting on? Well, you can get it at AgainstTheNumber.com. Why should the bookmakers have the advantage? Go to AgainstTheNumber.com. Give yourself the advantage of highly skilled, reasonably priced sports handicappers focused on one thing: helping you beat the books. At AgainstTheNumber.com, you'll find numerous reasonably priced sports-specific specialist packages to help you get the edge on the sports books. So, if you're looking for a highly skilled, reasonably priced team of sports handicappers focused only on beating the books, you need to visit AgainstTheNumber.com. That's AgainstTheNumber.com.
Exam 4 needs to be sanitized.
Mersana's MRI clinic isn't operating at max efficiency. She needs a new certified tech certifiably now.
Someone's waiting in room 2 for an ACL scan. Can you handle that?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to Against the Number and More, brought to you by AgainstTheNumber.com. Now, let's send it back to Vegas and your host, Jersey Nick Bonsanto.
And welcome back to the program. Happy to have you on board the show. And I don't want to take a lot of time right now because I really want to talk with my next guest. He is an extremely funny man, one of the best comedians out there right now, part of the Well-Read Comedy Tour. He's been known to, you've heard of the Buttercream Dream. He's been that guy too, author and with his partners with the liberal Redneck Manifesto, dragging Dixie out of the dark. It's my good buddy, Corey Forrester. Corey, how are you, brother?
Am I on the horn with Jersey Nick?
Yeah, that's, because this show has a little bit of a gambling angle, that's my gambling alter ego. You know that from way back when.
I do. I love that. I love it. It's a good throwback, man. It brings me back to the Chattanooga days.
Yeah, it's a while ago. I mean, you're this big star now, and it's like I go, well, I knew him when. I remember when he was, this drunk teenager or something trying to invade the clubs. I remember that guy.
Yeah, big star. When you asked me if I could do the show, you were like, hey, I've got all these available slots. Which one are you open for? I was like, Nick, I'll be honest with you. I can do the whole week if you'll have me. I got nothing going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, what are you in D.C. right now? Are you like up in front of Congress, or are you doing a show?
Oh, so a little bit of both. I'm at the D.C. Improv this weekend, Thursday, through Sunday. You can get tickets at wellreadcomedy.com. But I've actually been here for 2 weeks because you're about to not believe me, but last week I gave a speech at American University.
Hold on. Back up the bus.
Yeah.
Explain this.
So, yeah, I gave a speech at American University, which is, I mean, you know me, I didn't even go to college. Like, I didn't even, I didn't. I started doing stand-up at 16 years old. But American University had me come do a talk because they enjoyed some videos that I had done over the past year. And, Nick, I figured it out. I go up there, and I'm talking to Trey Crowder, who I've toured with, and he's done, like, you know, he spoke at colleges before. He was at the Forbes 40 under or 30 under 30. He spoke at Harvard. And I told him, I was like, Trey, I don't understand. I'm going to this college. They want me to speak. I was like, I don't know what to do. He goes, dude, you're going to crush. I was like, how do you figure? And he goes, here's the thing. With our accent, you don't actually have to be smart. You just have to not be stupid. And if you can go up there and not be stupid, they'll be like, oh, my God. When I heard his accent, I expected a possum to come out here and start picking a banjo, but this guy's making some good points.
Yeah, you see, it's one of those things. You have that Southern accent, they just automatically think stupid.
Exactly, and then literally all I got to do is just put a couple sentences together, you know, and maybe not say ain't every other word, and they're like, man, this kid's brilliant. Let's give him a scholarship.
You didn't show many of your previous early work because then they would have thrown you out.
No, I have had those videos scrubbed from the internet forever so that I'm not, quote, canceled or whatever. But, early Corey was very lucky that I started comedy before Twitter and YouTube because you remember me. I was kind of an idiot.
Well, my wife agreed with that in many cases.
Yes, she did.
She wasn't afraid to tell you that either.
No, she was not. And I don't know. Maybe that's why. I think that's why I ended up marrying a teacher.
Do you?
Because I was just so used to the abuse that your wife would give me, and I kind of got addicted to it. I was like, I need a woman who will tell me I'm a moron.
And you found one, obviously.
I did. There was actually quite a bit of other women that were comfortable calling me a moron, but I found one that I liked.
And that's the key. Hey, we're talking with Corey Forrester of the Well-Read Comedy Tour here on the program. Yeah, he'll be at the DC Improv with the guys this weekend. You know, Corey, so you spent 2 weeks in DC. Mm-hmm. You've been there. Yeah. You spoke at the college. Now, let me ask you a question. How many? I mean, like, what else did you do at DC? Because we know that your comedy and the guys' comedy is very political in nature. Mm-hmm. Okay, we know that. I mean, did you go around and, like, have you written a bunch of new jokes from just being in DC? What'd you see?
Well, the first week that I was here, my wife was with me, and she's never been to D.C., so we went to, all of the museums and saw all of the art, and I pretended to know about all of those things, to look smart in front of my wife. But, no, I haven't really written any new jokes this week because it's insane. Like, you're walking around D.C., and as far as, like, the politics go, I look on TV and I look at all these guys. I'm like, my God, like how can I make it any funnier than what these schmucks, is just coming out of their mouth? It's not even fun anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you guys, the three of you, Trey and Drew, the Well-Read Comedy Tour. You had the big hit with the book, Dragging Dixie Out of the Dark. You had the big hit with the book, and they kind of teed it up for you, during the Trump era, and it just laid it out there for you and was able to do. But one of the things I've noticed, it hasn't slowed down, has it?
No, not at all. It was actually it's been really nice because, of course, during, our tour just happened to pop off right around the Trump administration. Now, I've been doing stand-up comedy for 17 years. It's just that we happened to have a book come out right when Trump got elected. And then, of course, everybody was like, oh, well, you better hope that Trump wins because your career is going to tank if it doesn't. And then, yada, yada, yada. I've literally had the biggest year of my life, just performed on the MTV Movie Awards. Things couldn't be better. And so I wouldn't say I'm shifting away from politics, but it's been nice to take a breather.
Yeah. I could see that. For some reason, I lost you for a second here.
Oh, that's okay. I started talking about Trump, and I'm in a hotel in D.C. I'm sure somebody's screwing with the signal.
You're not staying at his place, are you?
No, I'm not. It's actually right across the way, though. They've got it kind of barricaded and whatnot, but yeah, right across the street.
There you go. Hey, we got Corey Forrester on the show. Corey, you talked about your appearance on the MTV Video Awards, and I saw that. You went on as your alter ego, the Buttercream Dream, right?
That's right, baby.
Okay, and it was classic. But now, this is a sports show as well, and I kind of would like you to get into character with the Buttercream Dream just a little bit. Okay, I need you to get into character. And I need you to think back this past week with the morons at Knoxville that threw things all over the field, right? And they threw things at Lane Kiffin. And I want to know, what would the Buttercream Dream do to stop that from ever happening again?
Listen here real quick, all you jabronis up in Knoxville, Tennessee, still holding a 12-year grudge against my main man, Lane Kiffin, all the way from Southern California down to Knoxville, Tennessee, still now in Oxford, Mississippi, just coming to give you guys an exhibition match. And what are you going to do? You're going to throw mustard at the man's head. Who in their right mind brings mustard to a ball game? They don't charge you for the stuff that you pump at the concession stand. You ain't going to save no money there, you cheap, toothless Tennessee SOB. The Buttercream Dream wants to tell you right now, you ain't going to do that stuff in Athens, Georgia, baby, when my number one Bulldogs whoop that. I almost cursed, Nick. The Buttercream Dream was too much in character.
I love it. But the Buttercream Dream.
I was like, we're not on a podcast.
Now, the Buttercream Dream is a big Bulldog fan, right?
The Buttercream Dream is a big Bulldogs fan. Of course, the Buttercream Dream don't hate nobody. The Buttercream Dream ain't got no hate in his heart for anybody. But, yes, the Buttercream Dream is a loud and proud Go Dogs SOB, baby.
There you go. Well, and, it is nice. And, from the area that you grew up in and still live in, which I lived in for quite a while in that same area, Chickamauga, Georgia, let's just say it, right? That's where it is. Okay?
That's right, baby. Chickamauga, Georgia, the bloodiest two-day battle in the entire Civil War, and we will let you know, baby. Ooh, Buttercream Dream.
We get to sleep next to all those racists. Okay, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to get thrown off the air. You're going to cause me to lose my gig.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, this is my fault. Don't you go blaming the Buttercream Dream, the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour, baby.
Dude, that's a T-shirt right there.
I know it.
Yeah, what do you don't have that one made up yet?
Not that one, but you can go to CoreyRyanForster.com, baby, and go to the merch section and pick up a handful of sweet Buttercream Dream merch.
There you go. And Buttercream Dream did make the appearance on the MTV Video Awards, and you had them rolling.
Man, that was such a surreal experience. Leslie Jones just, she reached out to me, had liked my videos, and asked me to do an appearance on there. And she said, but she didn't ask specifically for the Buttercream Dream. She just said, I want you to do something with me. And then her writers reached out to me, and they go, hey, Leslie wants you, but she doesn't know what she wants you to do. And I was like, okay, can I take a crack at it? And they're like, yeah, sure. And so I was sitting there, and I was like, okay, it's the Video Movie Awards. I'm going to do a Buttercream Dream, cutting a promo on all of his favorite movies of the past year, which, if you know me, I'm a big toddler. It was all Marvel movies. And so I wrote it. I went out into my yard, and I just did it into my phone, and I sent it to them, and they go, yeah, just do that. And they never rewrote it. They never made me change anything. And in Hollywood, that is the most insane thing in the world. And I still thought to myself, I was like, oh, I'm going to get out there and they're going to cut me for time. Like it's not really going to be a big deal. And I get out there and they show me to my trailer, and my trailer, Jersey Nick, was right by Captain America's. It was the Buttercream Dream and Captain America.
Oh, man, that's I'll tell you what, you should have drank to that.
Dude, trust me, I did. That's back when I was drinking, and I drank plenty to that.
Hey, we're talking with Corey Force. Hey, Corey, listen, we got about 2 minutes, and I want to bring something up to you because I know from previous conversations with you how much you love Mel Brooks. What about Hulu is going to bring back Mel Brooks is going to do History of the World Part 2? What do you think of that?
I'm so excited because, as you know, I do love Mel. I got to actually spend my 30th birthday at Mel's house. He sang for me, and I ate Italian food with his family. It was the best day of my life. I love it because I'd actually entertained the thought. Me and Trey were talking one day. We're like, man, one day when Mel passes, as an homage, we should see if we can work with his son Max about doing a History of the World Part 2. But I'm obviously so excited that he's doing it. I've been waiting for that because that was the big joke. When History of the World Part 1 comes out, you're like, oh, Part 1, and then he never does a Part 2. Ha, ha, ha. But, dude, I mean, I could not be more excited.
Well, that's good. I think you should get a part in it. I think we should call Mel. Got to get a part in it.
So.
You know, I think you got a shot.
Yeah, I think so. I could probably play a stand-in for Dom DeLuise if I gained a couple pounds.
Well, you know, they Hollywood has a way to do that for you.
Of course.
They can do that, you know. And then again, real life, if you look at me, I went from skinny to fat in overnight. It's really simple. Just eat a lot of cheeseburgers.
Happen, baby.
It don't take long, my friend. Hey, let's remind folks, the Well-Read Comedy Tour stops all over the country. Go to wellreadcomedytour.com. Do I have that right?
Just wellreadcomedy.com. We're in D.C. this weekend. Then we're off to Seattle. We're going to be in Lexington, Kentucky, Charlotte. Our big Christmas shows are at Zany's in Nashville. We're everywhere. So please come see us. We'd love to see y'all.
Yeah, wellreadcomedy.com. Make sure you check it out. I promise you, you will never be disappointed if you see Corey Ryan Forster or also Trey and Drew. I mean, just a great bunch of guys. Corey, thanks, my friend. My best to everyone, please.
Hey, Nick, likewise, and I love you, brother.
Love you, too. Be well, my friend. Corey Forster, what a great guy. Love having him on the show. Check out their show, the Well-Read Comedy Tour. It's Against the Number and more here on the Sports Byline USA Network.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-399-3691. 800-399-3691. That's 800-399-3691. You love your dog. Is something bothering him or her and you can't figure out what it is? Maybe they seem slow or lethargic, and maybe they just don't have energy. Wouldn't you like your dog to be living their very best life? PetJoy offers a money-back guarantee on all of its products. If your dog won't eat it or you don't see the results you want, just let us know and we'll make it right. Totally risk-free. What do you have to lose? You can't buy PetJoy multivitamins in a store. The only way you can get them is through this unique radio offer. And if you call right now, learn how to get 2 bottles free with your order. Turn your dog's life around and make him or her a happy camper. Ain't that right, boy? He said call PetJoy right now. 800-846-2153. 800-846-2153. 800-846-2153. That's 800-846-2153.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who've helped people that have been injured or wronged. If you've had a revision or removal surgery of a hernia mesh implant after 2008, pay close attention to this message. Hernia mesh manufacturers have recalled some of the mesh material that may have been used in your surgery due to high failure rate. The FDA has even blamed the recalled mesh material for some of the worst of the health issues reported by doctors and patients. If you've had 2 or more hernia surgeries for the same issue and you're having severe complications, call the legal helpline now. You could receive a free cash award and have your medical expenses covered. And there's no upfront cost to you. They only get paid if you win. So please call now.
800-817-2968. 800-817-2968. 800-817-2968. That's 800-817-2968.
Follow us on Twitter at Against the Number. Follow Nick on Twitter and Facebook at Nick B Radio. Now, back to Against the Number and more with Nick Monsanto.
Oh, man, so happy to have you on board. I got to tell you, I'm really honest when I say this. Having the opportunity to have Corey Forster on the program in the last segment is truly something I enjoy. I love when I see people who I have known and watched kind of become who they are. I just can't tell you. I worked in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I lived in Chickamauga, Georgia, where he lived. So we got to know each other. Corey, honestly, I did a show when I had my radio show in Tennessee. I did a show called The Nick Monsanto Show Uncensored. And it was kind of a Carson-esque at the club. And I would interview people, would do stand-up, and I did some stand-up. Corey was one of my guests on that show in his youth. That is about 12 years ago. So it's just great when you get to talk to successful people you've been in touch with in your life. It's just really, really a great thing when you get that opportunity. But if you get an opportunity to see the Well-Read Comedy Tour, go wellreadcomedy.com. They are all over America. Make sure you check them out. They're in D.C. this week, and they're heading to the Northwest Seattle area next week as well. So we look forward to it. It's been a great show. Corey on the show, we thank him. Earlier in the show, Mick Yardley of AgainstTheNumber.com was with us in the program. We always appreciate when he stops by the show. Also remind you, check out our friends at AgainstTheNumber.com, where you can find highly skilled, reasonably priced team of sports handicappers focused only on helping you beat the books at their own game. Also, want to thank Dom back there in the studio. He puts up with me and all my garbage. Does a great job. I really do appreciate having him on board the program. He and I are going to do a television show. Not a TV show, but a radio show on TV shows. Did you understand that? I'm going to work on pulling that off. My friends, have a great night. It's Against the Number and more right here on the Sports Byline USA Network. Good night. Good sports.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, October the 21st, 2021. I'm Mike Clifford. The pathway to a career has become more difficult for some in recent years, with many young people not landing the right job until they are in their 30s.
The report from the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce says higher education costs, the collapse of the youth labor market, and racial and class inequality have all contributed to increased pressure on young people. Report author Tony Carnevale says support from the Build Back Better Act could help dismantle the silos between education and career, beginning in early childhood.
What we know is that it really starts in preschool. In America, if you're a disadvantaged child, you've got a 30% chance of making it to one of these good jobs by the time you're 32. Build Back Better invests in the K-12 education of disadvantaged students.
Build Back Better includes funding for childcare and universal preschool, along with expanding resources for child nutrition. President Joe Biden has been meeting with Democrats this week in an attempt to save the massive social safety net and climate policy legislation. I'm Emily Scott.
The report says career counseling should begin as young as middle school and continue post-high school to make more solid connections between education and the working world. The New York Times reports Republicans Wednesday blocked action for the third time this year on legislation to bolster voting rights, leaving Democrats few options to advance the bill outside of changing the Senate filibuster rule and passing it over GOP opposition. The Times says that all 50 Democrats and independents supported bringing the Freedom to Vote Act to the floor, but all 50 Republicans voted against. Doing so maintains the stalemate over the proposal. West Virginia has the 7th highest poverty rate in the nation. That's according to the latest census surveys. Advocates for children and families say permanent anti-poverty measures are needed.
More than 60% of Americans have lived paycheck to paycheck during the pandemic, with women and people of color facing additional hardships, from higher unemployment to disproportionate childcare burdens. Ronisha, a mom from Jackson, Mississippi, has been receiving $1,000 a month as part of the Magnolia Mothers Trust. She says the Guaranteed Income Program has helped her stay on top of expenses during pregnancy and her search for a job with a livable wage.
I was struggling bad with my business. I'm learning to manage my money because I'm on a set income. I'm able to cover all of my business. Like whatever I need to handle, I'm able to pay all of it.
The expanded child tax credit is set to expire in December. I'm Lily Wolke reporting.
This story produced with original reporting from Katie Fleischer for Ms. Magazine. This is PNS.
Andy, listen, the man is just about to say it.
Yeah, let's everybody listen.
The USA Radio Network presents the greatest radio programs of all time.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
This is classic radio theater.
Want to get away from it all?
The FBI in Peace and War.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The unexpected.
The unexpected.
The unexpected.
Now here's your host, Wyatt Cox.
Good evening, friends.
Raymond Burr stars as Captain Lee Quince in an episode of Fort Laramie from 65 years ago, July 15, 1956, The Old Enemy. And we thank you for tuning in on this Sure Happy It's Thursday, the 15th day of July, 196th day of 2021, 169 days till we get to 2022. Near St. Louis, Missouri, on this date in 1806, Army Lieutenant Zebulon Pike began an expedition from Fort Bellefontaine to explore the West. And in 1870, Georgia became the last of the former Confederate states to be readmitted to the Union. In Seattle on this date in 1916, William Boeing and George Conrad Westervelt incorporated Pacific Aero Products. It would later be renamed Boeing. It was on this date in 1929, Mormon Tabernacle Choir radio show Music in the Spoken Word was first broadcast. Continental Airlines commenced operations on this date in 1934. And in 1954, the first flight of the Boeing 707, the first jet passenger airline. The steel strike of 1959 began on this date, leading to significant importation of foreign steel for the first time in United States history. At the Democratic National Convention on this date in 1960, John Fitzgerald Kennedy accepted the nomination for president and at the same time laid out his plans for the new frontier.
We stand today on the edge of a new frontier, the frontier of the 1960s, the frontier of unknown opportunities and perils, the frontier of unfilled hopes and unfilled threats. I'm asking each of you to be pioneers towards that new frontier. My call is to the young in heart, regardless of age, to the stout in spirit, regardless of party, to all who respond to the scriptural call, be strong and of good courage, be not afraid, neither be dismayed. For courage, not complacency, is our need today. Leadership, not salesmanship. And the only valid test of leadership is the ability to lead and lead vigorously.
The president winning the election by 0.2% of the popular vote. At the Democratic National Convention in 1976, Ron Kovic, a paralyzed Vietnam War veteran, took the nation by storm with his speech.
I am the living death, the Memorial Day on wheels. I am your Yankee Doodle Dandy, your John Wayne come home, your 4th of July firecracker exploding in the grave. 12 years ago, when I was 18 years old, I left Massapequa, Long Island, and joined the United States Marines. I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to be a good American.
Kovic's story would be told 13 years later by Oliver Stone and Tom Cruise in Born on the 4th of July. In Miami on this date in 1997, serial killer Andrick Philip Coonan gunned down Gianna Versace outside his home. John Walker Lind, the American Taliban, pled guilty in 2002 to supplying aid to the enemy and for possessing explosives during the commission of a felony. It was on this date in 2003, AOL Time Warner disbanded Netscape Communications Corporation. The Mozilla Foundation established on the same day. Mozilla maintained the successor to the Netscape browser, Firefox, to this date. And 15 years ago today, Twitter was launched, becoming one of the largest social media platforms in the world. Still doesn't make any money. Passing away on this date in history, Ponce de Leon, who died on his birthday. He passed away on this date in 1521. General John J. Pershing passing away on this date. Bill Justice, mean sax player, Honky Tonk, his great hit. Actor Bert Conby, who was quite a good game show player and host. Also, the founder of Hooters of America, Robert H. Brooks. Celeste Holm passing away on this date, and the fine actor Martin Landau. This is the birth date of Clement Clark Moore, the man who wrote The Visit from St. Nicholas. 'Twas the night before Christmas. Cowboy Copas, born on this date, fine country singer. Football player, actor Alec Karras. Actor Kevin Kercheval, Cliff Barnes on Dallas. And actor Jan Michael Vincent. John Wayne's second son, Patrick Wayne, 82 years old today, the uncle of Alberto Del Rio. Alberto El Perón is how he's known today on the wrestling scene. The fine masked professional wrestler Mil Mascaras is 79 years old today. It's sad to report Linda Ronstadt is 75 today. Not sad to report that, but that she's no longer singing as a result of progressive supranuclear palsy that basically just kills parts of your brain, and that's so sad. The man, former professional wrestler, former governor of Minnesota, a man who never met a conspiracy theory he didn't like, Jesse Ventura, 70 today. I love the nightlife. Alicia Bridges, 68 years old today. Supermodel and actress Kim Alexis is 61. From 8 is Enough and Charles in Charge, Willie Ames, 61. Actor Forrest Whitaker, 60 years old today. Actress Bridget Nielsen, 58. I still am amazed that she gave birth to her 5th child at the age of 54. That just amazes me. But she's 58 and still doing well. He was Eddie in Malcolm and Eddie, and also an undercover brother, Eddie Griffin, 53. Mr. Megan Fox from 90210, Brian Austin Green, 48. Fluffy, Gabriel Iglesias, 45. I love his comedy. And from Spin City and Once Upon a Time, Lana Parrilla is 44. Those just a few of the people who celebrate the 15th day of July as their birthday, if this is your birthday.
Hi, we're the 4 Freshmen, and we just want to say, happy birthday to you.
We head out west to Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr, and that's from 65 years ago today, July 15th, 1956, on this Thursday Classic Radio Theater.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34.
You don't drive just an average truck or do just an average job. So get to Northern Tool. With brands like Milwaukee, Steel, Lincoln, Honda, and more, we bring the power. We're definitely not your average tool store. Visit our store or buy online and pick it up curbside. Northern Tool and Equipment. Quality tools for serious work.
Stop into Northern Tool and Equipment today for our Geared and Ready sale. Save on Milwaukee and DeWalt power tools, generators, pressure washers, heaters, shop equipment, and more.
Nurses rose to the challenge of care during the COVID-19 pandemic. The need for exceptional leaders in healthcare will continue to increase. Imagine yourself among this next generation of leaders. Envision learning advanced skills from national leading partners in world-class facilities. A BSN, MSN, DNP, or PhD from Goldfarb prepares you for the next generation of healthcare and your career. You're made for this. Visit barnesjewishcollege.edu.
Ugh. Hi, Angel.
Hi, Devil. Uh-oh, is she shopping again? Calm down. She's just browsing electric toothbrushes.
It's easy to be unsafe online.
It's asking for her passport info to buy a toothbrush? Sounds legit to me.
Now it's easy to help protect yourself. Norton 360 with LifeLock gives you device security, a VPN for online privacy, and identity theft protection, all in one. Opt in to cyber safety. Save 25% or more off your first year at norton.com/news.
No one ever says Merry Almost Christmas. And when's the last time somebody wished you happy 2 months till New Year? Maybe they should. Because at the Home Depot, we think getting ready for the holidays can be almost as much fun as the holidays themselves. Especially with all the great savings at our stores. Like a Glacier Bay vanity for $219 and a Gatefield Chrome kitchen cart for just $99.97. So stop in today and save big on everything you need to get your home ready for celebrating. And that's something worth celebrating too. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Cannot find anywhere where it says that the Fort Laramie that is referred to in this is in fact Fort Laramie, Wyoming. However, there are inferrals that is where it is because Norman MacDonald insisted in the writing of this that specific place names were used, and many of those place names corresponded to Fort Laramie. So while I can't say for certain, there is at least an inference there that Fort Laramie that we're hearing here is supposed to be Fort Laramie, Wyoming. In this episode, July 15th, 1956, The Old Enemy, Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr on Classic Radio Theater.
At the gallop! Oh!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
How long would you say you known him, Patchen?
I had that proud honor, I guess, 8-10 years now. Of course, I ain't had the privilege of serving with him since the war.
I still don't see why you just don't go right up to him and make yourself known.
Well, I wouldn't intrude on the captain that way, Drury. He's a busy man. tracking engines, planning battles. Besides, just because I recollect him so well don't mean he'd remember me.
But he's a kindly man.
Oh, the time will come, the just right time. I'll acknowledge myself to Captain Lee Quince.
I'll bet you he'll be proud, knowing you asked special to serve under him again.
Maybe surprised, even. Of course, I only been with the company a week now, but it seems to me the men hold him right high in their thought.
I ain't been here long myself, but there's not a man I know wouldn't lay down his life for Captain Quince, if need be.
Well, now, that's nice. I declare that's real nice. Captain ever talk much about the war? Any of his experiences?
Like I say, I ain't been here long myself. But the men say he's not much for talk about anything.
Never was. Even when he was younger, when most men talk free, he was more for action than words.
Yeah. It's funny, ain't it? How you can sense so much good feeling in a man without him talking much.
That's a funny thing, all right.
I like to draw duty with the captain. I sure do. I always have the feeling that no matter what, he's been thinking ahead, planning for us. I feel safe riding with the captain.
Of course, it's hard to tell what a man's thinking if he don't make his thoughts known.
It don't matter to me much what he's thinking, so long as he's acting good.
There's the big thing. How a man acts. Oh, there sure is different country out here. Different kind of fighting country, too.
And how you mean?
We fought closer in the war. Like there'd be a stream here, you see?
Yeah.
Say it was a kind of clearing, you know. And on one side, the Rebs would be cowering in the trees. We'd be standing firm on the other side. Now, sooner or later, somebody's got to make a move for that water. The horses and for themselves. I tell you, you get thirsty. You get so you care more about water than living. Anybody's living.
Well, mostly, we're lucky out here. Seems like there's more creeks and
man's
streams
got a right to a
and
drink when he's dry. More than dry, your insides get to feeling like sand, dust. Like they was gonna crumble.
Patchen? What's the matter with you, Patchen?
You say something, Drury?
Ask if something was wrong.
Wrong, boy? No, nothing's wrong. I just get a thirst sometime.
You talked yourself dry. It ain't hot. We got plenty of water. There's a stream not 50 yards from you.
I know that. I know.
Well, you were saying about the fighting being different in the war.
Yeah. Like I said, we fought closer. Man to man sometimes. A man to dismount, fix his saber to his carbine, and such a bloody slashing away you never saw.
I ain't seen nothing like that in the West.
Out here, seems like you do more chasing than anything else. We've been tracking engines, how long, 2 days now? I ain't drawn my sights on one. Have you, Drury?
That ain't saying they ain't here. Somewheres. Captain Quince must think they're around.
Well, you know I'm not saying that. Why, there ain't a man among you come less near to criticizing the captain's judgment. Are you forgetting, boy? I know better than any of you what a great man he is.
Looks like their campsite ahead, Mr. Syberts. Must have made camp here last night.
Yes, sir. We've been just about a day behind them all the way, haven't we, Captain?
And it looks like we're going to stay that way. I'll say one thing for them. They pick good campsites.
Captain, it's the end of the 4th day. Didn't Major Daggett say if we could catch him in 4 days, fine. If not, report back to Fort Laramie?
Yeah, those are the orders, Mr. Syberts.
Seems like a waste somehow. All this riding only to turn back.
One thing, we don't lose many men this way.
That's true, Captain.
They won't be the first Sioux who slipped off the reservation, got away with it. Sergeant, let's go. We'll make camp ahead at Bitter Creek.
Yes, sir. Guess we lost him, sir.
The Sioux? We never had him to lose, Sergeant.
No, sir.
I declare, Captain, I'm real sorry about that.
I don't know harm done. You better get on with your job, Trooper.
Patchen's the name. That's if you don't remember.
I remember.
I kept hoping I'd bump into you, Captain, sir. Sure enough, I did.
You been with B Company long?
Just a week. I didn't want to bother you, seeing you was heading up this big engine chasing operation. I didn't see any engines myself, but the men keep telling me they must be somewhere around. Captain Quince wouldn't be out chasing them.
We're moving back to Fort Laramie starting tomorrow. When we get there, I'll see you get a transfer to another company.
Now, I'm sorry to hear you say that, Captain. I've been looking forward to this reunion longer than I can tell. Tell the truth, I thought you'd hold a higher rank by now, seeing men like Custer and McKenzie are generals. And you're their equal, I could swear to that. I've been telling them.
You got a job to do, Trooper. Better get on with it.
Is that an order, Captain, sir?
That's an order.
Yes, sir. Oh, Captain.
Well?
I thought maybe you'd want to know. It didn't just happen my being in your company. I asked for this duty special on account of us being such old friends.
I guess you remembered him all right, Captain.
When was that, Drury?
Patchen, sir. He was worried for fear you might not remember who he was.
That so?
I told him. I knew you'd recollect. You're just not the kind of man to forget a friend.
He's been talking to you a lot, Drury?
I'll put it this way, sir. I know you a lot better since meeting up with Patchen.
I wonder.
Well, I feel I do. The rest of the men, they feel like I do. We wasn't surprised to hear it exactly, but we sure didn't know you mapped campaigns for General Sheridan. General Cook, too. And all them acts of bravery when you led the
Trooper.
charge. Yes, sir?
You got duty with the mess sergeant, right?
That's right, sir.
Move out.
Yes, sir.
Captain, sir?
What is it, Gorse?
The camp's most bedded down, Captain. The pickets are out.
Who's on picket duty?
It's our last night out, sir. Corporal Jenkins used the rest of the patrol.
Who are they, Gorse?
Well, sir, he put Vickers and Culp up by the bend. Over the west, he's got Stevens and Holt. Then over south, Beale and Patchen.
I told Corporal Jenkins no picket duty for Patchen, and I meant it.
Captain.
No picket duty for Patchen. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
Captain?
Mind if I say something, sir?
I mind if anybody says something, Mr. Syberts.
I just want to ask you why.
I wouldn't bother asking, Mr. Syberts.
It's about the men, Captain. I have the right to speak out about the men.
You've got the right.
They're tired, sir. They've ridden 4 days out, 3 days back. We've been moving like someone was chasing us. Only no one is.
Any other observations, Mr. Syberts?
Yes, sir. Everyone stood his turn at picket duty. Everyone but Patchen.
You're getting awful close to asking why again, Mr. Syberts.
I'm sure you have a reason, Captain. I hope it's a good one, because the men don't understand. I think we got a morale problem.
We won't have it long. We'll be back at the fort tomorrow.
Captain, if you'd like
Good night, Mr. Seiberts.
Exclamation point. July 15th, 1956, Fort Laramie on Classic Radio Theater. The news from 65 years ago today comes up next. Classic Radio Theater friends, my feet hurt. They have hurt for a long time. I have suffered from diabetic neuropathy for some time, and as such, my feet tend to swell. And it's difficult for me to get comfortable. I get some good shoes, and they try to help, but nothing has helped my feet feel better since Mike Lindell sent me a pair of my slippers. Now, don't let the name fool you. These are not something you just wear in the bedroom. You can wear these anywhere. The My Pillow slippers have an indoor-outdoor sole and 3 levels of cushioning. This 3-tier cushioning system includes My Pillow patented fill, their proprietary foam that you know and love. It creates a solid layer to provide very comfortable support. Comfortable memory foam and patented impact gel made from American soybeans. It's revolutionary in absorbing impact and relieving pressure. It's finished with high-quality leather suede made from U.S. cowhides. They are comfortable, cozy, and a cozy faux fur lining to make your feet feel warm and comfortable in the winter and make you feel relieved in the summer. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year limited warranty. Mike Lindell guarantees you'll like them or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listeners Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. 2 different varieties, slip-ons or moccasin style. You will love these My Pillow, My Slippers. Mike Lindell has done it again. If you have trouble walking, if your feet don't feel like right, get My Slippers from Mike Lindell. MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Your struggle. The Inspiration 4 orbital mission is full of firsts, and its diverse, all-civilian crew shows how space exploration could become more accessible to more people in the future.
We are writing the narrative of human spaceflight right now. And what do we want that to look like?
That's Dr. Cyan Proctor, one of the crew members of Inspiration 4. Hear how their mission will also help fund treatments for childhood cancer in the series St. Jude Mission of a Lifetime. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
For the ones standing guard. For the eagle-eyed. For the knights in shining armor. And for all those who support them. We are Grainger, your experienced safety partner, offering supplies and solutions for every industry, committed to helping keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com/safety, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Zenni offers prescription glasses starting at $6.95, as well as affordable sunglasses, blue blockers, and more. The best part? Try any frame, anywhere, with our 3D virtual try-on. Visit Zenni.com today and change the way you buy glasses forever.
If you're looking for a better night's sleep, remember to check out the great offers and items Casper has for you. With the new cooling collection, you'll be able to rest in the most comfortable way possible. With mattresses, bedding, and more products designed to keep you cool while you sleep. Casper's Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress offers 12 hours or more of refreshing sleep as it pulls heat away from your body and regulates its temperature automatically, offering a comfortable feeling throughout the night. All this and more so you can go to sleep cool and wake up rejuvenated, ready to start your day. For a limited time only, if you buy a Casper mattress, you'll get free products. Up to 2 original Casper pillows and a percale sheet set. A $339 value for free. Casper offers free shipping and returns as well. Visit Casper.com or go to a Casper shop near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com for more details.
In the newspapers of the day, these are some of the headlines. President Eisenhower returning to the White House 5 weeks after undergoing abdominal surgery. The president, accompanied by the White House physician, driven back to the Capitol from his farm at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where he had been resting and recuperating from the operation for the past 2 weeks. Negotiators for the struck basic steel industry and the United Steelworkers head back to the bargaining table tomorrow for a fresh try to iron out a new contract agreement. The session will be the third in a new round of talks, which began Thursday after government mediators met separately with both sides. Louisiana Governor Earl Long still undecided whether to sign or veto a bill outlawing interracial sports in Louisiana. Yesterday appealed to the public to voice its views. The governor, spending the weekend at his Winfield farm, says he has until tomorrow night to decide. The measure will become law by then without his signature unless he vetoes it. Navy Secretary Charles Thomas promised no reprisals against any Marine offering defense testimony in the trial of Staff Sergeant Matthew C. McKeon. In a letter released yesterday, McKeon, who led 6 Marine recruits to their death on the moonless Sunday night of April 8th, goes on trial before a general court-martial at Parris Island, South Carolina, tomorrow. Princess Margaret and Group Captain Peter Townsend weekending in the country around London with friends sparking speculation they may see one another again. Those some of the day's top news stories as reported in the newspapers of Sunday, July 15th, 1956 on your radio, Fort Laramie, which continues now on Classic Radio Theater.
That all you have to say, Captain?
It's clear. I'm asking for Patchen's transfer.
But you won't say why.
If you're talking about those forms you fill out, Major, put down for the good of company morale.
I'm interested in company morale. I've watched, I've listened to Lieutenant Seiberts, I've talked to Sergeant Gorse. Now I'm going to ask you, Captain.
It's personal.
We haven't got room for personal quarrels, Lee. Oh, this is so little like you, I don't even believe it. Nobody who knows you believes it. You don't let these things happen.
We going to talk about that transfer?
No, we're going to talk about morale. Well, suppose I transfer this man. What good would that do? You've got a company out there. They're going to be here whether Patchen's transferred or not. They watched this man get to you. As nearly as I can tell, he's been killing you with kindness.
That's what he's trying to do.
Why? Why?
He hates my guts. Goes way back.
No picket duty for Patchen. Why?
I like my camp safe when I'm in hostile territory, Major.
It'll be a lot of trouble to get his Army record clear back to the war. But I'll go to that trouble, Lee, if you don't tell me.
I saved his life once. He's never forgiven me.
That's an odd thing to say.
It's the truth. I saved a lousy, gutless life. He knows it is. He lives with it.
He served under you?
I served under him.
Patchen was an officer?
Captain Joseph Patchen, New York Cavalry. It was before I knew you, Major. Remember the little wars? Us on one side of a stream, them on the other.
And both of you needing the water in between? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, 5 days and nights we sat there looking across at them, waiting. Just waiting. We had a little water. We could have held out. The men were doing fine.
He ordered a charge?
He didn't order anything. We just split wide open crazy. Took off after that stream before anyone knew what hit. The men thought it was a charge, him being in command. We lost half a company.
You hate his guts, too, don't you?
Every good man's got fear in him. I don't mind honest fear. I hate a coward, Major.
You were commissioned on the field, Lee. Was it there?
Yeah. He can't forget that either.
Surely he was relieved of his command.
Major Daggett, sir?
Sergeant Gorse?
Corporal of the Guard reports 2 deserters, sir. It's Patchen and Drury.
Pick your men, Sergeant.
Fan out around the house. Check the barn.
Yes, sir. Holt, Vickers, cover the barn. You, Beal, Culp, the corral. Stevens and Fredericks. You, Stewart, you come with me.
Afternoon to you, mister.
They trample that young wheat the Army will owe me.
We didn't come here to trample your crop. We're looking for deserters.
New kind of grain, supposed to be special for the high plains. I put a lot of money in that grain. I want it to come up.
2 men. One just turned 20, the other older. My age or better.
I thought the Army was for fighting Indians. Give that up, didn't they?
You need men to fight Indians, mister.
Don't look at me. I got enough trouble trying to prove up land like this. Didn't intend to ride off. I meant to stay with horses. Thought I could raise them. Good enough grazing land. Well, the Indians run the horses off. I'd get them growing strong on the grass. About that time, here they'd come. Indians.
You don't keep horses now?
A couple. They're not extra.
I'm going to have to look in your house, mister.
Well, I suppose you are. How many did you say you was looking for?
2.
Brought quite a few soldiers along, looking for 2 men. There's some kind of penalty for hiding soldiers who take a notion to run?
The Army don't take kindly to it, mister.
Couldn't shoot a body, though, could you?
You've seen him?
You don't see many folks out this way. You and your soldiers are more than I've seen in months.
How long since you've been in Laramie Village?
Oh, a long time. I stay pretty close here. I knew you wouldn't find him here. Thought you'd want to see for yourself, though.
Captain, found this in the shed by the barn.
You prefer a cavalry saddle, mister?
I'm gonna have to find that out. Ain't used to it yet.
Did it help if we knew which way they headed when they left?
To tell you the truth, it's hard for me to think they was here at all.
Oh, let's go, Gorse.
Captain. His boots.
Sure, he's wearing cavalry boots, owns a cavalry saddle. But he hasn't seen anyone.
You trample that young wheat, I'll send the Army a bill.
From 65 years ago, July 15th, 1956, Fort Laramie, the conclusion next on this Thursday Classic Radio Theater. Friends Laura Leibowitz at the International Jack Benny Fan Club is conducting a fundraiser to purchase the Maxwell that Jack rode in many movies for the fan club. Now, the International Jack Benny Fan Club is a 501c3 not-for-profit. Your donations are tax-deductible. Help preserve a slice of Jack Benny history by going online to their website, jackbenny.org. That's jackbenny.org, and help preserve the real-life Maxwell. If you enjoy our Classic Radio Theater broadcasts and want to start building a collection of your own, go to classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. There you'll find links to great classic radio collections on CD, along with links to great reading on classic radio, plus Classic Radio Theater on demand. Check out our webpage, available now at classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. And enjoy.
The Inspiration 4 orbital mission is full of firsts, and its diverse, all-civilian crew shows how space exploration could become more accessible to more people in the future.
We are writing the narrative of human spaceflight right now. And what do we want that to look like?
That's Dr. Cyan Proctor, one of the crew members of Inspiration 4. Hear how their mission will also help fund treatments for childhood cancer in the series St. Jude Mission of a Lifetime. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
North Dakota was made for road trips, a place where you can hit the trail, follow your curiosity, and find that any day holds the possibility to be legendary. Plan your visit at NorthDakotaLegendary.com.
Right now, you can buy 5, save $5 instantly on over 1,000 items in the store. Like Pepsi or 7-Up 12-packs for $3.99 when you buy 5, plus deposit where applicable. And Breyer's ice cream for just $2.99 when you buy 5. Plus, save $10 on your next in-store purchase when you buy $30 or more of skincare products. Whether it's a sweet treat or a luxurious product for some me time, it's all at your neighborhood Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
If you're looking for a better night's sleep, remember to check out the great offers and items Casper has for you. With the new cooling collection, you'll be able to rest in the most comfortable way possible. With mattresses, bedding, and more products designed to keep you cool while you sleep. Casper's Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress offers 12 hours or more of refreshing sleep as it pulls heat away from your body and regulates its temperature automatically, offering a comfortable feeling throughout the night. All this and more so you can go to sleep cool and wake up rejuvenated, ready to start your day. For a limited time only, if you buy a Casper mattress, you'll get free products. Up to 2 original Casper pillows and a percale sheet set. A $339 value for free. Casper offers free shipping and returns as well. Visit Casper.com or go to a Casper shop near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com for more details.
How to Hate. That will be coming up on Friday. But right now, let's wrap up our Thursday edition with the conclusion of Fort Laramie. 65 years ago, July 15th, 1956, the Old Enemy.
You going up to the house at all, Captain? Talk to him?
Yeah, talking to him didn't do any good.
Kind of a sniveling one. Kept wanting to know why the captain himself didn't come to him, ask the questions. He took it real personal like.
The captain himself's about through talking. I come up against any more crawly settlers, Gorse, I'm apt to start breaking a few necks.
I'm feeling a little mean myself. 3 plates of warm grub sitting on his table. Him all alone in the house. He never heard of 2 deserters.
We'll find them.
The men want to awful bad. For you, Captain. That'd be some comfort.
That'd be some comfort, Gorse.
I sure feel bad about Drury. He was going to make a good trooper.
Yeah, I know. I thought sure Patchen would be out here near the stream. He gets an awful thirst sometimes. Let's check that barn again.
Yes, sir. There's only about 2 hours of daylight left. I hate to give him a night's start in this country.
We're not going to.
Oh, Captain.
You, are the captain. Speak your mind, mister. We're busy. I'd like to talk to you alone.
I'll check the barn, sir.
All right, talk.
I've been sitting up in the house trying to remember. I ain't sure, but seems to me I read somewheres once that there was a reward for turning in deserters. Now, did I just dream that?
There's a $20 reward, mister.
Only $20?
$20.
Ain't very much, is it? I don't suppose you're prepared to go any higher.
I'm not prepared to go that high, mister. But the Army figures it's worth $20.
$20 a piece?
That's it.
8 men looking for 2 men. And the total price on their heads is $40. Ain't no bargain, Captain.
It sure isn't. Total pay for the 8 men looking is $4 a day. 50 cents apiece.
Is that all?
And the price isn't just for their heads, mister. We'd have to insist on the rest of them,
In
too.
here, Captain.
was in the loft. He called down to me, then he come down himself.
Patching up there too, boy?
No, sir. No, sir, he run. I don't know how far. I don't know how long ago. Captain, I don't know nothing.
You stay with him, Gorse. I'm going to find Patchen.
Yes, sir.
No, Captain, don't you leave yet. You hear me out, will you, please?
Sergeant Gorse will hear you out.
Patchen's got everything, Captain. He's got himself every kind of gun you ever saw. His and mine. All we could buy is steel. He's going to be waiting for you, Captain.
I hope he is.
You got to know my shame. It don't seem now it could have happened to me. It worked on me so slow, I didn't even know it was happening. But I know now. I feel all the ugly shame of it.
Talking's not much good now, Drury.
I ain't talking to save myself, Captain. I know that ain't right. I know it can't be. I'm talking to understand. And for you to know I'm crawling with the shame of it.
The crawling's uglier than the shame, boy.
You come alone, Quince?
I'm alone, Patchen.
That'd be your way, wouldn't it? Big, brave, alone. You must be the bravest man there is, Quince.
Come on down, Patchen.
I ain't coming down. I waited too long for this. I'm staying right here, and you're staying right there.
You got plenty water?
Understand, I ain't aiming for you, Quince. I'm just trying out my arsenal. That was my pistol.
You're never gonna last without water, Patchen.
I got 2 canteens, mine and Drury's.
You could hit me if you tried good. You got a reason for not killing me, Patchen?
That last was my rifle. I got me a buffalo gun off the settler, blow you clean away. You wouldn't even leave no spot, Quince.
Come on down.
We're gonna do this slow, Captain. Just you and me. Maybe my shots will get a little closer to you from time to time. We'll keep it slow a while. I want you to die a long time, Quince. 5 days and 5 nights of dying. Remember, Quince?
I remember. You want me to die, all right. Long time of dying. But you aren't the man to kill me, Patchen.
You ain't coming after me. You ain't that brave, Quince.
Don't take a brave man to come after you, Patchen. Just takes a man.
I hated you a long time. If I have to do, I could hate you dead.
You hate yourself, Patchen. Wouldn't feel good killing me. You'd still have yourself.
You're gonna kill me? That what you coming to do? Kill me? Please. Please don't kill me.
I'm not gonna kill you, Patchen. Wouldn't feel good. Killing a coward. Get up.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Paul Duboff, James Nusser, and Herb Vigran. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seibertz.
Company, attention! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Each year, new automobiles come equipped with new and better devices for safety and comfort. But there's one device for comfort and safety that you'll have to manufacture for yourself, no matter how advanced our technology becomes. And that device is a smile. A sense of humor and a friendly attitude toward other drivers on the highway is sure to earn courtesy and consideration in return. And courtesy and consideration are big safety factors on the highway. Check the gas, the oil, and make sure you've brought along your smile.
From 65 years ago, July 15th, 1956, Fort Laramie on Classic Radio Theater. Raymond Burr said he would have done more than just the 1 year of the show, but he didn't have time. He was so busy doing, this little TV show he did called Perry Mason that he didn't just have time to do it. Perry Mason shot him to stardom, don't you know? Anyway, we thank you for tuning in to Classic Radio Theater. A reminder, you can visit us at our webpage, classicradio.stream, where you can stream our shows on demand, learn more about classic radio collecting, and contact me, classicradio.stream. If you miss a day, you don't have to miss a show. You can either hear it at my webpage, classicradio.stream, or anywhere podcasts are served on the internet. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater, USA Classic Radio Theater. Please do me a favor and thank this radio station and support their advertisers. It is their kindness and courtesy that we're here with you each and every time we're around. And tell all your friends the great radio shows are right here at this spot on the dial. I'm Wyatt Cox, Classic Radio Theater, on your favorite station and the USA Radio Network.
The best trial attorneys never stop learning. Nationally recognized plaintiff attorney John Simon and Eric Veith share insights and ideas that will improve your practice. Subscribe to The Jury Is Out podcast now.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
She survived pediatric cancer and grew up to work at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, the place that saved her life. Now she's also the youngest American in space, and her story inspires the patients she works with.
They're saying, I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. They're seeing that they can grow up. Not only can they have a future, but it can be full of accomplished dreams.
Hear more about Haley Arsenault and the Inspiration 4 crew on the series St. Jude Mission of a Lifetime. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Zenni's Blocks lenses help to protect the eyes by keeping harmful blue light out. Because they're virtually clear, add blocks to any Zenni frame for stylish, all-day protection. Get a complete pair of prescription or non-prescription Blocks glasses starting at just $24. Protect your eyes now at Zenni.com.
No one ever says Merry Almost Christmas. And when's the last time somebody wished you Happy 2 months till New Year? Maybe they should. Because at the Home Depot, we think getting ready for the holidays can be almost as much fun as the holidays themselves, especially with all the great savings at our stores, like a Glacier Bay vanity for $219 and a Gatefield Chrome kitchen cart for just $99.97. So stop in today and save big on everything you need to get your home ready for celebrating. And that's something worth celebrating too. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
There's Pablo in his natural habitat, opening his internet bill in fear. He just saw his 12-month promotional price ended. Uh-oh, and he just discovered the equipment fees. Back away slowly.
If your internet bill drives you wild, just remember, you're not a bad person. You just need a straightforward price. Get AT&T Fiber. Unlimited internet with no price increase at 12 months. Visit att.com/no fees. Limited availability in select areas.
With a message for the thousands of Illinoisans with functional needs. Needless to say, everyone needs to have an emergency disaster plan and disaster kit, but that plan and kit may look a lot different for those with functional needs. Learn how to make a plan and a kit that best serves your needs and the needs of your family and even your pets. At ready.illinois.gov, there's tips for caregivers and seniors too. Make a plan and make a kit. Find out how at ready.illinois.gov. That's ready.illinois.gov.
Sponsored by IEMA. Hi, I'm Bobby Likos with today's Carfinic Minute. Thump, thump, thump. There go the strings of your heart. Or could it be the strings of your engine's heart? When I come back, I'll tell the story of automotive love and loss.
O'Reilly. When your battery goes dead, everything can come to a stop. Don't take a chance on getting stranded. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts and get your battery tested free of charge. If your battery does need to be replaced, O'Reilly Auto Parts can help you find the exact Superstart battery that fits your car or truck at a guaranteed low price. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
That thumping may be more than your heartbeat. It could be, da-dum, your engine's bearings. Bearings are joints, like your hip socket. They allow pistons and crankshafts, your engine's hips and legs, to move in concert. And like our joints, bearings use a lubricant to ensure smooth movement. It's called engine oil. And if it's low, old, or gritty, it no longer cushions. Result, bare metal on metal. So avoid the heartbreak and expense of worn bearings. Treat your engine to regular oil changes. I'm Bobby Likos. Like us, you'll love us.
The first all-civilian mission to orbit the Earth is also raising millions of dollars for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Learn about Inspiration 4 on St. Jude Mission of a Lifetime. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
The holidays may be the most wonderful time of the year, but at the Home Depot, we like to think getting ready for the holidays is a close second. Because the holidays may have 2 turtle doves, but we have a Milwaukee 2-tool combo kit for just $129. And the holidays may have Yule logs and cozy fires, but we have a Wise thermostat for $79.98. So stop by the Home Depot and save on everything you need to get your home holiday ready and enjoy the pre-holiday season almost as much as you enjoy the holidays themselves. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
There's Pablo in his natural habitat, opening his internet bill in fear. He just saw his 12-month promotional price ended. Uh-oh, and he just discovered the equipment fees. Back away slowly.
If your internet bill drives you wild, just remember, you're not a bad person. You just need a straightforward price. Get AT&T Fiber. Unlimited internet with no price increase at 12 months. Visit att.com/no fees. Limited availability in select areas.
Bundle your home and auto with Farmers and you could save up to 20%. 1 + 1 = 20. It's bundle math. Get a quote at farmers.com.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Not available in every state. Only available select Farmers branded policies subject to terms and conditions underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliates.
Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, October the 21st, 2021. I'm Mike Clifford. The pathway to a career has become more difficult for some in recent years, with many young people not landing the right job until they are in their 30s.
The report from the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce says higher education costs, the collapse of the youth labor market, and racial and class inequality have all contributed to increased pressure on young people. Report author Tony Carnevale says support from the Build Back Better Act could help dismantle the silos between education and career, beginning in early childhood.
What we know is that it really starts in preschool. In America, if you're a disadvantaged child, you've got a 30% chance of making it to one of these good jobs by the time you're 32. Build Back Better invests in the K-12 education of disadvantaged students.
Build Back Better includes funding for childcare and universal preschool, along with expanding resources for child nutrition. President Joe Biden has been meeting with Democrats this week in an attempt to save the massive social safety net and climate policy legislation. I'm Emily Scott.
The report says career counseling should begin as young as middle school and continue post-high school to make more solid connections between education and the working world. The New York Times reports Republicans Wednesday blocked action for the third time this year on legislation to bolster voting rights, leaving Democrats few options to advance the bill outside of changing the Senate filibuster rule and passing it over GOP opposition. The Times says that all 50 Democrats and independents supported bringing the Freedom to Vote Act to the floor, but all 50 Republicans voted against. Doing so maintains the stalemate over the proposal. West Virginia has the 7th highest poverty rate in the nation. That's according to the latest census surveys. Advocates for children and families say permanent anti-poverty measures are needed.
More than 60% of Americans have lived paycheck to paycheck during the pandemic, with women and people of color facing additional hardships, from higher unemployment to disproportionate childcare burdens. Ronisha, a mom from Jackson, Mississippi, has been receiving $1,000 a month as part of the Magnolia Mothers Trust. She says the Guaranteed Income Program has helped her stay on top of expenses during pregnancy and her search for a job with a livable wage.
I was struggling bad with my business. I'm learning to manage my money because I'm on a set income. I'm able to cover all of my business. Like whatever I need to handle, I'm able to pay all of it.
The expanded child tax credit is set to expire in December. I'm Lily Bolke reporting.
This story produced with original reporting from Katie Fleischer for Ms. Magazine. This is PNS.
The USA Radio Network presents the greatest radio programs of all time.
Jack Benny Program.
Look, Bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
Fibber McGee and Molly.
Straighten up that closet one of these days.
This is classic radio theater.
The Great Gildersleeve.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show.
Now here's your host, Wyatt Cox.
Not one of Milton Berle's most outstanding programs, the summer quiz show Kiss and Makeup starring Uncle Milty. This was originally broadcast July 15th, 1946.
Having business with Columbia's Kiss and Makeup Court of Petty Grievances on this night of July 15th, 1946, draw near and ye shall be heard. Judge Milton Berle presiding.
My husband throws his clothes all over the house.
My wife always makes me wash the dishes.
My boyfriend is always playing practical jokes on me.
You're driving me crazy.
Yes, tonight, petty grievances like these will be tried in the new Court of Justice, Columbia's Court of Petty Grievances. where the petty thing is the important thing. On the basis of letters which you, the listeners, send us, you will be invited to appear in person before an impartial jury selected from our studio audience. And you'll be given a chance to air your grievances against each other. Tonight, Kiss and Makeup's Court of Petty Grievances will award cash damages up to $600. And to make sure that each case receives a fair trial, presiding over our Court of Petty Grievances is His Honor, that fantastic judge, Milton Berle.
Oh, this weather's too hot to wear a wig. Order! Order in the court. If anybody laughs, I'll have to clear out the court. If nobody laughs, I'll have to clear out myself. Ah, yes, the judge is in great shape tonight.
Judge Berle, tell me, have you been reading up on your law books?
Indeed I have, bailiff. I just read a 600-page law book from cover to cover in 5 minutes.
Ah, Your Honor, how can you read a 600-page book in only 5 minutes?
The pages were stuck together. I mean, it's the sticky weather.
You know, Judge, I sometimes wonder if you ever really went to law school.
Bailiff, come here, on a cute chair. Come here. Keep this quiet, but between you and me and the lamppost, I don't know so much.
Judge Berle.
Yeah?
Between you and me, that lamppost has been talking.
You may joke, bailiff, but someday I'll surprise you. I'll really go places. I'll wind up a Supreme Court judge. Gee, it must be fun winding up a Supreme Court judge. I wonder how often they run down. That's a silly thought, isn't it?
Judge Berle, do you really think you'll get to the Supreme Court someday?
And why not? And there's no reason why I shouldn't get to Washington. I'm a human dynamo. I have an electric personality. And that's not good.
Why not?
Washington is D.C. and I'm A.C. I mean it. I might blow my top. And what's the use?
Oh, now, don't be discouraged, Your Honor. There's no reason why you shouldn't realize your ambitions. You've got the determination of a bulldog, the loyalty of a sheepdog, and the courage of a St. Bernard. Judge, what do you say to that?
Well, enough of this small talk. Bailiff, call the first petty grievance case.
Before I do, Your Honor, do you want to address the jury?
I certainly do. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, anything you say will be held against you. Address the jury. Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected impartially from our audience to serve on jury duty in our Court of Petty Grievances. And remember that the cases that you will hear tonight are real cases concerning real people. In reward for your services, each one of you will receive $5 when the court adjourns. A neat little figure. I mean the second juror on the left. All right, bailiff, let's have the first case.
The case of Mr. Schaefer versus Mrs. Schaefer. Step up to the bar and meet the judge.
How do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Schaefer?
Good evening, Judge.
Where are you folks from?
Mid-Manhattan.
In Manhattan, I see. And may I ask you, how did you happen to come to our Court of Petty Grievances?
We were lucky enough to have 2 tickets for your initial show, and we liked it so much. And then the request was made from the stage that anyone had a grievance to write a letter, which I did. And we were summoned before your court.
I see. Is this a true grievance?
Definitely.
Yes, Your Honor. It is. Well, we just want to be sure of that. Now, what is the grievance, and who has it? Wait a minute.
I have it, sir.
You have it, Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, sir.
Will you please express it to the court and to the...
Well, Your Honor, my wife has a mania for moving the furniture around. When I come home in the evening, my armchair is not where it should be. The piano is moved around. The bookcase is taken from the living room and put into the foyer. Yeah. When I look for the armchair, there's no armchair. I just have to sit down on the floor.
I see. You're afraid someday you'll go to sleep in your bed and wake up in the bathtub. Is that right? Mrs. Schaefer, what were you going to say?
If my key didn't fit my apartment, I wouldn't know I was in the right apartment.
I suppose not. Now, Mrs. Schaefer, is this all true?
Yes, Your Honor, it is true.
Well, may I ask, and I think you should tell the court, why do you like to move the furniture?
Well, I think it's a wife's duty to make the home attractive and interesting for her husband. And I read all the decorators' magazines, and I go to all the exhibitions of furniture. And when I come home, my ideas, I try to incorporate them in my home.
I see what
and
you mean.
Furthermore, Anna, my husband is an inveterate smoker, and he burns holes in the carpet. And when I have to change the carpet, I change the wallpaper.
He burns holes in the wallpaper?
No, he burns holes in the carpet. But then, after all, you know, Your Honor, the colors must harmonize.
Oh, sure.
And the wallpaper and the carpet, and then the furniture has to be changed, and that's how that happens.
Well, it's not bad to have your furniture moved around as long as the finance company isn't doing the moving. Mrs. Schaefer, is it? What style furniture? Would you tell the court what style furniture do you have in
Well,
your
my
home?
living room is English, and my dining room is English, and the bedroom is French, Your Honor.
Not the same language, huh? But I don't care much for that period furniture. You miss one payment and period. Now, when did you first notice, Mr. Schaefer, that your wife had this habit of moving the furniture around?
Well, this started on our honeymoon when we went to Niagara Falls.
You mean she didn't try to rearrange Niagara Falls, did she?
She didn't try to rearrange...
Well, Mr. Schaefer, may I ask, how long are you married?
It's going to be 27 years.
And she's been pushing furniture around? 27 years?
Hasn't been pushing it around, but she's been changing it around. Now, when we went on our honeymoon at the Niagara Falls, the minute we got into the room...
You saw the falls, no doubt.
I didn't even get a chance.
She was pushing the furniture around.
She started to push the furniture around, and before the 2 weeks were up, Judge, I really don't know whether I was on a honeymoon or attending a furniture exhibition.
Well, Mr. Schaefer, do your friends ever comment about your wife's habit?
Well, we had a card game when the boys generally come over to see me about every Friday night, and we have a card game. One night they come over here recently to play cards, and the furniture was so rearranged in the living room, I had to take the boys into the bedroom to play cards. And then as I go down to sit down, I expect a chair there. There's no chair, and I go boom. So I said to my wife, honey, please do me a favor.
Yeah?
Move all the furniture all over the house, whatever you want to do, but leave my armchair where it is.
You have an armchair?
I have
what kind of a chair is it?
A Morris chair.
Well, maybe Morris has got it tonight. I had to get that joke in.
Now, Judge, my wife promised me definitely.
Yes?
She said, when we come here tonight, if the jury will unanimously decide in my favor, she'll never move another piece of furniture.
Well, all right. Now, you sound like a lawyer. That's not your business, are you?
No, sir,
what
I'm not. I'm in the ladies ready to wear.
Well, I think it's about time ladies are ready to wear. Well, evidence is presented. The case now goes to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have a clear-cut issue. And here it is. If a man's home is his castle and a woman's place is in the kitchen, who put the banana in the refrigerator? All right, the case now goes to the jury. All those in favor of Mr. Schaefer, raise your right hand, please. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A unanimous decision. You win $120. $120, Mr. Schaefer. Now, look. Well, I think that you swayed the jury. Now, Mrs. Schaefer, being that Mr. Schaefer swayed the whole jury and won the whole case outright, do you promise never to do that again?
Yes, Your Honor, I faithfully promise not to do so unless he asks me to.
He's not going to ask you either.
Your Honor, all right. May I thank the jury?
Yes, you don't need to thank the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much.
Kiss and make up. Go ahead, kiss and make up. There they are.
Milton Berle, Kiss and Make Up, July 15th, 1946 on Classic Radio Theater.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
You're struggling with your mortgage.
The youngest American in space is also a pediatric cancer survivor, and her all-civilian mission is providing a pathway to the future of space exploration. Hear the story on St. Jude Mission of a Lifetime. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Everyone deserves access to energy. Everyone. And a diverse energy mix is a reliable energy mix. Propane is a clean energy solution for Illinois because propane is environmentally friendly. It's an alternative energy source that won't contaminate soil or groundwater and can help you reduce carbon emissions today. Learn more about what makes propane the energy for everyone at propane.com.
What if you could help solve the world's most critical challenges in agriculture, food, the environment, families, communities, and more? What if you could get the benefits of a Big Ten campus with the feel of a small school? In the College of Agricultural, Consumer, and Environmental Sciences at the University of Illinois, you'll graduate with more than a degree. You'll be ready to make a difference in the world. Join the College of Aces at Illinois, where we are more than meets the eye. Visit us today at aces.illinois.edu.
Do you hear that? It's the sound of TD Ameritrade's Education Center working smoothly behind the scenes to curate its own content to your investment goals and interests. Head over to tdameritrade.com/education to start learning. Member SIPC.
The holidays are doubly important this year, so make your celebrations doubly special. At Kroger, we've got a huge selection of high-quality meats on top of fresh, natural produce, like fresh, never-frozen prime-grade beef and our Simple Truth organic Brussels sprouts, or delicious king crab legs with our private selection gourmet potatoes. Whew, had to say that doubly fast. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Get more ways to save at the Buy 5 or More Save $1 each sale. Just buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Right now, you can buy 5, save $5 instantly on over 1,000 items in the store. Like Pepsi or 7-Up 12-packs for $3.99 when you buy 5, plus deposit where applicable. And Breyer's ice cream for just $2.99 when you buy 5. Plus, save $10 on your next in-store purchase when you buy $30 or more of skincare products. Whether it's a sweet treat or a luxurious product for some me time, it's all at your neighborhood Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
And Makeup wasn't a great radio series, but it didn't need to be. It was on in the summer months. Weren't theoretically a lot of listeners to radio, so the networks really didn't care. So you put on stuff and see if maybe it caught the trend on a while. Kiss and Makeup, Milton Berle, July 15th, 1946.
I did pretty good, didn't I? Bailiff, how do you think I handled that case? Huh?
Judge Burl, I must give you credit. You sure can handle these human relations cases.
Well, Bailiff, I've always been interested in human relations. Sometimes I wish mine were. Sometimes I wish mine were. Must be some way of telling that joke and getting a laugh. I mean that.
Judge Burl,
yeah.
Did you ever handle any criminal cases?
Oh, naturally. I once handled a case where a man was accused of stealing $17,500, and I got a nice fee for winning that case.
What did you get?
$17,500. Bailiff, oh, stop kidding around. Call the next case.
The case of Mr. Smith versus Mrs. Smith. Step right up to the bar and meet the judge.
How do you do? Would you step right over to the bar and into the microphone? Good evening, folks.
Good evening.
Well, we have a very grand couple here. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, that is your name? Smith?
Right. Yes, sir. That's our name.
Very odd name, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, it's a very lovely name, too. Is that your real name?
Yes, sir.
And where are you folks from?
Winter Park, Florida.
Winter Park, Florida.
That's right.
There is really a coincidence. Winter Park, Florida. I come from Central Park, New York. You know, housing shortage. Tell me, what brings you folks all the way up to New York?
Well, we are up here celebrating our 50th wedding anniversary.
50 weddings, well. Isn't that right? 50 years you're married. You're sure getting your money's worth out of your marriage license. Now, what brings you on your 50th anniversary to our court of petty grievances, Mrs. Smith?
Well, this grievance I would like to settle after 50 years of married life, and always have been known as an ideal couple.
Yes, I know.
My husband is just bringing this up at this time.
I see.
And I just don't know. Maybe he wants to...
Well, all right. We'll ask Mr. Smith. You have the grievance,
I
Mr.
have
Smith?
the grievance, yes,
Would
sir.
Would you please state it to the
Yes, sir.
court?
My wife makes me do the shopping.
Yes?
And, of course, it's embarrassing that I have to push a baby carriage around a supermarket trying to find scarce articles.
Now, let me straighten out this petty grievance for the jury. You say that your petty grievance is that your wife makes you do the shopping. You mean, did she make you carry the bags and bundles and everything?
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, you feel as if Mrs. Smith wanted somebody to carry a bundle, she should have married a mailman. Is that right? Mr. Smith, what is your business? What business?
I'm retired.
Oh, you're retired?
Yes, sir.
I want to see you after the show. You're retired, huh?
Yes, sir.
And she's trying to tire you out. Is that right? Mrs. Smith, why do you make your husband accompany you on these
Well,
shopping
I
trips?
tell you, he really is making a mountain out of a molehill, I think. I don't always insist upon his coming.
Yeah.
And he doesn't carry too many bundles. Ever so often, he has just a few to carry, not too large.
Yeah.
And I feel that it wouldn't be very nice to see his wife going along with a lot of bundles and he just walking along idly.
Yeah. How long have you been making him carry these bundles?
Not so very long. He insists upon a lengthy time, but it really isn't so.
Not more than 50 years, Your Honor.
Well, now, Mr. Smith, you say you come from
Winter Park,
Florida, huh?
That's correct.
Well, there's such a thing known down in the southern part of our states that they have a southern chivalry. Don't you feel as if that's your duty to do that for your wife?
Well, Southern chivalry wouldn't carry bundles.
I think they would.
Well,
I think a chivalrous gentleman always carries
They
a
do.
lady's
Well,
bundle.
listen, in fact, I got an uncle who's a southern planter. He's an undertaker. Now, Mr. Smith, how long has this thing been going on? You say 50 years?
50 years, yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, do you buy many things when you go shopping?
Yes, quite a few.
Such as?
Well, such as food and, of course, clothes. I have to go for
You don't
clothes.
make him try on your clothes for you.
No, but he has very good taste, and then he's a pretty good scout. He's rather liberal when I go to buy clothes, more so than I
Well,
am.
he seems to be a very kind-looking gentleman. How old are you, Mr. Smith?
69.
69. And how old are you?
21 and over.
Over 20? Well, all right. You don't feel like telling us. That's wonderful. I hope my wife and I look like you two when we reach your age. Now, the evidence is presented. The case now goes to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the problem here seems very, very clear. The problem here seems very, very clear. Mrs. Smith wants her husband to go shopping with her, but should Mr. Smith be left holding the bag? All right, now let's take the vote. All those in favor of Mr. Smith, raise your right hand. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hands. Well, this is sort of a split decision. Tell you what we're going to do here at the court. Court of Petty Agreements, we're going to give you each $60. All right? We'll even it up. We're going to give you each $60. Now, you've been married for how long?
50 years, 4 months.
Well, I don't think you should go through any more of these petty grievances.
I hope not.
You promise not to let him carry?
No.
Because
I won't ask him to carry another
he's
bundle.
such a nice-looking man and everything.
He is.
Why don't... All right, kiss and make up. Let me see how you kiss years ago. There we are. Aren't they a wonderful couple, huh? Married 50 years and still sticking together.
Well, Judge Burrow, married people should stick together.
I'm that way too, Bailiff. Yeah. Whenever I go walking with my wife, people always say, Joyce sure is stuck with Burrow. They're only kidding, of course.
Judge Burrow, what do you think makes for happy marriages?
Well, I don't know. Bailiff, I think every marriage, if it's to be a happy marriage, must have two things. A bride and a groom. Unless one of the couple is a bachelor. Then it doesn't matter. Bailiff? All right, Bailiff, call the next case, please.
The case of Mrs. Lensence versus Mr. Lensence. Step up to the bar and meet the judge.
Well, good evening. I listened to a very big scream from the people in our courtroom, and I know what they screamed at now. I see you have a cute little dog there, huh?
Yes, sir. That's my Peggy.
That's your Peggy. Well, it's a very adorable dog, but you brought it into the courtroom. Has it got anything to do with the case?
Yes, sir. This is my principal witness, my one and only witness.
Oh, this is the witness?
Yes,
well,
sir.
Let me see. What kind of a dog is it?
It's a wire-haired fox terrier.
I see. Listen to radio programs, too? What does she listen to? Bulldog Droman? I made it up. But who, and I forget about it, too. Who has the grievance here in this case?
I have the grievance, Hannah.
Mr. and Mrs.
Lensence.
Lensence, I see.
That's right.
And will you please explain, Mrs. Lensence, what's the grievance, please?
Well, my husband spent too much time with his dog instead of me.
He spends too much time with the dog instead of you.
Just a slight exaggeration.
The dog is always first, and I am always second.
I see. And that is your petty grievance, that your husband spends more time with the dog than he does with you.
Prove it.
Now, you have a very charming accent, Mrs. Lensence. Is that right?
I am not, I am strange. I am from Belgium.
Belgian?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful, I see. I speak a little French myself. Savoir-faire. Savoir-faire. English translation, subway fare. Now, I want to, this is a very, very wonderful combination, but I want to know how did you come to meet each other, you two?
You want me to tell you, Judge?
Yes, I'd like you to.
Well, I was lieutenant with the 8th Infantry Division over in Europe, and I came in on a 3-day pass, or leave, rather, and the funny part about it is that on the last day, I had about 6 hours left, I visited this small cafe. I had to meet somebody else there, not my wife, and I took one look at her, and I guess that did it, and here we are.
You're a war bride, is that right?
Yes, I am a war bride.
So many war brides. How did you guys find time to fight? How long was... Now, may I ask you something? How long have you been married?
We are married a year, but I am only in the States since 6 weeks.
7 married to
6 weeks.
A foreign girl, and he loves his dog. Sounds like a Lend-Lease marriage. I see you're kissing the dog.
She's a little nervous. My wife is here and watching her, and she won't kiss me.
You're kissing the dog.
Yes, I can do that too, you know, but he don't give me a chance.
Let me see now. All right, Mrs. Lenson, will you tell us again about your grievance? Now, you say that... will you explain it to the court, please?
Well, in the morning when my husband leave home for work, he fool around with his dog, start to kiss him, and forget to kiss me.
Yeah?
At night time, when he come home, his first hello is for Peggy, naturally. And fool around and, you know, bring him some candies and everything. And I am waiting for a kiss. Sometimes I have to remind him.
To kiss you?
Yes, to kiss me.
Well, that's not like the old days. You didn't have to remind him of the years ago. Did you? Did he ever bring you flowers or anything?
Yes, the first time when we were married, he brought me flowers and
now
candies.
Now he brings you Kendall
Now it's candies for them.
July 15th, 1946, Kiss and Make Up on Classic Radio Theater.
The Jury Is Out podcast has, so to speak, something for everybody, no matter what level of practice you're at.
If you're a trial attorney, law student, or legal professional, The Jury Is Out will improve your skills. Subscribe today.
Hey, which glasses look better on me?
Oh, what's this?
Zenni's 3D virtual try-on. Pretty cool, right?
I don't know about the purple cat eyes.
I think they're fun. What about these tortoiseshell glasses? Or these rimless sunglasses? Oh, what about these clear frames?
Wait, are those prices real? Do they have glasses for men?
Yep. They also have affordable blue light glasses.
Seriously? At those prices? Get them all.
I like where this is going.
Zenni.com. Quality prescription glasses starting at $6.95.
Classic Radio Theater friends and family, you've heard me talking about the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special, which continues now. At least at the moment, you go and click on the Radio Listener Square and use my promo code USA, and you'll get a MyPillow Premium Pillow at $60 off, $29.95 for standard or queen size kings, or $5 more. But let me tell you just a moment about what I enjoy. When I lay down on my bed, it takes me next to no time to go to sleep. And that's because I have a MyPillow not just for my head, but for the rest of my body, with my MyPillow mattress topper. You know, why spend thousands of dollars for a brand new mattress when just for a fraction of that, you can get a MyPillow mattress topper? It's an exclusive 3-layer design with a layer of MyPillow foam for support, a layer of transitional foam to help relieve pressure points, and an ultra-soft patented temperature-relieving cover. 10-year warranty, cover that's washable and dryable, made in the USA. It is backed by Mike's 60-day money-back guarantee. You don't like it, send it back, you get your money back. You can save 30% when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175, and Mike will give you 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free. That's promo code USA, or call 951-8175. Use my promo code USA. That promo code will save you up to 66% on the entire line of MyPillow products. Easiest thing, go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA. That's the best way to get a great deal of savings on MyPillow products.
What if you could help solve the world's most critical challenges in agriculture, food, the environment, families, communities, and more? What if you could get the benefits of a Big Ten campus with the feel of a small school? In the College of Agricultural, Consumer, and Environmental Sciences at the University of Illinois, you'll graduate with more than a degree. You'll be ready to make a difference in the world. Join the College of Aces at Illinois, where we are more than meets the eye. Visit us today at aces.illinois.edu.
At Zenni, we believe everyone deserves access to high-quality, affordable eyewear. That's why we offer stylish prescription glasses for men, women, and kids starting at just $6.95. Our online factory direct model cuts out the middlemen, so you save. At Zenni, you get the same quality frame and lens options that you'd get from an optician for 1/10 of the price, including blue blockers, progressives, prescription sunglasses, and more. The best part? Try on any frame, anywhere with our 3D virtual try-on. Zenni.com. Eyewear for everyone.
No one wants to cut corners on a good night's rest, so I sleep on sheets that are just good enough. If you dream of comfortable sheets at a price that won't keep you up all night, look no further than Boll & Branch. Boll & Branch makes the softest organic sheets on the market using 100% sustainable raw materials. As the first Fair Trade certified manufacturer of linen, you can feel as good about your sheets as they feel against your skin. Plus, Boll & Branch focuses on quality over quantity because higher thread counts are not always better. Their signature hemmed sheets are made from lightweight organic cotton that gets softer with every wash. And they come in 7 colors from twin up to California King. Best of all, Boll & Branch gives you a fair price and a 30-day risk-free trial with free shipping and returns. So experience the best sheets you've ever felt, only at bollandbranch.com. Get 15% off your first set when you use promo code DREAMS at checkout. That's Boll & Branch, BOLLAND branch.com. Promo code DREAMS.
Thank you for tuning in to Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station. Now the conclusion of Kiss and Make Up with Milton Berle from July 15th, 1946.
I see. Well, you know the old saying, I love my wife, but oh, you dog. I loused that up. All right, now, I see evidence. Evidence is presented. Now, the case goes to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is really a very rare case. We have before us an example of a woman who would actually prefer to lead a dog's life. I want you to come up with a fair and square deal. This dog is jumping around so cutely. Would you, all those in favor of the lady, raise your right hand. Oh, I see. Another unanimous decision. Mr. Lensons, is it?
That's
you
right,
lost your
Your
case,
Honor.
and you won your case. You 12 in the jury. You win $120. Now, thank you the jury. I think you should no more grievances now. Fair trial. You had a very fair trial, and Mrs. Lensons won the case. I think you should kiss the dog. I'm getting mixed up. You get me so nervous here. Kiss each other and make up. Kiss and make up. The other side. What a cute dog. You know, Bailiff, everyone should get a dog that matches his personality.
A dog that matches his personality?
Sure. For instance, General Jimmy Doolittle should get himself an Airedale. Walter Pigeon should get himself a bird dog. Jack Benny should get himself a Scotty. And for Sinatra,
yes,
Bloodhound. Bailiff, let us not dilly-dally. Call the next case.
The case of Mr. Gajewski versus Mrs. Gajewski. Step up to the bar and meet the judge.
Gajewski and Gajewski.
Yes.
I see. And where are you folks from?
Newark, New Jersey, sir.
Talk into the mic, please.
Newark, New Jersey, sir.
Newark, New Jersey. That's wonderful. That's a coincidence because I have an uncle who lives in Denver, Colorado. Now, how did you folks happen to hear about our Kiss and Make Up court?
Well, we heard the first radio program, and we thought it was very swell, and I had a petty grievance, so I wrote a letter, and you summoned me to appear to court and settle our grievance.
Well, Mr. Gajewski, what business are you in?
I work for the Worthington Pump.
The Worthington?
Harrison, New Jersey.
Harrison, New Jersey. This grievance that you have, it's a petty grievance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, who has the grievance?
I have you, sir.
You have, sir. Would you state it to the jury?
Well, Your Honor, my grievance is that my wife wakes me up 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and tells me to get my baby a glass of water while she sleeps, and I have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. This way, she lays just in bed.
Yeah.
And I can't see that. Her waking me up to get the baby a glass of water.
That's your petty grievance?
Yes, sir.
You have a baby. And how old is the baby?
2 years old, sir.
2 years old. And she wakes you up to get the baby
it's
some
he,
water.
Your Honor.
Oh, what did you say?
It's a he, Your Honor. It's Edward Jr.
Oh, the baby's Junior?
Yes, sir.
Absorbing. How absorbing? Absorbing Junior. All right, don't rub it in. Now, look, the baby is Edward Jr. And now your complaint, Mr. Gajewski, is that your wife wakes you up at 2 o'clock in the morning to get the baby some water.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And, Mrs. Gajewski, tell the jury more about your grievance.
Well, the baby gets up real early in the morning, and I have to give him a bath and fix the meat, and I have to wash him and everything, clean the house, and go up and down the steps, and I'm awful tired. And my husband, he stays out late at night. He doesn't care what time he comes in. He's not tired in the morning.
Well, occasionally, sir.
You do?
Yeah, but he's not tired when he gets up in the morning.
But after all, you can sleep till 10, 11 o'clock. I can't. I got to go to work 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, do you feel it's a wife's duty? It's your wife's duty to get up for the baby?
That's right, sir. She don't get up and fix me no breakfast.
Yeah, so you told me you don't want me getting up.
All right, you should compromise.
Compromise. Wouldn't it have been easier if you had twins? You both could get up in the middle of the night. Well, who takes care of the baby? Who does it?
I do, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Well, this is a very difficult case for the jury. So far, from what I've heard, it seems to me that the one who has the real petty grievance in this case is the baby. I mean, I'll tell you what. In order to give the jury a clear idea as to what goes on in your house at night, let us, for example, react a typical night in the household of the Gajewskis. Is that all right?
All right,
yes,
sir.
Now, look, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let me see. I'll be the baby, all right? You mind?
Yes, sir, but I think I have a complaint to make.
Why?
I think my baby's much prettier.
Yeah, but I got more teeth. All right, now look, I'll tell you, I want you to both act like you always do at home. And I know that you folks are not actors, you know what I mean?
That's right.
But will you do your best? All right, and I'll be the 2-year-old baby, and I'll start. Harry Salter, sorry to wake you up. Give me a little rockabye baby music, will you? I'll start.
Darling.
What do you want?
Wake up. The baby's crying.
You wake me up just to get the baby a glass of water?
I'm tired.
You're tired. I want some water. The alarm clock's going to go off for 3 hours, and I got to get the... I want the water.
Well, after all, I'm tired, too.
I'm thirsty. I got to get up at 6 o'clock and work all the way. And you can just sleep till 10 to 11 o'clock.
What am I, a camel that's jumping out?
Yeah, but after all, I walk up and down the steps all the time.
Who cares who walks?
Well, you can sleep in the afternoon if you want to.
I changed my mind. I want to malt it. Thank you very, very much, Mr. The case now goes to the jury. The case now goes to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this whole case boils down to a matter of business economics, and I'll explain. The mother demands that her sleep be an asset. The father insists that getting up at night is a liability, and all the baby wants is a quick turnover. All right, come up with a decision for the man or the lady. I see 1, 2, 3. This is for the man. Who is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Mr. Gajewski, you win. You win $80. Kiss and make up. Bailiff, any more cases on the calendar?
No, not until next week, Your Honor, at which time Columbia's Kiss and Make-Up program will convene its court of petty grievances to judge and award cash damages up to $600. Now, if any of you listeners wish to appear before our Kiss and Make-Up court, just write us a letter telling us about your petty grievance against a specific person. Address your letter to Kiss and Make-Up, Columbia Broadcasting System, New York 22, New York. And now, here is His Honor, Judge Milton Berle.
Bailiff, come here. I want to tell you a little secret.
A secret?
Yeah, this morning, see, I decided to practice a little, so I sneaked into the courtroom and pretended I was on trial. And for 6 hours, I defended myself before the jury.
Well, how did you make out?
Where can I raise $10,000 bail? Bail. Bail. Oh, bailiff, That's all the business we have tonight. So until next Monday night, court's adjourned.
Kiss and Makeup is a Columbia feature production created and directed by Cy Howell. Fred Utel speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From July 15th, 1946, Kiss and Makeup on Classic Radio Theater, a summer series, by the way. It didn't last any longer than the summer.
Are you taking Cialis or Viagra? Marley Drug has generics of both for just $12 per tablet. That's a savings of $60 per dose. Marley Drug is an independent pharmacy delivering generic Cialis and Viagra to your door for $12 per tablet. Call Marley Drug at 800-460-2510. That's 800-460-2510. Again, 800-460-2510.
Not available in Vermont or Alabama. If you enjoy our Classic Radio Theater broadcasts and want to start building a collection of your own, go to classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. There you'll find links to great classic radio collections on CD, along with links to great reading on classic radio, plus Classic Radio Theater on demand. Check out our webpage, available now at classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. And enjoy.
The end of the pandemic means families can come together once again. At Kaufman's Funeral Home, we're feeling blessed and giving prayers of thanks, rejoicing that we can shed the masks and gather together once again in our times of need. We know America will come back stronger than ever. If you need us now, we're here for you. We put your family's needs first, from the big things to the little things. If it's important to you, it's important to us. Kaufman Funeral Home and Crematory, Frontier Drive, Stanton.
Serving you with compassion and care.
Your struggle.
The first all-civilian mission to orbit the Earth is also raising millions of dollars for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Learn about Inspiration 4 on St. Jude Mission of a Lifetime. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
No one ever says Merry Almost Christmas. And when's the last time somebody wished you Happy 2 months till New Year? Maybe they should. Because at the Home Depot, we think getting ready for the holidays can be almost as much fun as the holidays themselves. Especially with all the great savings at our stores. Like a Glacier Bay vanity for $219 and a Gatefield Chrome kitchen cart for just $99.97. So stop in today and save big on everything you need to get your home ready for celebrating. And that's something worth celebrating too. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
There's Pablo in his natural habitat, opening his internet bill in fear. He just saw his 12-month promotional price ended. Uh-oh, and he just discovered the equipment fees. Back away slowly.
If your internet bill drives you wild, just remember, you're not a bad person. You just need a straightforward price. Get AT&T Fiber. Unlimited internet with no price increase at 12 months. Visit att.com/no fees. Limited availability in select areas.
Bundle your home and auto with Farmers and you could save up to 20%. 1 + 1 = 20. It's bundle math. Get a quote at farmers.com.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Not available in every state. Only available select Farmers branded policies subject to terms and conditions underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate.
It's JCPenney's lowest prices of the season. And leaves aren't the only thing falling. Our prices are too. Thursday to Sunday only. Save with thousands of deals throughout the store. Like Cook's or Black & Decker kitchen appliances, $17.88 each. Women's fall booties, now $24.88 a pair. And the best part, these prices are so low, no coupons needed. New fall styles, great fall savings. JCPenney. Offers valid on select items 10/21 through 10/24. Season refers to 9/7 to 10/24. Some exclusions apply. See store or jcp.com for details.
3 on Classic Radio Theater.
Now, let's see what's going on down at Pine Ridge. Well, yesterday, Lum and Abner received a telegram stating that a man from the Treasury Department would arrive in town today in connection with some citation. The details were contained in another telegram which messenger boy Grandpappy Spears failed to deliver. And so, as we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in their Jotham Down store and library fearfully awaiting the government man. Listen.
Hey, doggies, if that Mr. Partain is going to arrest us, Lum, I wish he'd hurry up and get here and do it. This waiting around is making a nervous wretch out of me.
Yeah, me too. I wish I knowed what it was that I done wrong on our income tax.
Well, we don't even know for sure if that's what we're being arrested for, do we?
Well, it must be. He's from the Treasury Department, ain't he?
Yeah.
If Grandpap hadn't mislaid that other telegram, we'd know exactly what we've been dragged into court for.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Lum. Read that telegram that we did get over again. I want to hear that.
We've read it 1,000 or 100 times, Abner.
Yeah, I know it. Just read it again, though. Let's see, we might understand it this time.
Well, I know it by heart.
Well, what does it say?
It says, we'll arrive in Pine Ridge tomorrow for your citation as explained in previous telegram.
Oh.
And it's signed by Lloyd Partain, some Treasury feller.
Well, are you sure, Lum, that citation means getting me arrested?
And you seen me look it up in the dictionary yourself.
Yeah, reckon they're right about it?
Well, of course they're right.
Yeah.
Said something about official summons to appear before a tribunal or a court.
Oh, my goodness. My doggies, I'm just glad little Pearl's out of town, so she won't have to see her poor old papa being disgraced this way.
Grannies, if we just knowed what it was in that other telegram. Or wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's the matter with us anyway? Dick Huddleston would know what was in that other telegram.
He would?
Why, sure. He has to type them things down before Grandpap can deliver them.
I don't get that's right, ain't it?
Let me get to that phone.
Yeah, call him up, Lum. Doggies, we'll at least know what we're getting arrested for. Then maybe we can sit down and figure some way to get out of it.
Well, I know it's about income tax. That new withholding stuff.
Yeah, just about.
Must have figured it wrong somewhere. Hello? Who is it?
I told him he never knowed about it.
Oh, well, this is Lum, Grandpap.
Get us both in the penitentiary.
I want to talk to Dick. He's what? Oh, my goodness. Well, tell him this is important. Yeah.
Is Grandpap going to get him, Lum?
Yeah, you know what Dick's doing?
Huh?
He's talking to that Mr. Partain.
Partain? Hi, doggies, is he in town already?
Must be.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, me.
Maybe Dick's trying to talk him out of arresting us. Wait a minute. Hello?
Get me a sledgehammer and start practicing beating them rocks.
Too busy, huh? Well, listen, Grandpap, maybe you can help us. See if you can find a copy of that telegram you forgot to deliver to us the other night.
I'm going to do it. I want to bust him right.
Yeah, the one that got destroyed.
Doggy, this must be awful serious if Dick's so busy with that Mr. Partain he can't even talk to us.
Yeah, I just hope Dick can do us some good.
Well, he ought to.
Hope he puts in some good licks for us.
Me too. Well, he will, I believe. He knows that we wouldn't have did whatever we done on a purpose. Dick knows us better than that.
Yeah, he knows we always try to be honest and everything. Hello? Huh? Well, did you look good?
Wonder how many years we'll get.
Well, listen then. Ask Dick where it would be. He might know. Oh, where'd they go? They said what? Oh, my goodness. Well, all right, Grandpap. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Lum? Oh, what'd they do?
Dick and that Mr. Partain just left over there.
Well, good. Left, huh?
They was going down to the flagpole, he said.
Oh, flagpole?
Yeah, and they told Grandpap to tell us just to wait here in the store till they call for us.
Doggy, that don't sound very good, you know what?
Well, it ain't good neither. Abner, go up and peek out the front window and see if you can see them standing around the flagpole.
Yeah. Doggy, that seems sort of silly, though. Don't reckon they're going to hang us to that flagpole, do you?
Oh, my goodness, I never thought about that. No, surely they wouldn't go that far without a trial anyway. I don't think. Maybe they just want to ask...
For the land's sake. Lum, come here.
What's the matter?
Come here, look out the window here. Doggy, somebody's built a little platform in front of the pool there, and there's a crowd of people gathered around it.
Well, I'll swan to goodness.
I reckon what that platform's for.
Grannies, I don't know.
They might put the rope around us and then kick us off the platforms about what they're going to do.
Don't talk that way, Abner.
Well, there's some reason for it, Lum.
Maybe they're just going to hold a public trial for us right out in the road there.
Oh, my goodness.
When like they're going to make examples out of it. Horrible examples. That's what they're going to do. I know it. Feel it.
Doggy, Lum, I just don't believe I can go out there and be an example in front of all them folks. How'd they all find out about this anyway?
Well, Dick must have told them.
Dick Huddleston?
Well, he must have spread the word around. He's the only one that knowed about it.
Yeah, that's right, ain't he? And here I thought he was our friend. That snake in the weeds.
He is our friend. Wait a minute, Abner. He can't hardly go again a big government feller like this Mr. Partain.
And if I'd have my druthers, I'd rather that Partain feller stay in Washington. That's what I'd rather. He ain't got no business coming down here arresting us anyway.
Abner, he's on official business. You can't blame him neither. Just carrying out orders.
Well, he don't have to do it. He could quit his job. He don't have to arrest me.
If we win again the law, I grannies, we got it coming to us.
We have.
Wait a minute, there comes Cedric out there. Maybe he'll know what this is all about.
Well, he ought to know something. He's always hanging around wherever there's anything going on.
Yeah, I know it.
Wonderful world.
I don't know what's wonderful about it, Cedric.
Well, Mr. Dick says I'm supposed to bring you fellers down to that platform now.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's it, all right. Cedric, do you know exactly what this is all about?
Yeah, what have you heard, Cedric?
I don't know. I ain't heard nothing. All I know is I'm supposed to bring you fellers down there. Then that Givermint feller, forgot his name now, he's got something to say to you.
Yeah, well, we figured that much out ourselves. Has he got any handcuffs with him, Cedric?
I don't know. I never seen none.
You never, huh?
Come on.
Well, he'll have to have them if he's going to hold me. I'll tell him that right now. I'll run. That's what
Abner,
I'll do.
now, he might shoot you. He might have to shoot
I
you
don't
if you
care.
start
He
that
can
run.
shoot. I'm going down to the river there and hiding that canebrake. That's where I'm going. I won't be arrested.
All I know is he wants y'all to come down there. Come on, you better hurry up, too. They're waiting for you.
Them doggies. Well, I reckon we better go on, Lum.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead. I'm coming.
Well, come on now. Don't you sneak back there and run off.
I ain't. Go ahead.
Reckon we ought to lock up the store?
No, they're more than likely to let us come back and lock it up and get our things and all.
Yeah, I reckon they will. Doggies. Look there, Lum. Look at that crowd gathered around down there.
Yeah, this is humiliating this one day of my whole life.
Yeah, me too.
Might have did it private without having a whole crowd down there to watch it.
Why, sure, if he wanted to eat
Hurry up, fellas, they're waiting for
at the
you.
door. We're walking as fast as we can, Cedric. I ain't no rush to get there.
Me neither.
I ain't going to run to get sent to the penitentiary. I know that. If he ain't got time to wait, he can go on back to Washington. I don't care.
Now, listen, Abner, whatever it was we done wrong, just recollect we never meant to do it. Tell them that.
Yeah.
Or maybe you better let me do the talking. If he asks you anything, just say you don't know nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'll tell him. That's what
And that won't be far from right, either.
No, I wouldn't know what to say no way. I ain't never been arrested and sent to the penitentiary before. I don't know what you say.
You know, I wonder if I'd done the wrong thing in going around trying to explain this new withholding the income tax things to folks.
I told you weren't to do it, Lum, till you learned more about it.
I was
told
just
you.
trying to get that one idea across to them.
One idea?
This new pay-as-you-go idea weren't raising their income tax at all. It was just an easier way for them to pay it all.
Yeah.
And that it ain't no reason for them to cut down on their bond buying.
Well, you must have did something wrong, and Summers, Lum. We wouldn't be on our way to the penitentiary right now if you hadn't.
Hurry up, fellas.
Cedric, we're hurrying. Be quiet.
Yeah, leave us alone. Quit nagging us.
Doggies, look at there, Lum. Everybody turning around and gawking at us. Some of them are even smiling. Look at that Mose moose.
Yeah, I was noticing that.
Supposed to be our friend.
Just shows you how cute your humans are. All the spirit to get enjoyment out of other folks' suffering. More of it's curiosity, that's what
Can't
it
find
is.
out. Here comes Dick Huddleston to meet us. Look there, he's even smiling, too.
Just human nature, I reckon. Howdy, Dick.
Hurry up, Lum.
Mr. Bartane's waiting for you and Abner.
Yeah, we know. Exactly what this
You fellas are supposed to stand up on the platform beside Mr. Partane, so come on now, follow me.
All right. Howdy, Mose. Miss Barton. Tom.
That's it, fellas. Stand right there. Yeah, all right, Grandpap, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Richard. All right, folks, simmer down. Quiet down to a bedlam. Ladies and gentlemen, I take a heap of pleasure in introducing Mr. Lloyd Partane, Associate Field Director in charge of agriculture of the, just a second here, of the War Finance Division of the United States Treasury Department. Mr. Partane.
Thank you, Mr. Spears.
No, not at all, not at all.
Mr. Edwards and Mr. Peabody and citizens of Pine Ridge, a little over 2 months ago, the Treasury Department appointed Mr. Edwards and Mr. Peabody co-chairman of the Pine Ridge War Savings Staff. Since that time, we have kept a close watch over their work. And now, through their leadership and the fine cooperation of you citizens, Pine Ridge has won for itself a signal honor. The record shows that every single family in your community has purchased a war bond and is continuing to purchase them 100%. And therefore, Pine Ridge has earned the title of America's first tea town.
Tea town? You mean we got to start drinking tea?
And so it is with sincere pleasure that I present to you, on behalf of the Treasury Department, this tea flag. And as it flies from your flagpole, we hope it will be a challenge to other American towns to emulate your excellent achievement.
Well, take the flag, Lom, or say something.
Granny, I don't know what to say.
Well, do something I don't know what to do.
Here, give me the tea flag, Lloyd. I'll hoist it up on the pigeon-toed flagpole myself.
Grandpap, that ain't no way to talk to a giverment man.
No, watch yourself, Granny.
Yeah, Grandpap is right. Hoist it up on the pigeon-toed flagpole.
Wait a minute, Lloyd. You ain't Leonard Partaine's boy from over near Green Ridge, are you?
Why, sure.
By Jiminy, you must have knowed Lawrence Bankson, the feller with one web foot.
Know him? Why, listen, I even know Clyde.
Clyde? Now, who's Clyde?
Why, Clyde is a duck that Lauren's mother was frightened by.
Oh,
Solomon Abner learned that citation has a different meaning sometimes. Lum and Abner from July 15th, 1943 on Classic Radio Theater. Visit our webpage, classicradio.stream, where you can stream our Classic Radio Theater podcasts on demand. Our podcasts are also available through iTunes, Spreaker, the iHeartRadio app, anywhere fine podcasts are served. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. I'm Wyatt Cox. Thank you for listening. Please thank this station, support the advertisers, and tell a friend the great radio shows are back. Classic Radio Theater right here on your favorite station and the USA Radio Network.
You're struggling.
The holidays may be the most wonderful time of the year, but at the Home Depot, we like to think getting ready for the holidays is a close second. Because the holidays may have 2 turtle doves, but we have a Milwaukee 2-tool combo kit for just $129. And the holidays may have Yule logs and cozy fires, but we have a Wise thermostat for $79.98. So stop by the Home Depot and save on everything you need to get your home holiday ready and enjoy the pre-holiday season almost as much as you enjoy the holidays themselves. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Get Macy's lowest prices of the season on specials for cooler weather, like cute boots and booties starting at $27.99. And warm new coats for all, 50 to 60% off. And get cafe-style coffee at your fingertips with select Nespresso bundles for only $124.99, now at Macy's. Plus, get your Macy's order faster when you pick up curbside or in store. Or try same-day delivery powered by DoorDash. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Bundle your home and auto with Farmers and you could save up to 20%. 1 + 1 = 20. It's bundle math. Get a quote at farmers.com.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Not available in every state. Only available select Farmers branded policies subject to terms and conditions underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony!
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and A member FDIC.
About emergency planning for the thousands of Illinois citizens with functional needs. Every one of us needs a disaster plan for ourselves, our families, even our pets, but the plan in the emergency disaster kit may look a lot different for those with functional needs. At ready.illinois.gov, you'll find tips for designing an emergency disaster plan and building an actual emergency disaster kit. Whether you or someone you know is affected by cognitive, mobility, or visual disabilities, has mental health or substance abuse issues, is deaf and or has substantial hearing loss, ready.illinois.gov has the answers. There's even guidance for those who rely on life support systems and for persons who use service animals. And yes, ready.illinois.gov has great tips for seniors too. Even tips for pet owners. If you or someone you know has functional needs, or for that matter, you have yet to make your own disaster planner kit, visit ready.illinois.gov. That's ready.illinois.gov.
Sponsored by the Illinois Emergency Management Agency.
Hi, I'm Bobby Likas with today's Car Clinic Minute. Advice is everywhere on how to fight fat, fix fashion faux pas, win on Wall Street, and create culinary delights. But do you know how to zap sap? When I come back, I'll tell you.
When your battery goes dead, everything can come to a stop. Don't take a chance on getting stranded. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts and get your battery tested free of charge. If your battery does need to be replaced, O'Reilly Auto Parts can help you find the exact Superstart battery that fits your car or truck at a guaranteed low price. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Tree sap deposits aren't part of summer's prettier side. They create ugly stains on your car's finish. Here's a fix. Hold ice cubes over sap lumps for several minutes. Then gently push against them with a plastic spatula to break them off. With a soft cloth dipped in a very hot detergent water mixture, rub the residue vigorously. Hose with cool water.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, October the 21st, 2021.
Cloth dipped in a very hot detergent water mixture, rub the residue vigorously. Hose with cool water.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, October the 21st, 2021. I'm Mike Clifford. The pathway to a career has become more difficult for some in recent years, with many young people not landing the right job until they are in their 30s.
The report from the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce says higher education costs, the collapse of the youth labor market, and racial and class inequality have all contributed to increased pressure on young people. Report author Tony Carnevale says support from the Build Back Better Act could help dismantle the silos between education and career, beginning in early childhood.
What we know is that it really starts in preschool. In America, if you're a disadvantaged child, you've got a 30% chance of making it to one of these good jobs by the time you're 32. Build Back Better invests in the K-12 education of disadvantaged students.
Build Back Better includes funding for childcare and universal preschool, along with expanding resources for child nutrition. President Joe Biden has been meeting with Democrats this week in an attempt to save the massive social safety net and climate policy legislation. I'm Emily Scott.
The report says career counseling should begin as young as middle school and continue post-high school to make more solid connections between education and the working world. The New York Times reports Republicans Wednesday blocked action for the third time this year on legislation to bolster voting rights, leaving Democrats few options to advance the bill outside of changing the Senate filibuster rule and passing it over GOP opposition. The Times says that all 50 Democrats and independents supported bringing the Freedom to Vote Act to the floor, but all 50 Republicans voted against. Doing so maintains the stalemate over the proposal. West Virginia has the 7th highest poverty rate in the nation. That's according to the latest census surveys. Advocates for children and families say permanent anti-poverty measures are needed.
More than 60% of Americans have lived paycheck to paycheck during the pandemic, with women and people of color facing additional hardships, from higher unemployment to disproportionate childcare burdens. Ronisha, a mom from Jackson, Mississippi, has been receiving $1,000 a month as part of the Magnolia Mothers Trust. She says the Guaranteed Income Program has helped her stay on top of expenses during pregnancy and her search for a job with a livable wage.
I was struggling bad with my business. I'm learning to manage my money because I'm on a set income. I'm able to cover all of my business. Like whatever I need to handle, I'm able to pay all of it.
The expanded child tax credit is set to expire in December. I'm Lily Bolke reporting.
This story produced with original reporting from Katie Fleischer for Ms. Magazine. This is PNS.
The USA Radio Network presents the greatest radio programs of all time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet.
This is classic radio theater.
Gangbusters.
I was a communist for the FBI.
Lights out, everybody.
Now here's your host, Wyatt Cox.
Crime drama The Whisperer, as it was originally broadcast July 15th, 1951, attempted murder.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, brilliant young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the true identity of the Whisperer is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now, in the oak-paneled office of Philip Galt, counselor at law, she watches him at the telephone, speaking in the voice of the Whisperer as he talks with his superiors of the syndicate in New York.
Hello, New York. Instructions passed on to Mason. Will report progress.
Is that all?
All of what, Ellen?
That voice for tonight. You know what it sounds like?
Poor guy with an affliction who walked into your office and asked for help.
And got help. And it's not exactly my office. Dr. Lee likes to think it's his. I just work there. But he didn't restore your voice so you could go on talking in that horrible whisper.
Oh, Ellen, we're not going into that again.
We are, if you've got more of this syndicate business to take care of tonight.
Sweetheart, tonight...
Yes?
I've got a chore for you.
Oh, goody.
No, I'm serious.
Far away.
It requires a delicate touch.
Mine's like a bird.
A buzzard?
Phil Galt.
Okay, listen. There's a newspaper reporter, Farrell, Tommy Farrell, a sharp boy, and he's been taking a dim view of the syndicate's activities in this town and broadcasting his opinion in his newspaper.
Good for him.
Yes, except that now he's in real trouble.
The syndicate's after him, and you've got to save him. Now that you've put the finger on him.
We've got to save him.
Where do I fit in?
Well, I know that Mason is supposed to shoot Farrell at the Club 17. That would mean that Farrell's going to be there.
Club 17, the gambling club.
Uh-huh. Unfortunately, being only one thread of the syndicate, I don't know what the other threads are or how they're working. For instance, I don't know what time the shooting's going to take place, how the syndicate knows Farrell's going to be there, or what this Mason, whom I spoke to, looks like.
Well, a lot of things you don't know.
That's where you come in, Ellen. Across the street from the Bulletin is a cafe called Bluebell. The newspaper boys congregate there for their beer and Skittles.
What are Skittles?
I haven't the slightest idea. Anyway, the delicate touch I've been talking about is whether you can take care of Tommy Farrell.
Oh, brother.
Make like a siren. Try to keep him from going to the Club 17 tonight.
It might be interesting. Young?
I don't know.
Does he have a sense of humor?
Definitely. Some very clever cracks about the syndicate in his newspaper articles.
What are you going to do in the meantime?
Snoop around, try to find out who Mason is, and get in his hair in case you don't succeed in charming Farrell away.
Oh, it sounds like a challenge, and I accept. No holds barred.
Now, wait a minute. You... Hello? Why, yes, Lieutenant Denver.
There's a guy down here I'd like you to see. A fellow by the name of Euban.
Don't know any Euban, Lieutenant. Especially any Euban in trouble with homicide.
It's not homicide, it's vice. Euban owns and operates a Club 17.
Club 7. Oh, that's very interesting, Lieutenant.
I just happen to be around, and Euban doesn't have an attorney. Of course, if you're not interested.
Business, Lieutenant? Of course I'm interested. What's the charge against Euban?
Running and operating a gambling casino. What else?
I'll be right down. Well, what does that mean?
What does what mean?
Well, why did the police pick this particular time to book the owner of the Club 17? That's where the shooting's supposed to take place. Something's cooking, Ellen.
Well, before it gets to a boil, I'm off to intercept reporter Tommy Farrell. He sounds very romantic.
Now, just stick to the necessities, Ellen. Don't take this job too much to heart. Mr. Euban?
Yes. Who are you?
Your attorney.
I don't have an attorney, and I don't want.
A man in your position without legal representation?
I fired him. I got tired of taking these drafts from the police.
I've already set the machinery in motion to get you out.
Says who? What right?
You don't want out?
You catch on quickly. Now you can stop that machinery you were talking about.
I think I catch on to something else, too.
Huh?
You arranged to have yourself picked up.
What?
You want to be in jail tonight, so you won't possibly be connected with something that's going to happen in your club tonight.
You're a smart lad.
Not so smart. Even the cops could figure that out. Here you are in jail, and you don't want to get out. What other reason could there be? Couldn't be an alibi, could it?
You're a pretty clever shyster, Gog. But I play this my way. I'm staying put.
Okay, Euban. But you might find out that your way will be mighty painful. As soon as I make a quick phone call, Lieutenant.
I suppose, as usual, you want privacy. Use that phone booth over there.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Operator, New York City, circle 1879.
Circle 1879.
Central City.
Go ahead, Central City.
Euban had himself put in jail so that he won't be at his club for tonight's little party.
He did?
An obvious attempt at an alibi. It will tip police off. He knew what was coming. Bad reverberations for the syndicate.
Right. We'll take care of it. He'll be at the club as usual tonight.
Good. I'll check with you after mission is accomplished.
Well, Mr. Goff, you spend a lot of time in phone booths.
I'm developing telephonia, Lieutenant. Now, tell me why you called me for this little job.
Oh, I like the way you operate, Goff.
Uh-huh. And I like you, too, Lieutenant. How come you've forsaken homicide for the Vice Squad?
Extracurricular work. Boys in the detail are a little rushed.
Yeah. Why'd you want Euban released?
Oh, did I want him released?
A raid tonight? You want to catch him there, is that it?
A raid? Now, how could you think a thing like that?
Okay, Lieutenant. All I want to know is why you picked Club 17 tonight. Who made the complaint?
Well, you got the best of me, Goff.
And why are you so interested in vice and gangster detail stuff?
You tell me why.
Because you smell homicide, Lieutenant. And you smell homicide whenever the syndicate is involved.
Oh?
Is Euban part of the syndicate?
I wish I knew.
But you suspect he is. And that's why you called me? Because lately you've been spotting me at some of the syndicate's finaglings?
Probably just a coincidence, Goff.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe I'll see you later on tonight at Club 17.
Oh, why don't you stay a while and chat?
I'd love to, Lieutenant. But right now I'm on my way to see a lady about a reporter.
In the meantime, Ellen Norris enters the smoke-filled Bluebell Cafe to fulfill the mission assigned her by Philip Galt, alias the Whisperer. A mission designed to keep Thomas Farrell from going to the Club 17, where a killer waits for him.
What'll it be, lady?
Tap beer, please. A tall one. Oh, and some Skittles, please.
Huh? Skittles?
Please. I've always wanted to find out what they were.
I don't know. Hey, mister, you know what's a Skittle?
Skittles?
Yeah.
That's an interesting question. I've used the phrase myself, beer and Skittles. Maybe it's some kind of beef jerky.
Tall beer. Very tall.
Well, thank you. Keep the change.
But, well, what do you know?
Shouldn't have done that.
What? You shouldn't have done what?
Give him that dime. It'll spoil him. You leave it on the counter and keep looking at it soulfully while he serves the rest of us poor newspapermen.
Oh, newspaperman? Oh, you know T. Farrell?
I grew up with him.
Really? Well, I've been reading his articles in the Bulletin. I think he's wonderful.
So do I. Well, let's not get maudlin about this. I'm T. Farrell.
Oh.
Let's sit down and get away from this hoi polloi, huh?
Hoi polloi?
Yeah, the kind of people you shouldn't associate with. In this case, other reporters or the men. Oh, here, this is fine. Hey, tell me, what are you doing in this bar?
Having a beer. You're not old.
Oh, not yet.
And you're rather distinguished looking. Those gray hairs around your temple. They're very attractive.
Those are typewriter hairs. I get them with my fingers poised over a typewriter trying to dream up the perfect word. Yeah, sometimes I sit like that for hours. They have to shake me to get me awake.
But now you're all through for the day, eh?
Yeah, until later.
Oh?
Duty.
Oh.
If the law wasn't going to be mixed up in it, I'd ask you to come along.
Oh, I wasn't thinking anything like that. I thought maybe you'd like to come on a party. I'm going to.
There, you see, that's what happens to me every time. Duty, duty. Where is this party? I'll make it later.
Oh, no, it's all right. Some other time.
No, wait. I got an idea. One of the boys will take you, and I'll join in later. I got to be somewhere about 11, but it shouldn't take more than 3/4 of an hour.
No, some other time. It's all right.
Oh, you're disappointed.
No.
Look, sweetheart, I haven't had a stroke of luck like this since a little Belgian gal I met in the Battle of the Bulge.
Well, if any old appointment makes that much difference, it's quite all right, Mr. Farrell.
Well, how about having another beer and waiting for me right here, huh?
Anybody here know what Skittles are?
Uh-oh. What is this, sweetie?
I don't know.
Quite a line to come in on. Skittles.
Oh, hello there. I'm connected with the Encyclopedia Britannica, and we're tracing the derivation.
What's your angle, Sonny? You know this young lady?
I just want to know what Skittles are.
Looks like too much of a coincidence. Don't crowd, Sonny. I don't like the question. I don't like the setup here, and I don't like you.
Hey, out of my way, Sonny. Wait a minute.
Phil, he's getting away. He's going to Club 17.
Yes, Ellen, and now that he's suspicious, we won't be able to stop him.
So?
So we go out to Club 17, and unless we do better there than we did here, Farrell is going to get murdered.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, the man who walks the thin edge of death, living a double identity.
July 15th, 1951 on Classic Radio Theater.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for health care can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The best trial attorneys never stop learning. Nationally recognized plaintiff attorney John Simon and Eric Veith share insights and ideas that will improve your practice. Subscribe to the Jury Is Out podcast now.
You're struggling. What's on the horizon? The answers lie beyond the roads we know. We recognize that energy demand is growing and the world needs lower carbon solutions to keep up. At Chevron, we're working to find new ways forward, like through our venture capital group, backing technologies like electric vehicle charging, carbon capture, and even nuclear fusion. We may not know just what lies ahead, but it's only human to search for it. Learn more at chevron.com/lower carbon.
Everyone deserves access to energy. Everyone. And a diverse energy mix is a reliable energy mix. Propane is a clean energy solution for Illinois because propane is environmentally friendly. It's an alternative energy source that won't contaminate soil or groundwater and can help you reduce carbon emissions today. Learn more about what makes propane the energy for everyone at propane.com.
You don't drive just an average truck or do just an average job. So get to Northern Tool. With brands like Milwaukee, Steel, Lincoln, Honda, and more, we bring the power. We're definitely not your average tool store. Visit our store or buy online and pick it up curbside. Northern Tool and Equipment. Quality tools for serious work.
Stop in to Northern Tool and Equipment today for our Geared and Ready sale. Save on Milwaukee and DeWalt power tools, generators, pressure washers, heaters, shop equipment, and more.
Ugh. Hi, Angel.
Hi, Devil. Uh-oh, is she shopping again? Calm down. She's just browsing electric toothbrushes.
It's easy to be unsafe online.
It's asking for her passport info to buy a toothbrush?
Sounds legit to me.
Now it's easy to help protect yourself. Norton 360 with LifeLock gives you device security, a VPN for online privacy, and identity theft protection, all in one. Opt in to cyber safety. Save 25% or more off your first year at norton.com/news.
Wow, I've got a whole 5 minutes before my next call. What should I do? Grab a snack? Nah. Text with Mom? That's more than a 5-minute proposition. I have been looking at getting a new bank account. Is that even possible?
Can't believe you have extra time? You won't believe what you can do with it. Open a Regions checking account online in as little as 5 minutes. Then enjoy award-winning service and banking tools and tech that help you live in the moment. Learn more at regions.com/live-in-the-moment. Regions Bank, member FDIC.
1951, The Whisperer.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. 25 years ago this year, the National Broadcasting Company was founded. It was during this same period that an era of jazz, mahjong, and the Lucky Lindy flourished. You'll step into the world of the Roaring Twenties every Wednesday evening if you'll tune for Pete Kelly's Blues on this station. Pete Kelly's Blues. It's about the big music and the big trouble and the big roar of the 20s. Pete Kelly's Blues, Wednesday. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as the Whisperer, has set in motion the syndicate's plan to kill Thomas Farrell, newspaper reporter who's been uncovering some of the syndicate's activities. Then, in his real identity as Philip Galt, counselor at law, he sent Ellen Norris to keep Farrell from going to the Club 17. But Farrell became suspicious and headed for the club, where a killer waits for him. Phil and Ellen follow in Phil's car, hoping they will reach the gambling club in time to prevent his death.
I'll have to get this motor checked. I can't seem to get any speed out of it at all.
You're doing 70 now.
Farrell has quite a head start on us. We could get there too late.
What happened downtown with Lieutenant Denver?
Euban, the owner of Club 17, had himself rousted this evening.
Had himself? You mean deliberately?
That's what I mean. Evidently, he knows about the setup for Tommy Farrell, and he wanted to make sure he wasn't around when it happened. A perfect alibi for him would have been if he was in jail.
Oh.
I pointed out to him how illogical that was. He was in jail of his own choosing, and it showed complicity with what was going to happen.
So you got him out?
He still wouldn't leave, Ellen. I had to do it through the syndicate.
Now what?
I wish I knew. We get to the Club 17 as fast as we can.
This fellow Mason will be there waiting to kill Farrell.
Yes?
And you don't know Mason?
Only his voice.
Oh, the way this syndicate works. One finger doesn't know what the other finger is doing, let alone a hand.
It's tough.
And it's tougher on you and on me. Oh, you'll get caught, Phil. You can take chances only so many times, and then the law of averages runs out.
Ellen.
All right, I'm not going into that again. We're going up to the Club 17 to stop a murder. We don't know who the murderer is or how he'll try to do his murdering. Should be simple.
A couple of things I don't understand about this.
If somebody wants to kill somebody else, the chances are 10,000 in 10,001 he's going to do it. You can't stop him.
We can try. I'll be quiet a moment and listen.
Okay.
Ellen, why'd Lieutenant Denver want me to get Euban out of jail?
Maybe he likes to keep his jails clean.
And what takes Farrell up to Club 17 this evening?
Could be he's after a story. He is a reporter, you know.
Sure. But what story?
I don't know.
Maybe it's connected with Lieutenant Denver. Maybe. I got it.
Well?
Have you any objections to getting caught in a raid?
It depends on what kind of raid.
On a gambling club. Cops swarming all over the place. Pistols out. A lot of excitement. Maybe a gun goes
And
off.
Tommy Farrell gets the bullet. Think Denver knows the syndicate is mixed up in this?
I'm sure of it. That's why he's getting involved in it, even though it isn't homicide business.
And about Tommy Farrell being there. He must have been tipped off there'd be a raid.
Uh-huh. By some member of the syndicate. To get him there and have him killed in the commotion. The poor guy doesn't have any idea what he's walking into.
The Whisperer has his function. Euban has another function. The police are Patsy's playing a part.
And Mason the killer only knows one thing. That Tommy Farrow's to be killed. Neat. Tied up in bows. Mason takes his shot, gets out of the excitement, leaves town, and who could ever pin Farrow's murder on any part of the syndicate?
Oh, why do we mess with it? Why do we...
To save a nice guy's life, Ellen. That a good enough reason?
Yes, that's a good enough reason.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets. Place your bets, ladies.
I don't see Farrell anywhere, Phil.
Place your bets.
Business is certainly booming for Mr. Euban.
Uh-huh. Here he comes.
Hello, Counselor.
Hello, Euban. Ellen, this is Mr. Euban, Miss Norris.
The way the counselor talked, I thought he was all business. It's a pleasure.
Your place here is very plush.
Oh, just a little thing.
Will you excuse me? I think I see a friend of mine.
Of course.
Give him my regards, Ellen.
I will.
Maybe that was good advice that you were trying to give me.
Glad to see you took it.
Maybe I can give you some in return. That's a reporter your girl's going to see.
Farrell?
Uh-huh. Take her away from him, Galt.
I think he's trying to take her away from me.
I ain't kidding. You're a smart shyster. If you like the girl, keep her away.
Any special reason?
I hear things.
About Farrell?
Yes, about Farrell. The kind of things he's writing in his paper. Certain people don't like him, and it ain't healthy to be near him.
Certain people? The syndicate?
I didn't say nothing about no syndicate.
That's what he's writing about.
Yes. Well, I ain't well read. All the reading I do is the names of horses and what the round robin figures out.
Thanks for the tip about Farrell. I'll see what I can do about it.
Well, sister, I'm not as young as I'd like to be anymore. I can spot a plant if... Oh. You again.
Relax.
I'm relaxed. Hey, what's your line?
Maybe I've got a tip for you, Farrell.
I don't know where you fit in, and I'd just as soon never find out. Take your charming Skittles along with you.
Investigating the syndicate, aren't you?
So?
Euban's part of it.
Is he?
This is his place. Euban knows there's going to be a raid here tonight.
How do you know?
All I had to know was that he had himself rousted. He didn't want to be here when the raid was on.
Smart guy, Euban.
Not so smart. He isn't worried about the raid. He's worried about what's going to happen during the raid.
Yeah, and just what's going to happen during the raid.
Who tipped you about it, Farrell?
What are you getting at?
A setup.
What setup?
Use your head, Farrell. This is all for you. Everything. The raid, Euban not wanting to be here, you're being tipped so you will be here.
You trying to tell me?
You're their target for tonight, Farrell. That's why I tried to keep you from coming here.
How do you know so much about it?
I'm a lawyer. I ran across it.
Hey,
here it comes. Now, careful.
July 15th, 1951, The Whisperer, not to be confused with The Whistler, here on Classic Radio Theater. We'll also hear tell in our next half hour about the fine sports writer Grantland Rice. That's all coming up as Classic Radio Theater continues in 4 minutes.
The Jury Is Out podcast has, so to speak, something for everybody, no matter what level of practice you're at.
If you're a trial attorney, law student, or legal professional, The Jury Is Out will improve your skills. Subscribe today.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Classic Radio Theater friends, my feet hurt. They have hurt for a long time. I have suffered from diabetic neuropathy for some time, and as such, my feet tend to swell. And it's difficult for me to get comfortable. I get some good shoes, and they try to help, but nothing has helped my feet feel better since Mike Lindell sent me a pair of my slippers. Now, don't let the name fool you. These are not something you just wear in the bedroom. You can wear these anywhere. The My Pillow slippers have an indoor-outdoor sole and 3 levels of cushioning. This 3-tier cushioning system includes My Pillow patented fill, their proprietary foam that you know and love. It creates a solid layer to provide very comfortable support. Comfortable memory foam and patented impact gel made from American soybeans. It's revolutionary in absorbing impact and relieving pressure. It's finished with high-quality leather suede made from U.S. cowhides. They are comfortable, cozy, and a cozy faux fur lining to make your feet feel warm and comfortable in the winter and make you feel relieved in the summer. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year limited warranty. Mike Lindell guarantees you'll like them or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listeners square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. 2 different varieties, slip-ons or moccasin style. You will love these My Pillow, My Slippers. Mike Lindell has done it again. If you have trouble walking, if your feet don't feel like right, get My Slippers from Mike Lindell. MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
For the ones going above and beyond. For the ones reaching out, helping out, and lending a hand. For the ones people count on. You can count on Grainger. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Backed by 24/7 customer support and specialists to help with hard-to-find products. Because you've got everyone's back. We've got yours. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The holidays are doubly important this year, so make your celebrations doubly special. At Kroger, we've got a huge selection of high-quality meats on top of fresh, natural produce, like fresh, never-frozen prime-grade beef and our Simple Truth organic Brussels sprouts, or delicious king crab legs with our private selection gourmet potatoes. Whew, had to say that doubly fast. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Get more ways to save at the Buy 5 or More Save $1 each sale. Just buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
The holidays may be the most wonderful time of the year, but at the Home Depot, we like to think getting ready for the holidays is a close second. Because the holidays may have 2 turtle doves, but we have a Milwaukee 2-tool combo kit for just $129. And the holidays may have Yule logs and cozy fires, but we have a Wise thermostat for $79.98. So stop by the Home Depot and save on everything you need to get your home holiday ready and enjoy the pre-holiday season almost as much as you enjoy the holidays themselves. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
There's Pablo in his natural habitat, opening his internet bill in fear. No. He just saw his 12-month promotional price ended. Uh-oh, and he just discovered the equipment fees. Back away slowly.
If your internet bill drives you wild, just remember, you're not a bad person. You just need a straightforward price. Get AT&T Fiber. Unlimited internet with no price increase at 12 months. Visit att.com/no fees. Limited availability in select areas.
And you're listening to Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station. Now the conclusion of The Whisperer. From July 15th, 1951, The Syndicate.
All right, everybody! This is a pin! Let's take it nice and easy and keep it orderly. Hey!
What happened to the lights, Phil?
Duck, get down, Phil. You all right, Ellen?
Yes. Tommy?
Okay. Both of you, stay where you are and stay on the floor.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Euban's office. The man who shot that gun ducked in there.
The Whisperer. What are you doing here?
You missed Pharaoh.
Yeah, I know. I won't the second time.
See that you don't. Stay here. I'll send him in.
Okay.
Ellen?
Yes?
I thought I told
I
you to...
wanted to find out what's going on.
Mason, the guy who shot at Farrow, is in the office. I'm going to get Lieutenant Denver to smoke him out with tear gas.
Oh?
Yes, Euban?
Doc.
Over here.
Out of my way, Counselor. I got things to protect in my office.
There's somebody in there. Don't go in.
Out of my way, I said.
Wait, I told you not to go in there.
But the other shot, it sounded like a different gun, Phil.
Okay, Harrison, get these lights on. I said everybody stay wet. Oh, that's better.
Thank goodness. The lights are on.
Whoever took that stack of chips in front of the blackjack dealer better put them back now.
Galt, what were those shots? Come and see for yourself, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Oh, Euban. He's still alive.
Harrison, get an ambulance.
Take a look over there, Lieutenant.
Huh? Who's he?
I don't know. I never saw him before in my life. But he's the guy who started the shooting, and I wanted him to stay in there so you could pick him up. Then Euban came barging in.
Yeah.
Where did Harrison put in that call?
Hey, Galt. Looks like I owe you and the lady an apology.
Oh, Farrow.
Yeah. Sorry about my suspicion. Looks like I was wrong about you.
Forget it.
Anytime I can be of any help.
I may take you up on that.
Maybe both of us will take you up on it, Tommy. Every time we get through one of these, it's as though I've just had a terrible weight lifted off my shoulders.
That's nice and neat when they kill each other off.
Both of them dead?
Uh-huh. Euban died before they could get him into the ambulance. Two less in the syndicate.
What are we stopping at your place for?
Just to have the Whisperer make a report. And then?
Then?
There are several questions I want to ask you.
Oh, personal.
Extremely. For instance, just how well did you get to know Tommy Farrow?
Why, Phil, you're...
Jealous? Uh-huh. I noticed one startling thing. When that shot rang out in the dark.
What?
You called him Tommy. Not Mr. Farrow, not even just Farrow, but Tommy.
Did I?
Yes.
Well, I'll confess. He finally broke down and made something very clear to me. And I couldn't help but be overwhelmed by it.
What?
He told me what Skittles are.
Oh. Well, what are they?
Ninepins, darling. Beer and Skittles means beer and a game of ninepins. But nowadays we've just shortened the meaning to enjoyment. Have some beer and Skittles with me?
It'll be my pleasure. Just as soon as I call the syndicate.
Circle 1879.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Pharaoh mission bungled by Mason.
Central City, forget Farrow. He's too hot now. For important instructions, check Los Angeles at midnight.
Los Angeles at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Paul Frees, Julius Kraulbein, Jack Moyles, Frank Gerstle, and Jan Arvand. Script was by Jonathan Twice. Original music by Johnny Duffy, and the entire production was directed by Bill Karn. Next week, listen to another exciting adventure with...
July 15th, 1951, The Whisperer on Classic Radio Theater.
Have you stopped taking your statin? Over half of people will stop taking a statin in the first year due to muscle pain. Marley Drug offers the next generation statin, pitavastatin, which is different from most statins and has low rates of muscle pain. With a prescription, you can get pitavastatin for $1 a day. No insurance needed. Stop putting up with statin pain and call Marley Drug at 800-460-2510. That's 800-460-2510 or go to marleydrug.com.
Not available in Vermont or Alabama. If you enjoy our Classic Radio Theater broadcasts and want to start building a collection of your own, go to classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. There you'll find links to great classic radio collections on CD, along with links to great reading on classic radio, plus classic radio theater on demand. Check out our webpage, available now at classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. And enjoy.
Your struggle.
The holidays may be the most wonderful time of the year, but at the Home Depot, we like to think getting ready for the holidays is a close second. Because the holidays may have two turtle doves, but we have a Milwaukee two-tool combo kit for just $129. And the holidays may have Yule logs and cozy fires, but we have a Wise thermostat for $79.98. So stop by the Home Depot and save on everything you need to get your home holiday ready and enjoy the pre-holiday season almost as much as you enjoy the holidays themselves. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
And now it's Geico's Motorcycle Rules of the Road. Before you ride, make sure your mirrors are clean and adjusted properly. And if you're going on a group ride, make sure the lead biker knows where they're going.
Ed, quick question. Where are you taking us?
Oh, I have no idea. Well, am I the leader? Because I was following that dude with the red helmet. Where is he?
And the rule to saving on motorcycle insurance is, in 15 minutes, Geico could save you 15% or more.
There's Pablo in his natural habitat, opening his internet bill in fear. He just saw his 12-month promotional price ended. Uh-oh, and he just discovered the equipment fees. Back away slowly.
If your internet bill drives you wild, just remember, you're not a bad person. You just need a straightforward price. Get AT&T Fiber. Unlimited internet with no price increase at 12 months. Visit att.com/no fees. Limited availability in select areas.
It's JCPenney's lowest prices of the season, and leaves aren't the only thing falling. Our prices are too. Thursday to Sunday only. Save with thousands of deals throughout the store, like Cook's or Black & Decker kitchen appliances, $17.88 each. Women's fall booties, now $24.88 a pair. And the best part, these prices are so low, no coupons needed. New fall styles, great fall savings. JCPenney. Offers valid on select items 10/21 through 10/24. Season refers to 9/7 to 10/24. Some exclusions apply. See store or jcp.com for details.
And more of that transcribed series from July 15th, 1955, the Grantland Rice story, where Jimmy talks about how Grantland talked about Babe Ruth.
This is Jimmy Powers coming your way with another Grantland Rice story. Hi there, this is Jimmy Powers bringing you the colorful life of the late and great Granny Rice, based on his best-selling autobiography, The Tumult and the Shouting, published by A.S. Barnes & Company. Previously, we journeyed with Granny through the early days of his life, his birth in Tennessee in 1880, his boyhood in Nashville, his college days at Vanderbilt, and his subsequent breaking in as a sports writer for various papers in Tennessee and Georgia, to Cleveland, home again to Nashville, and finally to New York for his first big shot at fame with the Evening Mail in 1910. After Teddy Roosevelt and after the First World War, before the Depression and the WPA, there was an era that's come to be known as the Roaring Twenties, and also the Golden Age of Sports. In those days, a few lucky ones donned earphones, huddled over their crystal sets, cursed the static, and screamed as Tunny took the long count. But most avid sports fans had the long wait until the next morning's newspapers hit the street to find out who won and just what had happened. Even though 135,000 people contributed to the first $2 million gate at the Dempsey-Tunney fight, another 25 million sport fans had to know what happened blow by blow, and the newspaper writers told them. And even though 74,000 could jam into the house that Ruth built to see Ruth mince his way around the bases, another 25 million could hardly wait for the late edition to learn if Babe had slammed another one. Today brings Granny face to face with a young and truly great southpaw pitcher for the world champion Boston Red Sox, George Herman Babe Ruth. So, once again, with a sincere bow to the spirit of Grantland Rice, I turn the page and in first person continue for your enjoyment the tumult and the shouting. The first time I saw Babe Ruth was in the spring of 1919 at Tampa, Florida. I'd been with our troops in France the previous year, so Ruth was news to me. Babe blasted a batting practice pitch clear out of the park into a plowed field. I gauged that hit as about 500 feet. While Ruth hit, I watched, and Ed Barrow, the Red Sox manager, talked. Ruth was our main holdout, said Barrow. He's been signed to a 3-year contract. At 24, this fellow can become the greatest single thing that's happened to baseball. Babe, I said, I was watching your swing. You swing like no pitcher I ever saw. With my swing, it's all or nothing at all, replied Babe. I copied it after Joe Jackson's. His is the perfectest. Of all the sluggers spawned by the advent of the lively ball, Babe remains the only one I ever knew who never shortened or choked his grip when the count reached 2 strikes. He gripped his bat at the very end with the knob of the handle palmed in his right hand. Babe liked plenty of lumber in his war clubs. Many of his bats weighed 42 ounces. That's about a half-pound more than the average. That spring, the Red Sox and McGraw's Giants played an exhibition series. I hung around for several games to watch Ruth, being converted from a pitcher to an outfielder, slug and play left field. In the first game, he hit the loftiest shot I ever saw, some 6 miles over the right field fence. Bill McGeehan, then sports editor of the New York Tribune, who didn't impress easily, wrote, "The ball sailed so high that when it came down, it was coated with ice." Shortly after, I turned out a bit of verse entitled, "Son of Swat, Babe Ruth." When you can lean upon the ball and lay the seasoned ash against it, the ballpark is a trifle small, no matter how far out they've fenced it. In January 1920, Colonel Jake Rupert paid Red Sox owner Harry Frazee $125,000 outright for Babe, plus a $350,000 loan. That transaction remains baseball's all-time bargain. Matter of fact, not only did Rupert buy a team named Ruth, it remained for this big, overgrown youngster from the Baltimore slums to lift baseball on his back and return it to the aura of respectability. You see, the Black Sox scandal occurred during the 1919 World Series. I'll touch on that later. But let it be said that if a slugger of Babe's magnitude hadn't come along to capture the imagination of the crowd by socking the ball clean out of the lot where it couldn't be tampered with, baseball might well have gone down the drain of mediocrity. Some years later, I was with Colonel Rupert at St. Petersburg, Florida, after he had signed Babe to a 2-year contract for $80,000 a year. And Rupert commented, "Who are we kidding? I could pay Root $200,000 a year, and he wouldn't be overpaid." Somehow things didn't just happen. They exploded when the Babe was my sidekick. I once had him on a national radio hookup with Graham McNamee in charge. At the last minute, the Babe's carefully rehearsed script became scrambled. Before I could throw a halter on him, he was off and running. McNamee was frantic, the orchestra leader was frantic, the producer with his stopwatch mind was frantic as Babe rambled on and on. At one point, the Babe was supposed to refer to the Duke of Wellington's historic remark that the Battle of Waterloo had been won on the playing fields of Eton. The Babe came out with this gem. As Duke Ellington once said, the Battle of Waterloo was won on the playing fields of Elkton. Later, I asked Babe how he could louse up one short statement so completely. "Well, Grant," he said, "about that Wellington guy, I wouldn't know. Ellington, yes. As for that Eton business, well, I married my first wife in Elkton, Maryland, and I always hated the place. It must have stuck." But perhaps for Ruth, his most embarrassing and at the same time his most hilarious moment occurred on the evening we dined on the outskirts at St. Petersburg during spring training. It was quite a dinner. Among the guests I had invited were the Walter Lippmans. The dinner was a huge success until the dignified Mrs. Lippman asked Ruth to describe the famous home run he called in the 32 series against the Cubs. "It's like this, boom, babe, bigger than a freshly laundered barn in white gabardine and puffing on a huge cigar. I'm riding the stuffing out of the Cubs, telling them they're the cheapest pack of crumb bums for what they did to our guy, little Mark Koenig, an ex-Yankee who shortstopped them down the home stretch and then was cut in for a measly half share of the series swag. Well, I pack one into the stands in the first inning, but in the fifth, it's tied 4-4 when I'm up with nobody on base. The Chicago fans are giving me the works. Charlie Root, the Cubs pitcher, breezes those first two pitches by, both strikes. The mob's tearing down Wrigley Field. I shake my fist after that first strike. I know it was good. And after the second, it was in there, too. I wave my bat at those bellowing bleachers right where I aim to park the ball. Ruth throws it, and I hit that blankety-blank ball on the nose right over the fence. How do you like those apples, you so-and-sos? I yell at Ruth as I start around the bases. By the time I reach home, I'm almost falling down. I'm laughing so hard. And that's how it happened. The babe's erudite explanation finished, a battered Mrs. Lippman mumbled that they'd have to be leaving. "Why did you use that language?" I asked Babe. "What the heck, Grant," he snorted. "You heard her ask me what happened, so I told her." And that's how the most famed of home runs happened. Ruth may not have been at his best before the mic or in the drawing room, but he was the greatest single magnet sports has ever known. 6 months a year, from 1919 until his final game in 1935, Babe packed the stands from New York to Tokyo. I've ridden in cars with him all over the map. Everywhere the mobs would wave or call his name, and the Babe would answer, "How are you, Mom? Hello, Pop." And then he'd turn to me and ask, "Grant, how can they miss this silly mug?" Children loved him, perhaps because his love for kids was completely sincere. I dined with him on the eve of the World Series in Chicago in '32. He always ate in his room before games to avoid mob scenes. "I've got to go for a short trip, Grant," he said. "Where are you going on the night before a World Series game?" "I'll tell you, but if you print it, I'll shoot you. I'm taking this baseball to a sick kid on the other side of town. I promised his mother and father I'd come." Well, their flat was 20 or 30 miles away. The Babe spent 2 hours on the road that night, and there was no publicity. Babe, you see, was a sucker for parents who loved kids, because as a kid, Babe never knew what real parents were. For the 30 years I knew him, I never saw him really sore at anybody. Deeply hurt, yes, particularly when he finally realized the Yankees had no managerial berth for him. But in his remarks and actions, the Babe was kind. That's why I hope that the Babe's home run record of 60 will never be eclipsed. Many of his countless other records have since tumbled, but that mark of 60... Well, Babe, wherever you are, kicking your heels around on some king-size cloud, I hope it remains yours for eternity. Well, that's about it for today. In our next chapter, I'll tell you about Grantland Rice's first long look at Man o' War, King of Racehorses, and an interview with the King of Jockeys who rode Big Red and never forgot the thrill, Earl Sandy. Until then, this is Jimmy Powers, transcribed, saying so long for now.
From July 15th, 1955, the Grantland Rice story on Classic Radio Theater.
America's Protestants, Catholics, and Jews are strengthening the bonds of brotherhood and friendship by helping the needy overseas. Through their houses of worship, these three faiths are sending voluntary relief to virtually every free country in the world. Hundreds of millions of pounds of goods, clothing, and medicine will go to victims of war, disaster, and famine in many parts of the world. More than 80% of American voluntary relief work for the hungry and needy overseas is conducted through the religious agencies of these three major faith groups. When you share with needy persons overseas through your house of worship, you are promoting the spirit of democracy that unites all peoples for peace and goodwill. You are keeping faith with the finest tradition and heritage of America. CBS Radio urges you to keep faith with those in need overseas by giving as much as you can through your faith.
We thank you for tuning in to Classic Radio Theater. Please visit the webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. There you can find our podcasts on demand. You can learn more about classic radio collecting and contact me there, classicradio.stream. And remember, our podcasts are available anywhere fine podcasts are served. The Apple Podcast app, the Google Podcast app, Spotify, Spreaker, even the iHeartRadio app. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Have yourself a great day, won't you please? I'm Wyatt Cox. Do us a favor. Thank this radio station. They'd love to hear from you. Support the advertisers. They need to hear from you. And tell a friend, because they ought to hear from you, about the great radio shows being back right here. Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station and the USA Radio Network.
From refresh to remodel, you can trust Lowe's to help tackle home projects with installation services. We have you covered with a 1-year guarantee on labor and special financing options to work within your budget. Visit Lowe's.com/install to learn more. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Installed by independent contractors. Special financing subject to credit approval and cannot be combined with other credit offers. Minimum monthly payments required. See store or Lowe's.com for details and licensing. U.S. only.
Wow, I've got a whole 5 minutes before my next call. What should I do? Grab a snack? Nah. Text with Mom? That's more than a 5-minute proposition. I have been looking at getting a new bank account. Is that even possible?
Can't believe you have extra time? You won't believe what you can do with it. Open a Regions checking account online in as little as 5 minutes. Then enjoy award-winning service and banking tools and tech that help you live in the moment. Learn more at Regions.com/live-in-the-moment. Regions Bank, member FDIC.
There's Pablo in his natural habitat, opening his internet bill in fear. He just saw his 12-month promotional price ended. Uh-oh, and he just discovered the equipment fees. Back away slowly.
If your internet bill drives you wild, just remember, you're not a bad person. You just need a straightforward price. Get AT&T Fiber. Unlimited internet with no price increase at 12 months. Visit att.com/no fees. Limited availability in select areas.
Bundle your home and auto with Farmers and you could save up to 20%. 1 + 1 = 20. It's bundle math. Get a quote at farmers.com.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Not available in every state. Only available with select Farmers branded policies subject to terms and conditions underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate.
For the thousands of Illinoisans with functional needs. Needless to say, everyone needs to have an emergency disaster plan and disaster kit, but that plan and kit may look a lot different for those with functional needs. Learn how to make a plan and a kit that best serves your needs and the needs of your family and even your pets. At ready.illinois.gov, there's tips for caregivers and seniors too. Make a plan and make a kit. Find out how at ready.illinois.gov. That's ready.illinois.gov.
Sponsored by IEMA.
Hi, I'm Bobby Likas with today's Car Clinic Minute. Boy Scouts learn it to earn their Eagle badges. And if you know it, you may save a few Eagles of your own on dollar bills. Be prepared. When I come back, I'll tell you.
Oh, oh, oh,
When your battery goes dead, everything can come to a stop. Don't take a chance on getting stranded. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts and get your battery tested free of charge. If your battery does need to be replaced, O'Reilly Auto Parts can help you find the exact Superstart battery that fits your car or truck at a guaranteed low price. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Being prepared helps save 2 rare species, money and life. Every year, 1 in 11 Americans is involved in an accident. So listen up. Carry a jack, spare tire, jumper cables, and learn how to use them. Know what's in your insurance policy and who to call. Keep a card listing medical conditions and allergies. Invest in a cell phone. 911 services could be the stitch in time that saves 9 lives, that is. Go ahead, make your Scoutmaster proud. Earn your merit badge as a highway hero. I'm Bobby Likas. Like us, you'll love us.
You're struggling with your mortgage. What's on the horizon? The answers lie beyond the roads we know. We recognize that energy demand is growing and the world needs lower carbon solutions to keep up. At Chevron, we're working to find new ways forward, like through our venture capital group, backing technologies like electric vehicle charging, carbon capture, and even nuclear fusion. We may not know just what lies ahead, but it's only human to search for it. Learn more at chevron.com/lower carbon.
No one ever says Merry Almost Christmas. And when's the last time somebody wished you happy 2 months till New Year? Maybe they should. Because at the Home Depot, we think getting ready for the holidays can be almost as much fun as the holidays themselves, especially with all the great savings at our stores, like a Glacier Bay vanity for $219 and a Gatefield Chrome kitchen cart for just $99.97. So stop in today and save big on everything you need to get your home ready for celebrating. And that's something worth celebrating too.